more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
And you wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These for me are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses led the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
7-3 from Clayster.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic boys.
He gets him. Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. We are live for day 3 of week 2 of the GPL, of course, the first ever global LAN League in Call of Duty esports history. My name is Benson, and I'll be hosting the studio throughout the day. Boy, oh boy, do we have a fantastic day 3 lined up coming into today. All teams, of course, tied at 2-2. It really is all on the line. And joining me this afternoon is my expert panel. We have Momo, former European professional player. We got Mr. X, former coach of, well, ironically, Aches, our special guest this weekend. A little bit of a duo ship on that side of the...
That guy had a toaster in the crowd.
A toaster?
Yeah.
A signed toaster.
A signed toaster. It's pretty cool.
Did you sign the toaster?
No, not yet. I just saw it for the first time there.
Well, hopefully you get to sign it
No,
later
I was
on.
like
Pretty
looking
cool.
around. I was like, I can't see through this. I'm not going to see the toaster, but it's pretty cool.
Signed
there.
toasters. Who knew? Anyway, moving forward, we should talk about what's at stake here at the Global Pro League. Of course, there is so much money on the line. I mean, there's just a crazy amount of money, to be completely honest with you. $200,000 regular season prizing, $500,000 playoff prizing, and prizing available for each regular season finisher as well. Of course, we should take a look at the group format just to kind of keep you guys up to date with how things work here at the Global Pro League. Top 2 proceed to playoffs. Third doesn't make it to playoffs, but does secure a spot for Season 2. And, of course, more importantly, that Call of Duty World Championship in a few months' time. Fourth, it's bad news for you. Unfortunately, you must compete for a spot in Season 2 in relegation. Relegation not where you want to be, of course. H, you're looking at me as if to say, don't mention it, don't mention it. But, you know, you'll be playing in Anaheim throughout that relegation, unfortunately, for you and the Cloud9 boys. But moving forward, we'll take a look now at Group Blue. The current standings today, it is all tied up. Matt, did you see this happening? Obviously, we said this group was close.
No, I thought we were going to come in today. EG would be 0-4. You know, FaZe would be up at top. We'd just kind of be waiting to see who gets second, third between Rise and Fnatic. But yesterday, EG showed up in a huge way. I don't think anyone would have predicted that. Yeah, okay. FaZe.
You did predict it.
If FaZe goes 0-2, I don't think. Did you predict that as well?
No, they should have. Actually, yeah, I did.
You did.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
No,
anyway,
you really did.
All right.
But
yeah. But Ben and Aches have like had this like teaming up here. You know, Ben is just trying to seem like you're giving Ben like little tidbits. Ben's like throwing them out there. You guys are teaming up.
we just work so well on desk together.
Yeah, that's why I had to come here with Momo and man.
Split them up.
Split them up.
Stay away.
As we mentioned, yesterday there were some fantastic games, and today we expect the games to be even better. As we said, truly is all on the line. But for now, we can take a look at a recap of everything that happened yesterday with Maven.
The CWL Global Pro League Blue Group continued with Rise Nation, FaZe Clan, Fnatic, and Evil Geniuses bringing the intense competition to day 2. The first match of the day started with Rise Nation facing off against Fnatic. Rise came out strong, taking the first hardpoint 250-202, then secured S&D thanks to a clutch play by Sunny B. Fnatic rallied to win Uplink, but it wasn't enough to stop Rise, as Felony led the charge to close out the match at the second hardpoint with a 250-143 win. This gave Rise a 2-1 record going into their next match, while Fnatic was now 1-2. The second match featured the FaZe clan against Evil Geniuses. EG, who started day one with an 0-2 record and 0-6 record in maps, was struggling for their first win, but that was about to change. EG broke their 0-6 map losing streak with a surprising hardpoint win against FaZe, 250 to 215. EG carried this momentum going into S&D and took the second map 6-3. EG decided to let the streak ride with an 8-6 uplink victory and shutting out FaZe 3-0 for the win. FaZe was now 2-1, and EG now with a 1-2 record going into their next match. Our third match featured the newly invigorated Evil Geniuses team going up against Rise Nation. EG took map 1 from Rise with a 250 to 237 hardpoint victory, but Rise kept their composure and won the S&D 6-4. EG, looking like a different team compared to day one's performance, held on to win uplink 4-1. However, Rise would not give up, taking the second hardpoint 250 to 173 and taking the match to the first Game 5 of the weekend. It all came down to the 9th round of Search and Destroy, where EG took the revenge on Rise Nation and ended the night 2-0, now with an overall 2-2 record going into Sunday. The final match of the night featured Fnatic and FaZe Clan. If Fnatic could secure a victory, all teams would be tied at 2-2 going into day 3. Fnatic took the first map with a 250 to 172 hardpoint victory and clinched S&D in round 9 to go 2-0 in the series. FaZe, though, bounced back in a nail-biting 3-2 uplink map and tied up the series, winning the second hardpoint. It all came down to the 11th S&D round of Game 5, where Fnatic won the 2v2 and the match victory. Day 2 ends with all teams tied at 2-2, which means those coveted playoff spots for the CWL Stage 1 playoff are still up for grabs. This has been the Day 2 recap for the CWL Global Pro League Blue Group here at Stage 1. Stay tuned for more action as we close out the weekend tomorrow.
A fantastic breakdown of all of the action yesterday. Thank you, Maven, of course, for that. But we should talk a little bit about MLG Anaheim, June 16th to the 18th. It is going to be a fantastic event. Of course, we will have our relegation there in Anaheim. And I guess the question I want to start, Momo, for you is, who do you see is going to finish 4th in this group today?
That is the hardest question you could ask me right now. I don't know. I don't know. From what I saw from day 1 of EG, from day 2, if I'm going to give you a name, I'm going to say EG.
EG.
Which goes against a lot of other predictions, but...
Okay, interesting. I mean, we'll take a look at today's schedule so we know exactly when all 4 of our teams are going to be playing and, of course, who they're going to be playing against. We kick things off with Evil Geniuses versus FaZe Clan. Then we go to Fnatic versus Rise, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic, and to close out the day at 6:30 p.m., Rise Nation versus FaZe Clan. And what is sure to be an epic battle, but the question, of course, is going to be, will that game even matter, Matt?
Well, what I love about today's schedule and just how we come into today is each team controls their own destiny. Yes. Like last week, Cloud9, you guys need a lot of help on Sunday. Like you guys.
Oh, they needed a lot of help.
Well, I mean, no, they needed to win games. They needed map count. There was a lot that went into you guys possibly making it through. It's like EG, they win both their games today.
Guaranteed.
They're in a great spot. Yep. So I think you look EG, they got off that slow start. I think this first series is going to be massive.
The problem with EG, though, is their map count's already so much worse than everyone else. That's the one thing. It's even if you win your head-to-heads, it comes down to that overall map count between a 3-way tie. They're kind of screwed with
And then you have to think about as well, if you're playing for the second time, you have to think about the original score, for example, like the first game is going to be so important.
I would love to know. I will have to kind of do the math and stuff, but I would, if EG, their best case scenario may actually be beating FaZe here and then hoping FaZe loses to Rise.
Right.
And then if EG even loses that second one,
they'll be ahead in map count, though, because it'll be 3-3 and FaZe will be 2-4, so they would actually beat FaZe.
So yeah, I mean...
So best case, they have to win this one and hope that FaZe lose so they can at least get 3rd.
But to your point, coming into the day, EG is sat at a 6 and 8 map count, as opposed to, if you look at Rise, who are currently top, they're 9 and 7. So the likelihood of seeing a 4-way tie, which would be crazy, but it's just so unlikely. I think
to be a lot of 3.
You need every single result to be the correct way. It probably isn't going to happen. But where it gets interesting is, well, what if we had a 3-way tie? That could just be mind-blowing, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, if you're EG, that's the worst case scenario because you already start behind in map count.
Right.
I think if you're EG, obviously your best chance is to potentially tie with a team like FaZe. If you beat them twice, obviously you hold the head-to-head. Or if you kind of split with Fnatic, I think, or even Rise. I mean, everybody is just so close. Rise right now is ahead in overall maps, so that's probably the worst case scenario for EG.
Well, for me in this series, it's must win for EG, right? No matter what, regardless of map count, they have to win this.
Yeah.
If they come out with the same fire they did yesterday in those must-win scenarios, they have a chance.
And then the flip side is true as well for FaZe, right? If you're FaZe, you got 3-0'd yesterday. You have to 3-0 EG right back. You cannot win 3-1. You need to 3-0 them.
And what's crazy, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, is that FaZe comes into this, and they had not lost the best of 5 at LAN other than United and Optic Gaming. They come in, they drop a series to EG yesterday, they lose to Fnatic, in which the Fnatic series easily could have been a 3-0 in favor of Fnatic. It's just a really odd look from this FaZe Clan team this weekend. I'm interested to see how they bounce back today.
Well, we caught up with both Evil Geniuses and FaZe to ask them about their upcoming matchup. Let's take a look.
I expect FaZe to be really good. They've had some really good showings at these tournaments, and they've been one of the most consistent teams. So we got to bring our A game and win our searches and steal a hardpoint or one of the uplinks off of them.
I think EG is such a good team because of just the amount of slaying power they have on the team. You'd think that's kind of weird just because looking at their players, you're like, they don't have a lot of slaying power. But in this game, they actually do.
FaZe is a good team because they've been teaming for about 2 years, and that consistency and just knowing what everybody's going to be doing. So obviously we haven't been teaming as long as them, so they kind of have an edge in that regard.
So in all honesty, I think that team wouldn't work if it wasn't for Nameless. Nameless is kind of the glue that holds them together.
If we're going to take out FaZe, like I said, we're going to have to win both of our search and destroys, and then steal a hardpoint or an uplink. Respawn's been looking a lot better for us. We've been playing a lot more, so going into that match, we're just going to make sure our S&D strategies are on point.
We have the maps. I've looked over them, and I think that's why we're going to beat them. We got some of our better maps. So I'm predicting a 3-0, 3-1. It could definitely go the distance. I mean, you never really know how some of these maps are going to go, but I'm fully confident we're going to beat them 3-0, 3-1.
Well, here is a look at our map set for the first series here on day 3. Of course, Breakout Hardpoint, Throwback Search and Destroy, Throwback Uplink, Retaliation Hardpoint, and a Breakout S&D if it goes the distance. Ake's prediction.
You got to think Breakout favors FaZe a lot, but the 2 S&Ds, those are in EG's favor. Breakout, New, and Throwback, both their best maps.
Well, we could have a fantastic series on our hands to start things up. We can send it down to our wonderful casters. It's Maven and TP.
Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent stuff as always. So, Teep, this is going to be fun. Now, last time they faced off, it was the 3-0 for EG, but how much of EG's run yesterday was because they got that Game 1 Scorch? I mean, at hardpoints where they have struggled in the past.
I think it was carrying them a long way in terms of momentum. Are we going to see it here? They have to come out with all guns blazing on this first breakout, but FaZe has just been so darn consistent on this map this entire year. We talked about how FaZe was electric day 1 and completely the opposite day 2, whereas EG was the opposite. So I guess if you have to pick on the moment right now, you give momentum to EG, but when you see just such differing, results from both these guys from day to day, it's really tough to call.
All right, well, let's get into it. Map 1 of day 3, starting off with Attach. He had, 2 1v3s, a 1v2, some incredible performances in the final match versus Fnatic last night, but it was not enough to steal the victory. They're going to need Attach in a big way here in the respawns. What do you love about him as a player?
Oh, he's so well-rounded, and the fact that he's able to contribute so much on the side of Respawn and Search and Destroy, single-handedly keeping his team in the game last night. But going into this first hard point overall, EG just getting a lot of control over towards that loading side. If you have loading control, it just sort of forces FaZe into this middle sort of spot. It's just a tough spot for them overall. That's why EG's getting so much time right here.
Well, let's see if FaZe is able to battle back, because not only do they need to fight for the hard point, but they need to try to attempt to flip the spawns here, because you see that number 6 popping up. That's going to be Nameless in that back hanger. As we rotate out shortly, they're going to be in a prime position for cell block. But this first hardpoint, usually pretty back and forth, not usually a ton of time coming through. It's the second hardpoint that's going to be big here, team.
Definitely. Looks like EG focusing pretty heavily on this rotation. FaZe is going to try and get as much of this scrap as they can. Looks like they will get the last 5 seconds or so here. One thing you have to keep note throughout this entire day, map count going to be very important for every single team. When you have a quad tie, every single map you have to play to your the highest potential, especially because EG was able to 3-0 FaZe yesterday.
Well, let's see if EG can hold on. This is a strat they talked about. They get smokes out. Clayster sits in the back and I believe uses the thermal to try and look through. And so far it works. The smoke kind of backs them up. Zuma able to find the entry, but they're still holding on due to Havoc. High flying, making plays. He saw a couple players outside doing a good job trying to get the positive angle. Tags up one in the corner, look in vertical, finds the kill. Zuma and crew still trying to break, but solid stuff from EG thus far.
It's a decent strategy from FaZe, though. It is quite tough to break those back spawns, so if you're able to get those smokes in, block those line of sights, and basically just play to contest. You see, EG, you know, they have a decent lead here, but if they don't have those smokes, if they have to take the time to go all the way around, it could be up to 70 points by now.
Well, talk to me about your kind of preferred setup here for our third hard point as we get set up in Graveyard. You see everybody dropping for EG, so FaZe is going to get the hold. Now that they're set up, what are they trying to do?
Basically just get out as far as possible. Basically what Clay is doing right here, you need to get both sides pushed out, but a bit of a mistake, put himself a little bit too far away from his teammates. Nameless is able to take advantage of that and starting off well for him here. So now the flood will be coming in from Cave. Luckily, FaZe able to get those first 2 intro kills there. Could have got a little bit shaky, so Clay was making the play, but just wasn't ready for that guy to, that quickly, I guess.
Well, thankfully, Attach and Enable pick up the slack inside the hard point, and FaZe roaring back in this one. May see a lead change shortly. We're watching Attach as he's making plays mid-map, trying to basically make sure that a pinch isn't going to be an opportunity for Evil Geniuses, but as he fall, you see the collapse coming through. Nameless collapsing from one side, but everybody else on the kill feed is going to be for FaZe.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff from Attach. Just being so annoying towards middle. EG had to waste so much time trying to take him out, and now it looks like FaZe has not only the time, the scrap time, but the rotation as well. They should be set up quite well for Commissary. Clay should be able to win that gunfight. There it is. Stop shooting for just a second. And now EG's in such a pretty tough spot.
Yep.
Looks like Attach is working on some streaks as well, so if he's able to get a couple of kills in the hill and you know, work up to those Trinity rockets, things like that, over towards middle, this thing could snowball out of control.
Well, I mean, outside of Enable, basically everybody going off right now for FaZe Clan Teep, and we know how important streaks are in Hardpoint. I think more important in this game than a lot of titles, just because, you know, you have less kills. Kills matter a lot more due to the spawns in this game. If you can get streaks early, they can be so deadly. Taking a look at it, Attach has 2 kills in a row. Zuma actually at 4. Can we hop over to Zuma's POV just to see how far he is? So he's actually 125 away from it and gets picked off the cover there.
Yeah, I really would like to see him play a little bit safer now. Attach stuck in the 1 versus 3 in the hill, not able to win it. But again, FaZe gets so much of that intro time. EG's just playing for these scraps, and that's what's leading to these scoreboards here. Zuma starting off extremely hot, and that's what you really expect. We haven't really seen the Attach-Zuma duo of old, right? But they're showing it here, such high momentum, and they're just so darn good at Breakout.
Well, really, since Cell Block, when Evil Geniuses got set up first, it's been all FaZe Clan, right? They were to Graveyard first. They were set up in Commissary as well. And now we're going to go through our next set of rotations. It's Enable up top, and I think he's one of the best in the business at getting time in the hardpoint and finding kills in the hardpoint. 4 down now for EG, everybody dropping.
Just crazy stuff. The big 3, Clayster, Attach, and Zuma for FaZe early in this one. A couple of things that are sticking out to me, though. Havoc and Study, look at how low gunfights they have. They're playing slow. That shouldn't be Nameless's job to be in all these gunfights. He is in some of the better positions some of the time, but you need those 2 to just be flying at people.
Well, they made some changes yesterday. You know, Nameless starts to run Centurion because Study's a little bit too slow. They wanted Nameless to be in on the action. You can put a lot more pressure when you have that trophy system to take the grenades, but for Havoc, I mean, Havoc is supposed to be in your face. That's what he's known for, right? But right now he's actually on a 4 streak. Can we swap over to Havoc, see how close he is to building on streaks? Never mind, because we see him get cut down from Attach's POV.
Looks like a big gunfight could be going down. Nameless actually loses that on rotation, so again, FaZe just, it looks like an easy game for them, to be honest. Contesting when they don't have control, using those, you know, sort of odd strategies to make sure EG cannot get a bunch of easy time, and now EG's gonna be forced to go on this wall run. A couple of easy kills should be coming in from Zuma, but no, Nografin wins a huge gunfight there. So a little bit of contest fest going on. Attach needs to hold strong here. 15-5 on a 3 streak, and could get close to the Scarab here. Some shots going into that player, just great stuff. Study falls off the map as well. 5-12 start. It seems like Study's just not having a good one.
Yeah, you know, let's hope this is just game 1 nerves or needing to get warmed up a bit. But on the other side, Attach, 16-5 on a 4 streak. Gonna have a 1-on-1 here inside. That's Study. Study could go huge if he can find a couple of kills as his teammates look to back him up. They're coming from what looks like mid-map and Commissary to set up with him. Study in a key position. This rock here, I mean, you saw what JCap last week get that big 3-piece to close out a game versus Splice. You can go off from this spot. Let's see if he can hold it.
he's going to have to in this one, but able to drop that Trinity Rocket, the Scarab coming in, so FaZe using these streaks at the best time ever, get a 3 clean wipe. EG spawning out so far back in Cave now, and I just really don't think there's a chance for them in this one. The one thing you have to note, though, it doesn't seem like any player on EG really wants to use that NV4. That's fine. Don't use it. It doesn't seem like anyone that's using it on this team is doing particularly well. Just put the thing away at that point.
Oh, dude, FaZe is just destroying them now. We talked about the streaks early on, right? It's the Trinity Rocket, it's the Scarab. They get the break there. You pick Study off that huge spot, and now they're looking to shut it down. 25 more points needed. They can't win on this particular hard point, but they're doing a hell of a job trying to close it out quickly. It's now Enable on a 4 streak. Make it 5. 200 off the Trinity Rocket. There's one more player to push him here. Will he be able to find the kill? I think Clayster actually gets it over the top. So as we look to rotate out, it's going to be EG in a prime position. They find the 2 kills on rotation. This is a map I know we see a lot of crazy comebacks, but surely, Teep, is this too much for EG?
It's got to be too much, but one thing as well, got to give some props to Enable. A really rough start for him. I don't know how FaZe is able to get up that wall run and pick up those 2 kills too easily. This is looking like day 1 EG, not good at all. They're not holding these setups, and now Zuma's trying to end this game. Trade's going down, so they do hold on for just a little bit. There is a good chunk of time here, so the dream's still alive a little bit.
Yeah.
But Enable being to bounce back. I think he had like 3 or 4 kills and then went on back-to-back 4 and 5 streaks respectively. Got some streaks, and that's why FaZe is up so many points.
Well, yeah, that Trinity Rocket proved crucial as they broke Cemetery. I mean, if you get a flawless hold from EG, maybe you're right back in the game. But they've got to play perfect hard point now. Only 4 points needed for FaZe. Havoc trying to stay alive, catching a nade, dipping out, but this might be it here if the break can come through. Just need a couple of ticks. FaZe is in, and FaZe will take game 1 in a very commanding fashion. This looks a lot more like day 1 EG and day 1 FaZe, right?
And that's the big thing we talked about, though. Like, they got scorched so many times yesterday, EG, both those first points in Hardpoint. And that's just huge for them. It's so much momentum. It's a close-paced map. You're getting in a lot of gunfights in terms of warming up and things like that. So, you know, you see sort of the weaknesses shining through from EG. They're not as well-rounded in a lot of these hard points. And how easy was that for FaZe? Probably too easy.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, you at least don't get 100-point clubbed if you're EG, but nothing else going right. Was there anything that stood out for you that was the problem for Evil Geniuses? Or is it just maybe game 1 nerves, FaZe back on form?
Basically, FaZe, when they didn't have control, EG was doing a fine on a lot of those intro rotations to those money hills, as we usually call them. The biggest thing is they allowed FaZe to get in so easily, and always the first person from EG in the setup would just be in kind of a bad position, get taken out, and that's what allowed FaZe to contest all of that time. So while EG had a good setup, they weren't really getting any time on the scoreboard. They're letting FaZe to just, especially Cellblock, just dance around, just weren't getting points.
All right, well, now we're going to be going to Search and Destroy. You know, we've talked a lot about how, you know, this EG team was built for Search, but they didn't really pull it together until Dallas when they ripped off 85% of their S&D games. What can they do here to match up against an electric FaZe squad where Attach has got a hard carry in Search and Destroy? What can EG do to steal this game too?
I think they just need to play to their overall strengths. Like, you have Nagafin use that sniper. We were giving him a little bit of crap yesterday for it, but overall, wow, just look at that. Grave, just nothing EG could do. Granted, the second one, they had the Trinity Rocket and Scarabs and things like that to worry about, but EG, it's really cell block. Yeah, the score is even there, but when EG had those initial rotations, they weren't able to do anything from it, and all FaZe had to do was contest a little bit. They should have got more points there.
Absolutely, and maybe the smokes from FaZe kind of providing that. You know, you throw the smoke on the outside, kind of little rafter there, whatever you want to call it, and they can lay in the smoke. Zuma was just prone in there for a bit, just making sure to contest, not worry about finding kills. Some excellent strategies coming out of FaZe Clan, but it's now all going to be about the game 2 Search and Destroy. And interesting enough, you know, you saw Attach say, whenever I'm going clutch, whenever I'm making those big plays, the team seems to lose the game. You know, they lose the game against the 1v4. They lose the one yesterday where he pulls off a couple 1v3s and a 1v2. They need more of a team effort, and I think it was Enable that struggled big time in Fnatic in that game 5 last night.
And that's been sort of an issue for FaZe. I don't think in this game particularly, but back Black Ops 3, there were several times a big Search and Destroy where they needed someone like Enable to step up. He just has those 2-8, 2-9, 2-10 games. You can't have it here. We finally saw that yesterday. It's the most important thing you have to note, though. Enable's probably been their most consistent player in Infinite Warfare, so you can't give him too much flack. Yeah. Probably just a bad map, wasn't feeling comfortable, but going against EG, EG's very, very good at a lot of these search and destroy maps.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I tend to agree with you. Nagafin going to make an impact with that sniper. I can't remember, was the Breakout S&D, was that game 2 or 5?
I believe it was game 2.
All right, so this will be, you heard, I think Pat said on the desk that, usually if you have a new map that teams haven't scrimmed a lot, you have to give maybe a little. Okay, so it is going to be game 5. All right, so we're going to go to throwback. So Nagafin sniper is certainly going to be in play here, but if we do go to a game 5, it'll be interesting because you have the experience of FaZe Clan. They played together for several years now, but if it's a more like raw S&D talent, I think outside of Attach, I'd probably side with the EG crew.
Oh, definitely, especially from what we saw in that last map on Throwback when FaZe was playing Fnatic. Attach was the only reason they were winning those rounds of those crazy 1v3 situations. Fnatic played those late round situations extremely poor. So going into it, FaZe needs to completely change their strategy, in my opinion. Maybe start going over to that baseball side of the map, controlling that a bit more, because whatever they were doing at Bridge, it wasn't great.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for Attach, that could have been a 6-0 quickly. If things didn't go his way in some of those clutch moments. They're going to need a big performance from him, but the rest of the squad has got to step it up. Who's your guy to watch outside of Nagafin for EG if they're going to take this?
I need to see more from Study, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, you've seen those moments of greatness from each of the players on the team. Where's Study been? Quiet, not the same electric player we're used to seeing, and he's always been sort of inconsistent in his whole career, to be honest, but he usually gets some of those moments where he can hard carry a game. We haven't seen that in quite a while now.
Yeah, I mean, if you think back to a couple of events last year, he could have been my MVP. He's an emotional player. He's a streaky player. If they can get him hot, Pat said yesterday that a lot of it is on Nameless in the sense that he is kind of the chain reaction. He's the energy guy. If he gets hyped, the rest of the team gets hyped as well. But here we go. You see, it's going to be Nagafin with a sniper to kick things off. Let's see what angle he goes for. Typically, it's up over the top of this mid roof. And will he be able to find one? There it is! Onto Attach. He's already out. Tries to snap onto a second. Now back down. There's a second! Zuma's head is gone. Clayster is the last alive. Is this why you wanted to highlight Nagafin?
Oh, definitely. I'm not a huge fan of the sniping in general in this game, but when you're hitting shots like that, you can't doubt the guy at all. Clay now stuck in the 1 versus 3. He's able to get 1 kill against Nameless, which is pretty huge, but really, he's got a lot of time to work with. Could get this bomb down somewhere, but it looks like the flood's coming in.
Let's see if, it doesn't look like he's going to be given a freebie. Couldn't get it around the edge. Doesn't get challenged from a second, but everybody there, like a swarm, Clayster is gone. And it's the high flying from Nagafin that kicks things off. A couple of just dirty snipes there from him.
And if you're FaZe there, you can't feel down on that round. He's just hit some 2 crazy shots. You can't back down from middle, and that's what a lot of teams do. They get sniped 1 or 2 times. That player that plays that underpass, rushes middle quickly, they start to not go there. You just have to keep doing it. You have to basically bet that Nagafin can't hit shots like that every darn round.
Let me check Nagafin again. Yes, I want to see which one he goes for. It's going to be over the top to check Lemon. Nobody there. It looks like you're going to have a big hit. Now, did Study see them all hit? Because 3 fly through. It looks like the call-out did come in. It turns into a 3v2 quickly. Clayster and Attach now looking to make a play. Clayster able to turn into a 2v2. Attach finds one as well. It's now Nameless by his lonesome. Nameless is gone. And that's a round and a defuse for FaZe.
Attach's positioning is just so darn good in Search and Destroy. He's never puts himself in a risky sort of situation, and that's something teams struggle with a bit. When they're just going to do that normal strat where they just plant the bomb over or under bridge, you should be able to get that trade extremely fast. FaZe doing a good job of doing that there.
All right, well, we're tied up at 1-1. Some sick plays from Nagafin on the EG side, followed up by electric plays from Attach. Shot of the EG squad there as they're dialed in here for round 3. It'll be offense for Attach. You said they have to keep hitting. It's Nagafin up top, and you see that snipe go through, but this is exactly what you were saying. You can't back down. You have to be aggressive because you're still able to find kills like that.
You didn't hit the shot again, so you're good to go. Attach gets that first blood over towards middle. Clay picks up a second, so a good round from FaZe, not backing down at all. Exactly what you need to do. 2 versus 3 situation now. Nagafin's stuck with a sniper, and this is these late round situations. Yes, he's had some cool clutches, but it's mostly with the pistol, not really the sniper.
It is. Well, they're going to know there's one at Lemon now. Able to back him down. 2v3 scenario. Make it a 1v3 as Nameless has to do everything. He's already found 2 kills. This would be for a 1v3 ace. A player pushed through back Grandma, so he's stuck here in the middle Can he get a nice timing on the backside? He does. Perfect. Turns it into a 1v1. 1v3 ace possible here for Nameless. One more player to find. Has to find Enable on the map. Also has to work the defuse. And look at Enable.
Beautiful.
Going a long way around. Does he opt to stick this? I don't think he's going to have time regardless.
Expect Enable just to do a quick peek. Check these on the bomb. Some shots going down. Nameless trying to do his best, but Enable just played that absolutely perfect. And that's why we saw all those clutches yesterday from all these different teams. Enable, in those 1 versus 2 situations, the players would just try and make some sort of crazy play. Enable realizes that, oh, I can back down. I have plenty of time to wrap over towards Lemon and check that bomb. A huge play from him and an easy round.
Well, he just knew from Nameless's position where he picked up that second kill, there's no way he's going to get the bomb quickly enough, right? He had the time to wrap it around, finds the kill. Great stuff from him. Can Nagafin be a difference maker again in these rounds? Going for the same snipe over by Lemon. Nobody going to be peeking. You can see there's a lot of pressure on the top side of the map towards the A site right now for Clay and crew.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting setup from FaZe on this one. Setting up for a definite retake, and I just completely disagree with it. If you don't see anything towards that site, you should probably rotate a bit earlier. But regardless, it's trying to go on this flank. Looks like a 2-2 split from FaZe. Can they find this first kill?
Well, Clayster trying to push through the back. It's Study getting involved. He's 2-2 right now. Havoc also on the board. It's going to be a 2v4 battle with needing to find the defuse. Zuma doing everything he can, at least picking up a kill here, but time just dwindling on the clock. They've turned it into a 2v2. Can they get it done? 15 seconds left. This is a round EG should not lose, but they've got to make a play now. One, laying behind Bus, playing it slow, not enough time to work with, nobody on it. And that's what happens when you get a quick plant like that. They stack 3 at A, no one gets there in time to get a quick plant, you just don't have enough time.
It annoys me. Why are you 3 stacking A like that for that much time? The initial stack completely fine. You're trying to see if you can counter around very quickly, but you don't see anything. Obviously, they're going to the other site. You just have to make a move a bit quickly, and then they waste too much time in the 2 versus 2 situation. You got to set yourself up for somewhat of a chance, even though it's a tough situation.
Yeah, I mean, you have another 10 to 15 seconds there, and maybe you clutch a 2v4, which I don't know that EG should have been in that scenario anyway, but FaZe almost able to clutch up. There's not enough time on the clock. It's tied up at 2-2. It's been a back and forth affair. You can see the progress towards Camo for Enable, which could be a big player in this one. He'll be running the bomb. Typically, you'll see the Camo player on most teams, outside of maybe Cloud9, where the bomb carrier will have Camo build towards it a bit quicker.
Enable pushing up a little bit far with the bomb here. Doesn't decide to get this down, so we're going to see if this player in the back, which is Study, going to see if he can find any of these players towards back Rambo, but no, Zuma has that E-Rad, gets the better of Study to get that first blood. Number advantage to FaZe.
FaZe in control of another round. Taking a look at Clay there on mid-bridge. He's right above Havoc. Finally, he finds him. I was going to say, I think they're stacked here. He does get the kill. 2 players left. This is where it's tough to have a sniper, but not tough if you're Naga. You know how strong he is with a pistol as well, but there's 35 seconds left. Bomb has not been planted yet. If Nameless can find a kill right below him, he hasn't seen him yet. There it is. He's turned it into a 2 versus 2. Guns another. Nameless with 2 big ones. Now it's all Zuma for the clutch. The pistol as well. That's a 2v4 for EG. Wow, how are teams getting these spots? What did FaZe do wrong there?
I guess just stacking 2 players so far under that bomb site, you just don't have very good line of sights. But I feel like it's just more Nameless being at the right spot at the right time. He catches that first player at Sidewalk. You didn't see him for a second. It was a little bit scary. But once that player plants the bomb, right when his teammate gets taken out, he just doesn't really have a chance. As the bomb guy, you're like, do I go left or right? He made the wrong choice, unfortunately, and they get clutched up.
You tell me there's a 2v4 and one of the players on the 2 has a sniper, I'm going to say you're never going to win that. Yeah. But somehow they pull it out. Nagafin zips a bullet past the head of a FaZe player. Now, Zuma trying to be very aggressive. Prides himself in his fast play and ability to find these first bloods. The timing window is there. There it is. Now he's got to get away with his life. Can he exit? There's another tagged up. He gets that as well. Zuma will drop. It's quickly a 2v2 teep. And let's see how this plays out. Both FaZe players pushing mid-map, able to win the gunfight.
Good stuff. Just so much aggression from Zuma. That's exactly how FaZe need him to play Search and Destroy. If he's able to get up Sidewalk, but that's one thing on Throwback. Teams are just so bad at watching Sidewalk on their offenses. I really don't understand. More teams should really abuse it because the sort of setup, they have the NV4 looking over towards middle and over towards the left side towards Lemon. You don't really give yourself. There's that fence on Sidewalk covering it. It's just a free lane a lot of the time.
If you're playing back bus, you should be able to see it, right? I know there's timing where it ends up being, hey, I'm worried about the flank. So much time's gone by in the round, but it was still pretty early. You think, was that maybe a little bit of a blunder in movement there for Nagaton? Otherwise, he may have had a shot, but Nameless gets the job done and gets that first blood.
Yeah, Attach gets caught with his pants down a little bit with a grenade in his hand. Just a free death at underpass. That shouldn't be happening, and they decide to go for this plant right away. It should be a clean wipe for EG. Not sure why that sort of strategy went down and just a clean wipe. I just don't agree with that at all. Attach gets taken out. They decide to keep going with the plant, and why?
Well, Havoc showing him the teabag there, Teep, and this has been, it's like no one can win a back-to-back round. Just back and forth between FaZe and EG. If you are just joining us, all teams coming into today with a 2-2 match record. So different from what we saw in week one. Every match matters, every map matters when it's this tight. EG, now with an edge. What is FaZe trying to do here, team?
Looks like a little bit more aggression up towards middle again. Clay in his normal spot with this NV4, trying to gain any sort of information. Just looks like a pretty straight up round, to be honest. Both teams just going to be in their normal spots. The bomb does go down, a retake, and is FaZe going to make the same mistake again, taking a bit too long in this retake. Havoc picks up first blood again. It looks like it's just a repeat round.
Well, Zuma found the kills mid-map in the previous defense, not able to do it here. A lot of pressure on Attach. Can he clutch up? Not able to do so. It's now on Clay. Instead of Attach being in these clutch scenarios, I feel like it's been Clay now left alone. That's 3 or 4 times I feel like he's been the lone man standing. Not good spots, though. They've all been versus 3 or 4 players.
Props to EG. They are very strong on this map, but something FaZe has always been really good at is their ability to adapt into these in-game situations. There's no adaptation happening here. They're just letting EG walk wherever they want towards the bomb site specifically. They're not contesting that A site at all. Like, go fight them at least. These rounds are just so clear-cut for EG. It's just a huge mistake from FaZe, in my opinion.
All right, well, let's see what FaZe can do on the offensive side of things. Nagafin again over the top. How annoying is it to play against somebody like that? Flying through the sky, you don't even get to get involved in the round.
Quite annoying, but they do answer back. Zuma with this ERAD has been deadly towards middle, 7 and 8. On the kill-death ratio for him, and looks like a plant going down. The camo should be earned after that one, and FaZe should be able to win this with these payloads, but Nameless has the camo as well, decides to pop it.
So Nameless hits the camo, trying to make the play. Nagafin hits yet another snipe, but Enable, he used his camo well. He's in behind. It's gonna be Nameless. Burst Enable, both camos have been popped. So nothing to work here, and look how close he is to streaks as well. Yeah. Nameless 50 off this Trinity Rocket. And it's going to get checked. I don't think he'll get there in time, though. This isn't going to kill him. He's not going to get there in time. He's not going to get there in time. And Nameless gets the defuse. EG with the victory, and they're right back in this, buddy.
Good play from Nameless. But it's so easy. As soon as you hear the Scarab, you know it can't kill you on the bomb site. So he obviously called it from far away and Enable in that 1v1. It's a blunder. It's a bad play. You can't rely on a Scarab in that sort of situation when it's not going to definitely pick up a kill.
Yeah, I can imagine the EG guys were all yelling, stick it, as soon as he hears that Scarab. Heads up plays coming in from EG, and what was really back and forth really till our 6th round. EG took over those final 3. It seemed like you were more I guess not as impressed with EG as you were kind of knocking FaZe for the way they were playing. What was FaZe doing wrong? So for S&D players at home, what was really bugging you there?
EG has a very consistent setup on that map, and it's obviously working. Why would they change, right? They're winning a bunch of S&Ds. FaZe, stop focusing so much on middle. Allow Zuma. He was doing just fine there on his own. I think they should have literally just stacked a bunch of people over towards that site, A site down low, and just try and pick up that bomb planter right away. If you're able to pick up that first player on the site, they don't get the plant down right away, and you don't have to focus on those long retakes. It's so hard to do on Throwback. You have to contest the site. You have to.
Well, you heard Nameless say in the video before this, they have to win both S&Ds and steal the respawn. Will it be the uplink? We'll find out after this quick break. Let's take a look at our G Fuel key player matchup. These are two guys that had polar opposite performances day 1 and day 2. Talk to me about them, Teep.
It's such a great matchup overall, both the sort of main AR players on both of these teams. But going into this map number 3, take note of those uplink KDs on the bottom. 1.2 for Nameless, 0.84 for Clay. Who's going to be the difference maker? Who's going to have that day 3 polarizing performance? Guess we're going to find out.
They've been up and down, but they are 2 studs for their roster. That is it for your G Fuel key player matchup.
What happens when you witness a shipwreck?
I have no idea. What is it?
You let it sink in.
Did you hear the horse and the pig are dating?
Nah, I didn't hear that.
They're in a stable relationship.
What's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman?
That one's a man and one's a woman?
Nah, snowballs.
Oh my God. What's large, gray, and doesn't matter?
Cold.
An irrelevant.
What's that? What is that? An irrelevant.
I have no idea.
What did the wall say to the ceiling? I'll meet you at the corner.
How does a train eat? It goes choo-choo.
Great stuff there from the duo of Study and Nameless, and these are guys that have seen a lot of success together in their career. I mean, you think back to, what, 2014 when they get 2nd place at Champs. That was maybe, God, the best weekend of Nameless's career from a player standpoint. I remember how electric he was, but these guys have they've played together on and off for a long time.
Oh, definitely 2 of the best players we've had in the Call of Duty competitive scene for years and years now. Nameless has been playing since, well, forever.
Yeah,
since
really.
COD came out, really.
Yeah. He's one of the old school guys for sure. But they're going to need that. You know, we talked about Clayster and Nameless and how Clay goes off day 1, Nameless struggles day 1. Nameless goes off day 2, Clay kind of struggles day 2. They've both been a little bit up and down. This uplink's going to be the key. Nameless has been he's been great in respawns. At least looking back to yesterday. Nameless needs to have a big performance here if they're going to beat FaZe, though. This is not going to be an easy test at all.
Definitely. I think the uplink is going to be the decider of the entire series, to be honest. And with all these ties, it's just crazy situations that can go down. If it comes down to a head-to-head, let's say all teams finish 3-3, for example, EG will win the face-to-face head-to-head versus FaZe due to the map count because they 3'd them the first time.
And they took winning that game too was the big thing, right?
Yeah, that's huge there. However, on the overall scheme of map count, EG's isn't that good in comparison to the team. So
yeah, they were 6-8, I think, coming in. Right above them was 8-8, so they're behind in 2 maps, basically, which they need to pick up. But, I mean, the key thing here, I know it may come down to map count. It likely will, but it's just winning series. If you win both your series of the day, you're in. You're playing for $500,000 in just a couple of weeks. But it's going to be Throwback again. It's going to be Uplink. Who do you think's taking this?
I have to give it to FaZe. They just look overall more dominant in respawn on all of the different game types in comparison to EG. In terms of Throwback, though, EG could be fine here. I just think they need to get the waves of kills and really get those spawn traps set up. From what I saw from Fnatic and EG yesterday, though, or some of the previous uplinks we've seen this weekend, is just really simple mistakes, not taking the drone the right way at the right time off of kills, basically not emphasizing certain map control at a time.
All right, well, it's map 3 between FaZe and EG. Who's going to take the edge? Nameless pushing top mid, finds one before Enable's able to pick him off. The kills will be traded back and forth. Nagafin was the last man up top mid-map, and now Clay's going to be pushing to this strong position. So you get up by bus, you can kind of cut off this side of the map from EG. There's an entry kill. 2 more pushing him in front, maybe play his life till he gets a bit of help, or catch a nade to the teeth.
Good nade from Nagafin, clearing Clay out of that bus area. Zuma trying to get on this flank a bit. We're used to seeing that sort of strategy from him. Doesn't get to pick up this kill at window. It's a huge one. No, Havoc able to get that one. That's a huge gunfight in terms of map control. Looks like EG does have control of the drone. They are working towards Lemon pretty quick here.
They're trying to make a play, but Attach is holding strong in window. Does he go for the melee? Tries to. But Nagafin able to pick up the kill. Nobody really able to get the drone outside of mid-map, just trying to fight for a little bit of control. That's 2 kills in the way of FaZe, but it's like, it's just back and forth. As soon as 2 kills go down, they try to push in. Somebody's there on defense. That's 3 in a row for Havoc. There's 1 more player top mid, but now you gotta go. Nagafin gets it. The drone is forward. Havoc trying to get in a strong position here. Saw 1 push into window. There's 1 there in Grandma's. Clay gets tagged up and has to back down.
Just such a good push from Havoc. 3 kills, and now being the lead blocker, picks up 2 on the point. Does he get the 3rd? Oh, it's so darn close, but he does get that player weak. A 4 dead. They do get the 1 in. They have drone control. They have control of the base, but can they get another point? It's going to be a bit tough here.
And it's hero plays like that from Havoc that can be the difference down the stretch. Now, you're still pressured if you're FaZe. Attach at least finds a kill. Their Clayster comes through as well. So, and Zoom on the board as well. So you've cleared out your base. You're now trying to set up again. There's only really 1 player left from EG, and he will now fall. So it's FaZe's turn for the attack as they work their way up the map, but quickly the kills going right back in favor of EG.
Study absolutely dominating with that NV4 on that right side of the map. EG gets control of middle and drone again. Getting into this top red and top green building towards that middle of the map allows you to push out that lane so much easier. A wide flank coming in from Nameless though. Can he pick up any of these players in the back? It's such a heads up play. Obviously made that call to his teammates. If he can pick up this player on point, a 1-pointer should be coming in soon. He does get 1. Trades going back and forth. Does FaZe hold strong? It's going to be quite close. Havoc has the drone at the back. Does he get the 1 off? Yes, he does. A huge play from Havoc.
Yeah, he may have even had a dunk, depending on the angle from the lone FaZe player, because everyone was coming off a spawn. You see, they all spawn out in courtyard. They're going to start the flood in towards mid-max, but Havoc already set up here in Lemon. That's going to be an easy gunfight win for him. So far, the only offense we have seen is from EG, and to be fair, FaZe hasn't been great in Uplink this weekend. Remember, Fnatic beat them 7-0 in the first series, where they showed little to no offense. There's a 3rd point for EG. Was the 7-0 from Fnatic here on Throwback? I think it was, to kick off the first series of day 1. So this is not somewhere where FaZe Clan is necessarily going to be lights out. In fact, they look kind of abysmal right now.
Yeah, FaZe just doesn't really know what to do in terms of getting map control back. Study's just dominating with the NV4. Luckily, Zuma picks up 2 kills at middle. They should have a good wave of pressure here, and you just have to give props to EG. They're playing this map strategically better. That wide flank from Nameless was absolutely awesome. Now Study's just being so annoying in this top green area, helping his teammates out towards middle. Another wipe. They have drone control again. They have map control. It should be a 1-pointer again in the next, 20 seconds or so.
I mean, it's crazy when you take a look at the slang. Yes, EG's ahead, but not by that much. The big difference is, I bet 90% of EG's kills are coming basically on FaZe's side of the map. FaZe's kills are all on defense. Like, they can't do anything offensively. Here they're spawning out again, having to overextend. Guess who's ready? It's Nameless sitting up top. He's already picked off 1. EG is playing this perfect. FaZe can't do anything.
What are they doing?
They're just getting lined up, team.
Trying to overextend. Another 4 dead. A dunk should be coming in. There is 1 player. Zuma is there to contest, so the 1's just going to be able to drop in. 6-0 lead for EG. Playing this side almost perfect, to be honest. FaZe, they are doing a good job of clearing out their base, but another heads-up play. He knows he doesn't have map control. If he can just get behind them and pick up 1 kill, this is Nagafen we're on now. Going up to top green. They're going to try and grab the drone. He's going to take out this player. Just beautiful plays from EG all around the board.
And this is, it is a frustrating map in the sense that you do get shot in the back a lot. There are a lot of quick flanks when you're spawning out, or just a long flank. You can get in behind. It just seems like it has never been FaZe able to do that, except the very beginning Zuma attempted to. They've been playing off the back foot the rest of the time, and whether it's been Nameless getting in behind, you've seen Nagafin do it as well. Havoc has been able to complete too. So, God, I mean, what can FaZe change here on the second side? They're getting blown out.
He's going to try and slow it down at this top side. The drone is going up towards underpass. Nagafen cleans up the 3, trying to force the drone in, and wow, everything pointing towards EG in this uplink, and probably in this series if they can close this one out. Just impressive play overall from all the players. It seems like the communication is on point. I'm not sure who's being this sort of shot caller right now. Probably Nagafen or Nameless, a mixture of both. Both those players utilizing those flanks at the perfect time. It's fine if you give up middle map control. If you can just get behind and get 1, it stops progression, and the other team can't score.
I'll tell you what, from what I've seen of this FaZe team, you've been great at times, but it's almost like they need to go back. They need to play a lot of Scorch Hardpoint. They need to play a lot more Throwback Uplink, because those are 2 that they have not been good on. Clayster going to be trying to clear out of his base here. Just toss it for yards and get gun up. Timing ends up great as he feeds a kill to Attach. And maybe now we'll see a bit of offense. But the second it seems like they get a couple kills at mid-map, it's 3 to 4 down for them immediately. And look at this, no hesitation. EG is forward. Nameless is out front. He's got Nagavan over his back. The lead blockers are there. Havoc up over the top. He wants to go for 2. The final kill, is it in the back? He doesn't even need it. There's the dunk. 8-0. Evil Geniuses, and the bag's out again.
Some crazy pushes and fast pushes coming in from EG. Nagafen opens up with a 3-piece. He's 18 and 12, getting so close to the payload abilities now is EG. FaZe needs to do something, and something quick. Look how many confrontations Zuma has had. 35 compared to the rest of his team. I feel like they just need to up the pace a bit, but you saw Clay and Attach make a huge mistake. They had control of middle right, and they just both get taken out instantly. Study just dominating up towards top green now, has a bunch of weapons in his back pocket. FaZe just looks all out of sorts.
It's funny, you know, I interviewed Clayster when he said the thing about EG that he thinks is really solid is their slaying ability. And when he said it, I was like, really? Like, it's not something you think of with these players, like he said, but he's like, in this title, they can do it, and you're seeing why he said it right now. Every player positive, every player with more kills of everyone outside of Zuma. But now, it is FaZe trying to make a play. There's 2 kills. So if this is EG, they are immediately in, immediately trying to find points. You got to make a play here. The spawns coming in for EG. The pressure coming in for FaZe. They're flying in right now. You need some kind of points. No one's been able to open up anything. Surely a 1-pointer goes through now, and FaZe is finally on the board 7 minutes into this uplink.
Good push. Finally get some points on the board. Enable just gets absolutely destroyed at Barn. You look at the scoreboard as well for him. 9 and 19. Nothing going in Enable's favor. Zuma seems to be the only person, I guess sometimes Attach as well, but the only person on FaZe really doing his job to the best of his ability. Can't really knock him for what's happening in this one when they don't have middle map control. But it seems like the common issue from what I've seen from FaZe, just in general, since this team has formed, is they don't seem to understand when they need to play their life. A pass coming in, a dunk for Study again, working on those streaks as well. The overdrive's activated. Look how close all of EG is to the payloads as well. This game could get out of hand very quickly.
And the scary part too, you know, Clay, if you're gonna come back in this, it might be behind like an overdrive from Clay or a camo from Enable. You're not getting that camo. There's not a damn chance. He's not even halfway towards earning it. So some of your big play abilities aren't even here. And time just completely against them, but now another scoring opportunity. I mean, you can go for ones, but that won't even work. It's Study up high with the pick.
Centurion going down from Nameless at the underpass, and I said get out of hand. Well, they're already up 9 points.
Yeah.
Really, once these payloads come into play, it could be easily a 14, 16 points for EG on the board, but they're just playing a bit of keep away on this baseball side. Just going to toss the drone off, get the reset. So FaZe does have a bit of map control, but what do you know? Another flank coming in. Nagafen has a scarab. He has the camo. So much utility for EG still. FaZe is just, I don't think they have any chance.
Oh, they've got to do it now. They need points desperately. I mean, you basically need a point every 10 seconds right now if you're going to mount a comeback. But problem being, drone is actually in the hand of Evil Geniuses. And they're coming forward again. Camo's going to get popped. Guess what? That's a dunk. He's got just enough juice. 12-1. 60 seconds left. You know, maybe you thought, if you thought it was a fluke day 2 and, you know, EG could not hang, guess what? It's not.
Well, a nice little overdrive from Clay. He gets the dunk on the board. 50 seconds left. Still a 9-point deficit for FaZe, though. And I was talking a lot about I needed to see more from Study. We're getting it. Interceptions. Slaying with the NV4. So much map control for him and his team. Havoc and Nagafen getting 3 pieces left and right. And then Nameless just been Mr. Consistent for days 2. And now 3. 28 and 21. A team performance from EG. And I'm just super impressed with how they played, how much composure they showed on this map as well. FaZe look absolutely lost, and if you would have asked any of us a couple of weeks ago if this type of play would ever happen, you would expect it to be from FaZe, not from EG.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Clay actually plays a pretty sneaky spot there and finds a 3-piece to make sure no more points go on the board. Unfortunately, his overdrive play, the clutch at home, all going to be too little, too late for FaZe, and Nagafen lighting it up. Game 3 goes to EG, and they are now in control of this best of 5.
You have to note as well, map 4 is a Retaliation Hardpoint, one of EG's better maps, and I feel like Havoc might be individually one of the best Retaliation players, just from what I've seen from his map knowledge, his movement when it goes on rotation, maneuvering towards top plat and hallway and all those types of things, but man, was that uplink impressive. FaZe needs some work on Throwback, and they need it quick.
And Retaliation too. I mean, you know, Nagafin likes to spend all of his time in the air. When he's got that in before, he'll be very frustrated to deal with on hard points like Bridge, where he's going to be just a nuisance with that particular weapon. I mean, the best part for this for EG is, yes, you have a big map advantage now over FaZe, but the other thing is you're guaranteed a game 5. So you know that you outclassed FaZe in the search and destroy. The recipe to win, Nameless said, like, we can win our searches. We have to steal one respawn. They did that. They did their quote-unquote recipe. Yeah. So the series now in their hands. But if FaZe proved anything yesterday, they went down 2-0 to Fnatic, fought back, pushed it to a game 5. They have the potential to fight back in a series. But God, I am fully on the EG side now, buddy. Imagine if FaZe doesn't make it into top 8 to play the playoff.
That would be absolutely insane. Imagine they go to relegation. That'd be nuts. The predictions would be absolutely, you can't predict that.
And they've been throughout the year, a top 3 team, one of the most consistent teams performance-wise outside of Optic and United. And now they may not even have a chance to play for the $500,000. Now, if you're a FaZe fan, I know, and it's not over yet. There are still a lot of matches to play today, but you do not want to start off with a loss, because that's how it started yesterday for FaZe. They didn't rebound in the second series. You see all the guys just apparently playing on Twitter. EG looks relaxed.
They're seeing all their compliments after that last map. It was very, very solid play. So
it was. They were bordering on flawless. So going into the hard point, you talked about how good Havoc can be on Retaliation. What do you like about FaZe on that particular map? You've got some. Is that where Clay went on his crazy streak? May have been a different map.
That was a throwback.
Yeah, you're right.
But overall, I think both teams fairly even on this map, to be honest. I am expecting it to go, I don't know, like a 250 to 180, maybe even 200-point game in terms of, I feel like both teams are just so good at holding a full 60. Their setups seem very solid. They both have that aggressive pressure when they are holding a hard point in terms of Havoc on the side of EG, and probably attaching a mixture of Zuma as well. I feel bad for Zuma on that uplink, to be honest. You expect him to be that high confrontation guy, going a bit even, maybe a little bit positive with that SMG. He was doing that. He was the only one that had any sort of presence towards mid-map. The rest of the team just wasn't quite there.
Well, you talked about Studdy needing to be the guy on EG, and he stepped up in a big way. We sat down with Studdy and talked about what his greatest MLG moment has been. Let's take a look.
My greatest moment at MLG would most likely probably be Anaheim back in when I was on Black Ops 2, when I first turned pro with Ego. That was my greatest moment because I felt like I was on top of the world. It was me, Ricky, Gucci, and Ego, and we qualified, beating Envy 3-0 just to get top 8. That was my greatest moment.
You hear about Studdy, back in the day, the early days we first got involved in competitive Call of Duty at MLG Anaheim and Black Ops 2, and this guy still competing at a high level. He has been, I agree with you, super inconsistent. Really, I mean, that kind of defines his career, though, right? If he gets streaky, he starts to go off. The good thing, this is one of those series where it looks like he could explode.
Yeah, the highs have been high, the lows have been quite low for this guy, but when he's been streaming, I think going back to Anaheim and Black Ops 3 this last year, remember that map or that series, probably the best individual series we've seen from a player in God knows how long.
And that was versus FaZe, right? I think he dropped, if I remember, like a 50 bomb in a hard point, like 40 in the uplink. It was crazy. It was one of the most ridiculous series we've ever seen from a player. Can he muster up that strength when Evil Geniuses needs it most? On the other side, FaZe Clan. It just seems like the attitudes between the two teams are so different. Where FaZe maybe looks kind of hyper-focused, locked into this, EG looks very calm and relaxed. Because when you think about it, is there a lot of pressure on both teams? Of course, they're trying to play for 500 grand. But if you don't think there's more pressure on FaZe, you're insane. I mean, EG is the last team in. No one, I mean, some people expected them to come top 2, but they weren't a lock for #1 like FaZe was. So the pressure continuing to mount for FaZe.
It's elimination day, and that's where the stress comes in. Every single map you lose, all of these teams, that stress just builds and builds and builds. So, especially after a map like that, EG's just feeling good. Everything they, you sort of strategize going into a map when you just dominate the other team. You're just kind of hanging out, having a laugh about it, to be honest. But let's see if FaZe can bounce back here on Retaliation. That first hard point was kind of a wash, to be honest. FaZe absolutely dominating, but I feel like EG just isn't very good at Breakout overall. A lot better here on Retaliation.
All right, well, here we go. Game 4. FaZe needs a victory to push this series, continue to keep their hopes alive for the $500,000 playoff. First kill coming in from Clay as he's looking over the back. The reload in. Should be able to clean up Study, who you saw was very tagged up on the back line. All the kills going the way of FaZe as they'll get the first bit of control.
Another solid round of gunfights for FaZe. A lot of intro time from them, and that's pretty consistent as to what we saw on Breakout. They're getting those initial rotations, the intro set of kills, and getting a lot of early hard point time on many of these hills. EG doing their best to contest on this bridge hill, usually a bit more contest heavy, not too much time going either way. Nameless with a big 2, though, to secure his team some control.
You know, we talk a lot about this map. We say it basically every time. You cannot give up streaks early, right? They'll be so important. They can decide a game, you know, at that mid to late game every time. And you'll see when Clay's picking up kills, that hardline bonus that pops up allows him to work towards streaks a little bit. It's what your first 8 kills, you get the plus 25 on it. So he's, I think pretty much the entire FaZe roster has been running that most of the weekend. Let's see if they can get streaks going early, because that would be a decider for this team.
Some split spawns coming in from EG. 2 of those players spawning towards market, the other 2 towards this hotel side. FaZe holding strong, though, pushing out all sides of the map so darn far. Ooh. I feel like EG just is doing a very poor job in hardpoint in general of dying in the last 5 to 10 seconds of the previous hardpoint. When they do that, you get the spawns for the last hardpoint for the new hill, and that's why they are and have been spawning so far out here. Look at the scoreboard. FaZe just locking in so much time early.
Yeah, they look poised to pick up more. EG trying to soar over mid-map, but Enable still here in Bike to trade the kills. Zuma has control of plat, so you're definitely getting these final 20 seconds or so. Plus, you see the 5 and 7 on the minimap. That's going to be Clayster and Attach already set up for the next hard point. So they're going to be here at Cathedral. Clayster sees a couple going up over the top, and that's where players like Havoc and Nagafin, that is what's so annoying about them. You know, they're so good at finding kills when they're up in the air. It feels like Clayster had to watch like 40 different angles there. They end up picking it up, and now look, all of a sudden you have EG in the hard point. It's off to the races.
Some huge gunfights, one over towards that left side curve. Attach just needs to wait for some support from his teammates. Enable just challenging a bit too early. They are setting up a push, but every time a player over challenges like that, they have to wait just another 5-10 seconds. It allows the other team to get right back in it. And FaZe had a solid lead. That's basically gone. 30 seconds left here at Cathedral. Should be an easy hold for them. One more player. Nagafen's just been snapping this whole series, along with Havoc picking up the other kill. Havoc getting a little bit loud. Apparently liked winning that second gunfight there at Bridge.
Well, he started out 0-3, and he started to pick it up. You spoke highly of him coming into this game. Can he keep it going? Streaks starting to build for basically everyone on EG, but as Havoc falls, let's go over to Naga. Naga now 7-5 with a 4 streak. He's 225 off of picking up that Trinity rocket. If they can feed him some kills here and get those all-important streaks on Retaliation Hardpoint, it would be huge. The key fight is what? Winning it for Cathedral, then also here for the Destroy building. And what have EG done perfectly? The Money Hill rotation, they have been shutting out FaZe. This is beautiful stuff.
Beautiful pinch from Nagafin and Havoc on that broken hardpoint. Enable's positioning, though, on that rotation was quite poor. He has an NV4. He needs to be where Havoc is now, or maybe on that left side over towards that bridge. If he was positioned a bit better, they may have hold, but regardless, EG making the heads-up play, and so much time from Cathedral. Now broken. They have such a crazy lead here. They're trying to end this series very, very fast.
And again, these streaks, man. If Nagafin can pick up just a couple of kills, he tags one of the back, knows the pressure is coming forward, flies out. There's that hardline bonus. One more kill. He is 1 bullet away from the bombardment. Doesn't get fully streaked, but he has that Trinity rocket, which can come into a big play on Bridge, you know, getting set up for Cathedral, getting set up for the Destroy building. Basically anywhere on the map, that Trinity rocket could come into play.
Definitely. Looking at the scoreboard a bit here, the slaying just very, very even, to be honest. A couple of players just -1 or plus just a couple, but you can just see how much more important those rotation fights, and most importantly, Nagafin's starting to pull away. 10 and 6. Yeah. Every single time he picks up a kill, it looks like it's a 2-piece.
And what's crazy is that's how at least the early game looked in the uplink. It was pretty close in slaying. EG's just playing better than FaZe right now.
Way better.
You got 3 down for FaZe. Let's see if EG can keep rolling. 30 seconds remaining here in Hotel Hallway. You're gonna have Nameless watching the back bar. He should have a free, well, he may have had a freebie if he pre-aimed that for just a second more. FaZe trying to collapse from all sides. Nice movement there from Nameless to dip out, play his life, and now he can get back in the action. It's Nagafin following it up. Nameless tags him. He's the bait. Naga finds the 2 kills. He's working on another Trinity rocket.
I feel like he should just get out of the hill, call his, oh well. So much for that plan. But basically call his Trinity to try and get another Trinity rocket over towards Bridge. I feel like that would have been an extremely heads-up play. But regardless, FaZe looks like they are winning this initial rotation, and they need it so badly. The fact that EG was able to get so much time from Cathedral to Broken to Hotel Hallway just should not be happening.
Here they come, though.
The Trinity rocket gonna break this setup. Nagafin picks up 2. Can he get the 3rd? Yes, he does. Zuma gonna be the last one alive now at Broken. Luckily, they get a bit of a closer spawn because he is there. But so much more time going to EG's favor. FaZe has no utility to try and break besides their guns, and that's not going too well.
And that's exactly why you'll hear us talk about the streaks, man. It's wide in the open. Where are you going to hide here? Under a teammate? Like, the streaks coming, he gets 3 with the Trinity rocket, all you could ask for, and that ends up being, what, 20 or so seconds. Thankfully, FaZe is able to break back. I mean, otherwise, this game's all but buried.
Absolutely huge break. This 30-second scrap not going into EG's side, that would have got them up to pretty close to 200 points. FaZe needs every chunk that they can get. Fortunately, looks like Attach is working on this streak. 50 from the Trinity rocket. He needs to get this. Like, this is the whole game. If you're Attach right here, he has to play safe and conservative to get this Trinity for them to have even a shot.
Because remember, the key on the other side, Nagafin didn't get the bombardment, so he only had the Trinity to work with. He doesn't have any more streaks. Now you're 50 away from getting the bombardment. It could be huge. He comes up just a little bit short as well. But now FaZe at least has a bit of a streak advantage here. They're still trailing by 60. They've got control of lower streak for the time being. Study and Nagafin find a few kills. Nobody on FaZe in the hard point at the moment. Nameless trying to go ahead and break through. I was waiting on the collapse from FaZe. Here it comes. I was like, you have 2 players surrounding this hard point. Where's the collapse?
A bit odd. Communication seems to be a bit off. Nagafin just winning every single clutch gunfight, and that's another 15 seconds of scrap to get them up towards 200 points, unless FaZe is going to try and contest. Looks like they are trying to, but there is help. They are rotated, but EG's been quite good at breaking.
Okay, exactly. So I wanted to ask you that. So remember the first time through. FaZe set up perfectly at Cathedral. What did EG do perfectly to break in? I mean, they took control so fast.
Those high wall runs. Havoc able to get 2 intro fights again. That just cannot be happening. FaZe does not know how to play safe. They basically don't know how to camp at the right times. Havoc going to get the ace to clear out the hill, probably. FTL from Clay coming in, trying to stay alive for as long as he can. But looks like they're going to get wiped out. A streak is going to come back in from Attach to clear it out. They just need this time. He does pick up 2 players with it, so a heads-up play. Zuma going to be able to get control for this last 30 seconds, probably.
I mean, think about what just happened there, how important streak is yet again. I mean, Havoc gets 3 kills to open it up. That would have been a solid 40 seconds going to EG, which basically puts the game away. The streaks for Attach, I mean, they only got, what, 10 seconds from that, and EG busts right back in?
Study. In such a great spot, all he needs to do is stay alive. A perfect play from him. He could literally just win the game for EG if he just gets one of these kills and waits for his teammate to get a little bit of support. He tries to walk in the hill. I think he heard that player for just a second, but playing it smart. He doesn't need to give his position away. Havoc with another intro kill on the break. Picks up the first player. They had no idea he was there. Study making the game-changing play. It's so simple, right? But he just stays alive. Oh, luckily FaZe, Clayster, able to get 3 to break him out, but still, I love seeing stuff like that.
Clay goes massive. Study with the patient, sneaky play, but thankfully a Clay 2-piece, able to put it back in their advantage. So they're trailing by just under 80 points. There's 30 seconds they can pick up here if they're flawless, but it's Nagafin and Aimless cutting it. Zuma shuts down the payload. Attach here as well. It's all on Zuma now. He's going to be in a 1 versus 1. It looks like Study is waiting for his teammate to come in and collapse. There's still a good chunk of time here going to be able to earn. Enable covers them. Here's one more in the back. That's a big win. You continue to pick up time as FaZe Clan is just clawing and scraping back into this.
Beautiful stuff. Attach and Zuma just about even, and most importantly, Clay turning it around. Those 2 couple of kills to break in to get that broken time. And man, this game's pretty darn close now. If they can get a nice chunk of Hotel Hallway, Clay with a big intro and playing his life. A huge place from Clay. Can he get this gunfight as well? Yes, he wins it. So a nice streak from Clay, only 2 for him, but he's turned his score around massively in the last couple of
And the whole team is, right? You got a couple kills in a row for Clayster and Attach, 3 in a row for Zuma. They've started to build here. If they can get some streaks out of this as well and it goes back to Bridge, that's where they can potentially win it. Kills traded nicely for FaZe. Attach finds another. They're only down 30 seconds. Can they keep holding on? You see the spawn on the left side of the map coming in for EG. They've got one more crack at this.
These streaks, again, we were on board with him before, getting this Trinity Rocket 175 points away. Oh, maybe he should have played his life, but he has to help his teammates. I don't really mind the play there. The Trinity could have made the difference maker, but EG has control.
EG
only
here.
About
EG
5 seconds.
Here.
I think they have it. Attach can't get inside. That should be it. It's over.
EG gets it done again. What a day 2. What a start to the day 3. My God, like, if you thought the 3-0 yesterday was a fluke, they now beat FaZe 3-1. Is this a matchup thing? What's going right for EG, buddy?
EG's playing fantastic Call of Duty overall. The skill is shining through. Obviously, all the teams here are extremely skillful on an individual level. I think they just got it together. They were switching around payload ability, switching around weapons, all this sort of stuff the past couple of months and in day 1. They figured it out 100%. Their S&D is consistently good, and they're starting to figure out these respawns, most importantly. The fact that they can take respawns consistently versus FaZe of all teams, it's impressive.
Well, you know, it's the movement of players like Havoc and Nagafen that impress me. You know, each time at Cathedral, they're going up high. You know, this is Jetpack Call of Duty. You're playing in the sky when you're trying to go for a break, and they're some of the best in the business at getting those kills up over the top. You saw it happen time and time again on key rotations for when FaZe Clan had a perfect setup. You know, twice we saw them a 4-man layer between Market and Cathedral. They're set up to pick up a ton of time. Instantly, basically, EG's able to bust through.
FaZe did a great job of trying to fight back in that hard point. Clayster, really all of them making huge plays, but just not quite enough. EG secures it and takes the lead in the entire group.
Well, maybe the best player in that series. He was electric with the sniper and in the respawns. We've got Courage on the stage with his best buddy, old pal, Naga.
Thank you very much, Maven and DP. Great stuff from you both. Also great stuff from Evil Geniuses. They just beat FaZe for a second time this weekend. An overall 6-1 map count. Did not expect to see that. I know even some EG fans probably didn't, but first, Jared, I want to talk about this series because the way you guys played in the first hardpoint compared to the fourth was much different. What really changed for you guys? What was this better about Retaliation?
Well, what went wrong for us in the first map was once we lost the initial rotation of the first cave hill, it kind of was all downhill from there because we always had to push into like head glitches. We had no control, nothing we could do. And then by the time we hit the fourth map, we just had momentum.
Yeah, you could definitely see how you were all shooting on the same page, and that's a big thing for this Evil Geniuses squad because early on, I used to tell you all the time, I would listen into you guys scrimming and watch your guys' streams, and you all just seem to be out of it. Someone was arguing with another person. Now, though, you seem much more composed. What's changed with the shot calling? How much better is it in the team communication for you guys?
I think we just all realized that we just have to play our best. Like, if we don't play well, we just get frustrated with ourselves. That's where that comes from. I think we just learned to put that past us because we kind of argued a little bit Friday. As you could tell, we didn't win a map.
I'm sure it would tilt anybody going 0-2 with an 0-6 map count, but that's behind you now. You're now 3-2 in this group. One more series to play up against Fnatic. Expectations for that series. What are you going to do up until that point as a squad?
What we're going to do, I guess let's go backstage, warm up again, shoot my gun, and just be ready.
There it is from Nagafen. The guy just went off in that series versus FaZe Clan. EG in a great spot, but they've got one more series to play later on today. For now, though, our analysts to break down match number 1.
Thank you very much, Jack. Fantastic, of course, to hear from Nagafen as well. But what a start to day 3. EG come out, look so good. I mean, that has now just blown the group wide open. I'm sure everyone's predictions have gone out the window as well. All right, Iggs, okay, maybe not yours. You did say EG was going to win it, so I'll give you props again. But, I mean, a lot of people coming into this weekend, I mean, Iggs, even you must have had FaZe coming out top of the group, no?
You had to, right? Like, consistent-wise, they were the best team at every other major event before the Pro League, right? So this is surprising. I mean, EG's been on that top 8 bubble for a while, but to come out and take first lead on day 3, it's scary.
FaZe was the only team coming into this weekend you weren't worried about.
Yeah.
You were just like, oh, like, you know, Rise, like they struggled in Dallas. You don't know how they're going to do. Fnatic, can they beat anybody in Respawn? There was a big question mark. EG, I mean, they just barely qualified to get in. There were a lot of question marks. What would happen with them?
And now they're sitting at the top of the group.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like completely just
The thing for
shocked.
Me, the FaZe that I'm seeing this weekend is not the FaZe we've seen at all 3 other events, right?
Yeah, well, this is when it matters the most.
This is a different FaZe completely. I think Enable was their best player before. Where's he at this weekend?
I'm wondering, Enable's had some very slow starts, not just today, obviously, being the first game. Yesterday, he started an uplink, I think it was Frost, 0-8 or 0-9. But Glacier as well, it's been hot and cold for me, and that's the one thing that FaZe, can rely on sometimes is consistency. And going into this whole pool, I had them, FaZe 6-0, let's discuss the rest of the group. But they're sitting at 2 and 3. They're bottom right now.
And before we break down that last series, me and Aix, whilst that game was going on, had a little bit of an interesting conversation. I asked him a question. I was like, well, Enable, he's a camo player, right? We all know how powerful camo can be. If he isn't having a good weekend, should he maybe think about saying, hey, someone else take camo this weekend? Because, I mean, he isn't getting it. We've seen respawns now, countless, where he hasn't even had 1 camo Aix. That surely isn't good enough.
So we did the same thing on my team, right? Like, Assault wasn't getting camo at Dallas. Not Dallas, I'm sorry, Paris. And he didn't get it once. So I was like, all right, I'll take it because I had our best S&D statistics. And I came here, and I had a poor day 2 and 3 with camo. It's the same thing. It's like, your camo player has to do good. There's a lot of added pressure on him to perform, and if he doesn't, it really puts you in a hole.
And it seems interesting. I know we were talking a little bit about it when we watched it, but it seems like either Enable plays well and Clay doesn't play well, or Clay plays great and Enable doesn't play well. Like, it seems like those are the 2 players they just can't get going at the same time. And that's a big worry because you look, I mean, Attach and Zuma, they're the ones who are going to be like, in your face, just flying at you over and over and over again. If there's not those players in that back line picking up those kills once those guys drop, that's a huge worry for this FaZe team.
And outside of just respawn, Search and Destroy especially, like, all weekend it's been the Attach and the Zuma show. Where is Clay and Enable and Search?
Very true, very true. Well, now talking a little bit about this series, we'll start with map number 1. And Momo, it was a fantastic start for FaZe. I mean, they come out, they look great. Attach goes 21 and 8. You have Study going 7 and 17. We're sat here thinking, all right, well, FaZe is about to come out hot like we expected.
Yep.
But, I mean, it was just an interesting one.
It was interesting, and we saw the day 2 Attach go straight into day 3, and for me, I was thinking, he's going to steamroll this whole series. He's on fire. I think he ended 21 and 8 on that, and overall, that was a game mode as well where Enable started slow, but he was just carrying them through that. Clayster had a good game. Yes, they weren't playing together, but when Attach is dropping 21 and 8, the team was 104 to 6. The disparity of those 2 on the Cave Hill, I believe it was, you're not going to be able to put a fight. And like Nagafen said on the stage there, they were always on the back foot. And I think when FaZe gets control of Breakout, they run away with it. We've seen that time and time again.
I think that's when we all expected FaZe to win, though.
That's what I'm saying. That's the FaZe you expect to see in Hardpoint, right? Control the entire time, rotated almost every money he'll set up perfectly in those head glitches, like ready for EG just to come at him. That wasn't the same FaZe that every other map after that.
Very true, very true. Then we move over to the Search and Destroy, and this is where EG bounced back. They take the map 6-3. But despite winning Aix, the way they were playing some of those 4 versus 2 situations, I mean, we were watching TP cast that. You could see him shaking his head. He wasn't pleased. You weren't pleased with it either. You shouldn't be allowing teams to make it even a chance. They shouldn't have a chance at all.
Yeah, this Search was mistakes galore all around. I mean, there was so many rounds EG got the first blood, and just, why are they so spread out? Get together. You have man advantage. You can just trade out this round. They luckily clutched up some rounds where FaZe made some mistakes under the 4v2 with Naga and Nameless when Naga had the sniper. That round shouldn't have happened. There was just so many mistakes in this S&D in general that was weird to watch.
And the Scarab. I mean, I think we have to talk about that. Like, it's so frustrating to me. Like, last year you could use this, like the RC, the XG in a 1v1 situation because if you got it right on the guy, it would take him out. It's like completely different in this game. I mean, the Scarab gets right on him. It doesn't take him out. You just can't take yourself out of your player in a 1v1 situation.
No matter
like
what, almost. Unless it's a Trinity Rocket, which is a guaranteed kill. Like, why are you scouting for information with 22 seconds left on a bomb? Like, he has to come to you. You know exactly where he's got to be. You got to play information.
And then you put yourself so far away that even if you get him weak, you can't, like, go quickly around and trade it.
The bomb wasn't planted for you either. So, like,
is that a confidence thing, potentially? Not good. Though? We touched on, a few moments ago, Enable maybe not having the best weekend. Memo, in your opinion, obviously, you're a former professional player yourself over in Europe. Is that maybe him just not feeling confident?
It's confidence, yes, but I think it is that on the day or on the weekend, if you like, and he's just not turned up. He's not the Enable which we saw obviously in Paris when he was dominating. He was arguably their best player at some of these tournaments coming into this, and definitely kind of one to watch. But I also think Throwback has just been the kryptonite of FaZe. On game modes, their S&Ds, their uplinks, they've been very poor. Fnatic just rolled over on that. The S&D, the last couple of times we saw Attach get a 1v4, 1v2, 1v3, 1v3, and they've lost it 3 times to Rise, Fnatic, and EG.
It's like the maps that you have to play extremely fast on.
Yeah.
I mean, Throwback, you have to play extremely fast. Scorch, yesterday, they lose that. You got to be fast on that map. They're just not able to win them. They're just not playing at a pace that is going to win those maps.
You see Attach and Zuma doing really well on Throwback. Just they don't have a help. They need to. I think Clayster and Abel need to really figure out what they want to do to assist those 2 players on their team. Maybe go top window. Maybe follow them in a middle map. Something to help them out. Because you see Attach was on fire. Constant ERAD 2 pieces. Zuma, same thing. They needed some help in middle map.
Worth mentioning as well, Nameless gets himself 2 camos in the search and destroy. Ironically, didn't pick up a kill with either of them, but he still got them. And of course, managed to get that defuse as well to close out the search and destroy. Then we go into game 3, and it was at this point, we kind of looked at each other saying, oh, there's no way EG can dominate. But they did, 12-3. And to be honest, it just looked like FaZe collapsed. I mean, look at the first half, 6-0.
Yeah, 6-0, and that was where I'm thinking, oh, hang on a second, this is exactly what happened when Fnatic played them on Throwback Uplink. It just seems like almost they know what they're doing, but they're just not doing it at the right pace. I feel like they're playing 2 different games. Attach and Zuma are playing, at this pace, and on the other page we've got Clay and Abel doing 2 different things. I think they need to be on the same page. When they are, they're fantastic. They're a top 4 North American team, but when they're on 2 different pages, it just gets a little bit messy.
And if you're FaZe, I think it's worst case scenario when you see that map come up and you start to get going and you see Study topping the scoreboard for EG. I think if Study plays well for EG today, they can go 2-0 without question. I think Study is the biggest question mark for EG coming into today. If he plays like he did in that game 3 throughout the rest of it, this is an EG team that can find themselves in the playoffs.
That's the key. You need that game 3 study, the 1.62 study, not the game 1 study, 7 and 17. You watch
Definitely don't want that one.
You watch that first map and you're thinking, oh god, this could be bad news for.
Great point, Ben.
And when Study's doing so well, it takes so much pressure off the other guys. I mean, you saw Naga did well that map, Havoc did well that map, just kind of able to play their role, right? You saw Naga and Havoc getting behind enemy lines, getting those important 2 pieces that open up map control for EG. They played it flawless, and what's weird for me is I'm pretty sure Throwback Uplink is one of FaZe's better maps, and this twice now this weekend they just haven't shown up on it.
And again, without for beating a dead horse, you look at the camo players score 13 and 27, and Abel doesn't even get halfway to his camo aches. It just, I feel like. Do you consider at this point of your FaZe, you have 1 game left, right? You have 1 match left. Do you maybe sit back and say, all right, let's try something different?
I mean, no, right? Because you still need Enable to perform regardless, right? Like, he has to be that guy that he's been. So I think it's really just Enable needs to take a deep breath, go outside, just think about it, take these distractions away and come back and be that Enable.
I also think if you do, like it's such a weird situation because let's say you approach, like let's use you, for instance, right? Like, if I knew you weren't playing great and you're not getting camo, we have 1 big match, and it's like I come to you before with the 2 of my teammates, and I'm like, hey, like, we think we should take camo away from you.
It's like,
that's basically us saying, we don't trust you to play good anymore.
And then
like, that is something you can't
imagine
do.
you switch and then Enable goes off and it's like the next player doesn't get the camo.
Yeah.
It's a weird situation for sure.
It definitely is. Moving forward, though, we'll take a quick conversation now towards map number 4. EG, they come out and they have a fantastic start. I mean, you look at Cathedral, FaZe rotate on the initial hill, but it was EG getting a full 60 on the first rotation. I mean, EG played that so well.
Yeah, me and Matt were actually in the back, and I looked down for a second, looked up, and EG had just kind of struck a 50-point lead. Nagafen was going, off. He was playing one of the best maps I've seen him play all weekend, actually. And it wasn't just the kills; he was getting the score streaks. The score streaks we, could have been maybe used at a different time, but overall, going into the kind of longevity of that map, EG were just kind of always 1 step ahead because of that initial Cathedral, and that's for me what Retaliation is all about. You get that initial lead and you build up those streaks, you can start fending them off at lower market, you can kind of hold bridge a lot easier, a lot of open areas, and that's why I think, EG kind of just roll with it. They had the momentum.
I hate to be the guy, but FaZe rotated to Grave twice and got broken twice, and they also rotated to that last broken hill, which we were on board with Study, and we saw him sneak around the back and hide there. FaZe had the control in 3 money hills and gave it up each time. That can't happen. It was twice on that Grave hill. They just completely threw away their life for absolutely no reason, sliding into gunfights that weren't needed. That just can't happen.
It's just with this lineup, I think, at this point. Like, they were so confident. And I remember the first time they lost to Optic Gaming, like, on LAN, it was like, that was like the one thing they were still holding on to. Like, the one thing that they still had, like, over everybody else. And since then, it's like, every time in those type of situations, like when FaZe was making the comeback in Hotel Hallway, I would have been like, okay, FaZe is winning this game. Like, they always seem to clutch up. Like, the last few minutes, like, Clay's screaming, they're all getting hype. And they just can't do it anymore. Like, they just don't.
They don't chain their kills together like
Yeah.
they used to, right? Me and Ben were sitting up here, and when Naga used his streak early on in Bridge, that's when we got scared. But the same thing. FaZe out-rotated the Grave, but they just broke it anyway. So it could have been in FaZe map, but I don't know. EG just clutched up.
FaZe definitely digging themselves into a little bit of a hole. EG, though, sitting pretty at the top of the group. However, there are still so many games to be played today. And we'll see, of course, who will walk away with those top 2 spots of the group. That's everything for now. Coming up next on the main stage, it's Rise versus Fnatic.
Day 2 for the blue group is complete, and my X Factor of the day goes to Evil Geniuses Nameless. Evil Geniuses went into Day 2 with an 0-2 record and 0-6 in map wins, but it did not deter Nameless and his team as they won both their matches today. Nameless led the team against FaZe as they shut them out 3-0. Nameless was huge in the Game 1 hardpoint as he rallied his team to come back big to take that Game 1, which led them to go on to win Game 2 and 3. Their second match of the day was a redemption match against Rise Nation. Nameless was huge, helping them clutch Game 5 S&D against Rise Nation, giving them that 2-0 undefeated day. With the NV4 in his hands, Nameless had a .74 KD. When he switched over to the K-Bar, he lit the scoreboard up, finishing the day with a 1.14 KD with the K-Bar in his hand. And that's why Nameless is my X Factor of the day. Stay tuned to find out who will be my X Factor for Day 3 of the CWL Global Pro League Blue Group tomorrow.
What I know about Rise as a team, they've fell off quite a bit since the start of the game. Like the last event, they won like 1 game after pools.
What I know about Fnatic specifically is that their S&D is really well. It's what's carried them to this point. Pretty sure in Europe they're like one of the best S&D teams, so definitely have to beat them in those S&Ds if we want to make it a quick series and not allow them to prolong the series.
I think the difference in this matchup will be is our S&D. I know their S&D is good as well, but I reckon ours is better, so I think that will be the difference.
I think if we're rolling, the first series against Fnatic may be a 3-0, and then if we just keep that going, I think we can 3-0 them both times.
I think to be able to beat Rise in like a respawn mode, I just think we just got to match their aggression, push them out, like don't give them a chance to breathe, just keep pushing them out. I think the outcome of this match will be, I think we'll beat them in both series, 3-1, 3-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have a fantastic day 3 starting to develop. And up next on the main stage is going to be Rise versus Fnatic. Of course, we have already seen this series once so far this weekend, and it went in Rise's favor. Mark, I know before we came live, you were kind of saying, all right, let me just kind of recap exactly what happened in the first series. Yeah. In terms of the 3-1 win for Rise, in your opinion, how comfortable, I guess, was it the first time we saw them play?
Yeah, very comfortable. The only map that they dropped was an uplink, which we thought was pretty surprising on day 1, but Fnatic's uplink has been stellar all weekend long. I mean, Rise, they didn't look too great yesterday. Fnatic still making a lot of mistakes in their respawns, but, you know, it's definitely going to be a tough match.
At this point, do you think it's fair to say Rise looked like the most consistent team this weekend? Is that fair to say?
I guess. It's really hard to pick, though, when everything's so even. But definitely the most inconsistent is Fnatic. I think Fnatic looks the most, the team with most potential. They make a lot of mistakes. They don't secure these wins when they really should. They do like steps 2 and 3 really well. When it gets to step 4, they just kind of mess something simple up. But they're still able to get that clutch win last night versus FaZe in a crazy round 11. And that should probably do them wonders going into today.
That round of 11 was... Yeah,
it was shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, yeah, it probably shouldn't have happened. It should have been a 6-0 to Fnatic. But obviously now, as we mentioned, Fnatic versus Rise. Up next on the main stage, we can take a look at our map pool. And I'm curious, because I want to get your opinion, because your predictions have been on point all weekend. So I'm going to keep referring to you until you get one wrong. Take a look at it. It's Breakout Hardpoint, Throwback Search and Destroy, Throwback Uplink, Retaliation Hardpoint, and a Breakout Search and Destroy. Who takes the series?
I have to say 3-1 Rise.
3-1 Rise.
Fnatic take the Uplink.
Yeah, to me, Throwback Search and Destroy is probably the one Search and Destroy I feel like Fnatic doesn't have an advantage. We've seen Rise play on it, and they've seen pretty well. But it's just a map to me where Fnatic, that sort of teamwork that they have where they rotate bomb sites differently, it doesn't play as much as an effect because it's such a small, condensed map. There's rotating can be very fast. Fnatic, what they like to do is, sort of do a 3-1 split, get as much information as possible, and gain information. It's a lot harder to do on Throwback.
For me, I see Rise taking game 1, right? Breakout Hardpoint, that's just a map they're favored in, right? I mean,
we saw Fnatic,
they got
FaZe.
a really slow start and then brought it back. I just don't feel like Rise is going to let that happen. Rise play a really together style of Hardpoint, right? They get that map 1 under their belt, they take map 2. They're better at Throwback, in my opinion. We saw yesterday Fnatic was really just wishy-washy all game on that Throwback S&D.
And that's sort of the issue. Fnatic, their respawns, they've just started slow, similar to some of the other international teams we saw last week. That can't happen here. Hopefully, they've worked on those mistakes. You're looking at Tommy. He talked about it yesterday in his interview. If he plays well, and those twins keep playing well, this is going to be a crazy series.
Very true, very true. Must-win matchup. Up next on main stage, Rise versus Fnatic. We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Courage and Mr. X.
Let's have some fun up here, gentlemen. This is going to be a huge series for the outcome of this weekend, but even more important than the series, finally, Matt and I were casting together.
I know.
I've gotten away from Maven.
It's been a while.
Feels good to be back up.
It's always good to get away from Maven for a bit. You live with him here. You live with him in New York.
We work out together. We work together, obviously, on a full-time basis. We literally...
I know, me and Scott Gandhi, thank you very much.
I'm making a major sacrifice in my life, but Matt, I need to ask you really quick.
Yes.
For the viewers at home, what is the importance of this series right now? Everyone knows, every team was 2-2. Now we know EG up at 3-2, FaZe at 2-3. Fnatic and Rise Nation about to play things out. Break this down for me.
So, in terms of Fnatic, right? I mean, they do not own a tiebreaker over FaZe. Okay. 1-1. Now, right now, they're 1-0 against EG. they're 0-1 against Rise Nation. So they need this win here to split against Rise Nation, get some more maps in terms of overall map count. If you're Rise Nation, you're the one team here that controls their own destiny. They have an easy way to first place. They win both their games today. They're looking really good.
Let's see if they can get it done. We're watching Rise Nation off the break. Felony, who we've seen some up and down performances from so far this weekend. When Rise are at their best, it is when he is performing well. Off the break, it is 3 kills for Fnatic right away, as they will get control of the hardpoint.
And I love how different these two teams are. It's like you have Rise Nation, like Aix was saying, they play really together, really structured, they know what they want to do. On the other side of things, you have Fnatic. The twin brothers, they're absolutely insane. They could do anything at any time. I mean, we see yesterday, not enough time to plant the bomb. They go over attempting to plant the bomb anyway.
Yep.
You see, it's just a reckless playstyle from Fnatic. Just two completely different teams going at it here.
And it's fun to watch. They're a team that are flashy. You know Tommy is probably aging twice as fast as a normal human being, trying to be the leader of that squad with the brother duo in Scraps and Wuskin right now. Those two a combined 3 and 4 off the break of this map. Rise will get the scrap time, but if you look at your minimap, Fnatic do have a presence towards his back cell block hardpoint. Some key engagements, though, about to go down now, Matt, for the spawns.
Yeah, but you do see Fnatic holding on here, picking up a few kills in the feed. There's one member of Rise Nation trying to get behind enemy lines, and that's going to be Felony. He's got one player to his right, another to his left, able to pick up one, but Fnatic doing a fantastic job here, holding down cell block. And Jack, I gotta say, this is a Fnatic team that would be very good in respawn game modes. They just need Tommy to show up a little bit more. Sunny B comes in, picks up a fantastic 2-piece. But if Tommy plays well in these respawns, Fnatic can hang with anybody.
He was his biggest critic last night. One of my favorite interviews I've ever done in my career. If you haven't had the chance to watch it, go back, look for the VODs. It's after the final series of the night. Tommy, I thought he was about to break down and cry on stage. The guy was very upset with how he was performing. A very stressful match, obviously winning it in Game 5. Right now, currently 2 and 5. Still, his respawn struggles continue in the slaying department. But again, he brings more to this team than just the stats in game.
Oh, without a doubt. He is the leader of this squad. You look at the 3 players he's playing with, not a ton of international experience before this year. Nope. He kind of sticks with them. And I think he's actually given them a big vote of confidence, right? When everybody's making changes in Europe, he comes out right away before anything goes down. He says, hey, we are not changing our roster. This is the roster we're going to go with. And you see, they are just playing with so much confidence. Tommy flies over the top, picks up 2. They break grave right away.
And I think it's a testament, too, to how great of a leader Tommy is and how much of a factor he can be in European Call of Duty. When Fnatic, when they picked up the squad, he told them, listen, we will not be the best team in Europe right off the bat, but give us time. Let me build these new players up. And now they've gotten to this point on the verge of finishing top 2 in this group.
Is Tommy the most underappreciated player in Europe?
You could absolutely make an argument for it. I mean, when it gets talked about with the legends of all time, I mean, you throw Swanee in, you throw Mad Cat in.
Oh, Jerd.
Tommy, yes, it's brought up, but I don't think it's more of a stat thing or his slang. It's more just like what he's done at European events, but still, his leadership, I mean, I would say he's the best leader in all of Europe.
Yeah, I think it's hard to just kind of put like just a value on what he brings to a team, right? Yeah. I mean, when you talk about some of the best players in Europe, we're always talking about, Bance and Zero, Jerd, Mancat, those types of players, Swanee, in past years. And Tommy's right there. I mean, he's playing with those guys, helping them win big moments. You see Wuskin now on a 5 streak as Fnatic. They break Commissary, and they're just blowing this game completely open.
All 4 players right now involved for Fnatic. You see Scrap spots 3 on the wall run. He'll back on out, does not challenge. The pinch does come in from Tommy. Matt, the big outlier in this game. Yes, Rise Nation, 3 of their players are struggling. Look at Looney.
Yep.
1 and 11 with 0 seconds in the objective.
No bueno.
This is literally a 3 versus 4 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Looney is not giving them anything. I mean, literally nothing. I mean, he's got no objective for them. He's got 1 kill.
I would love to see his total score.
This is rare. I mean, you see the gunfights he's losing. Looney is a fantastic player. He brings a ton to this Rise Nation team. But right now, just getting off to a really rough start. I mean, this is so uncharacteristic from Looney as a player.
Absolutely. Right now, Wuskin on a 7 streak, 1 kill or assist off this bombardment. He's just going to dance around the hard point for the moment. We know streaks can be very useful, mainly on this map for that Graveyard Hill. Unfortunately, though, no cover from showers. Does get cut down. Looney with 2 kills right there, doubles the amount he's gotten for the rest of this map. And during this time of Looney's 1 and 12 start, Matt, Fnatic have twice the score of Rise.
But the Rise Nation team does keep it kind of close here, Jack. If Looney, turns it around in the second half, I mean, Aqua, quite frankly, not playing much better than Looney. If those 2 players turn it around in the second half, this is what Rise Nation could easily come back and take.
Rise Nation clawing back into things. The rotation, though, towards cell block last time was dominated by Fnatic. They had players in the spawns from, well, even 25 seconds out. Again, they have the full setup they want. I want to follow Rise Nation through this push for the break, see what they can get done. It's engagements like this that they have to win to try to force these spawns out. We're on board with Felony right now as he wraps back towards middle map.
Yeah, Aqua won one gunfight, but they just were not fast enough to get to that back area and force those spawns out. You see right now, Fnatic, they know what they have to do. Just keep trading these kills out, Jack. They have that spawn control. They're doing a fantastic job.
And I love being able to see from this perspective because we typically watch a team inside the hard point, right, as they're holding this push. Look at how frustrating this is for Rise Nation so far. They've tried to push from 3 different lanes, now just going for the outer wall run hit. Already the lead back up to 70 seconds for Fnatic. Looney at this point, he's not even trying to get kills. He's just trying to dance around and stay alive. There he gets cut down. A full hold on cell block again for Fnatic. They're going to have a 100-second lead going into the Graveyard Hill.
And now, Rise Nation, I mean, your best chance is to hold Grave, then you hold Commissary. Maybe you get some streaks. You start to get closer to those abilities. And then you just kind of hope and pray you can get control of cell block on that third go-around.
In that interview last night with Tommy, he brought up how they were being outslayed by 20-plus kills, but only lost the hard point by about 25 seconds. Right now, they're outslaying by about 14 kills, but they're up by 90 seconds. Their focus on the objective, Matt, are arguably second to none this weekend.
Oh, without a doubt. And you kind of came into, I don't want to say today in general, but you know, the biggest question mark in Respawn, Sunny B, he's got 21 kills. But look at the game that Scraps is putting together. 14-8, currently on a 2 streak. But look at the hill time, Jack. 2 minutes and 30 seconds and counting inside of the hard point.
Jesus.
That is an insane score line from Scraps. You got to figure most of his kills are coming inside of the objective as well.
And he's on pace for, right now he has the least amount of engagements on his team. So to a viewer at home, Matt, someone new to hardpoint, what does it mean when the guy in the objective, where all the action is focused, has seen the least amount of gunfights?
Well, that just means his teammates are doing a fantastic job just slaying these players out before they can get close to the hard point and challenge Scraps. And I think you really got to give a lot of credit to Sunny B in this type of situation. 23-13, having a fantastic game. You see he does not have a ton of objective time. That means he's pushing out these lanes, pushing out these cuts, picking up the players before they can get close to the hills of Fnatic.
Fnatic fans, your team can win off this Commissary hardpoint right here. Again, the rotation in favor of this European squad. One thing to point out, though, Looney, who was 1-12, now 12-16, make it 13-16 on a 7 streak. Unfortunately, is cut down before he can earn the bombardment, and look at how far out Rise Nation just spawned.
And Looney has really picked it up in the second half, and you kind of look, I mean, he's almost got the same score as Aqua at this moment in time, and Vicento has completely fallen off. So. Yep. It seems like when Looney started to play better, you know, if you thought the rest of his teammates could have picked up their pace, stayed at the same place they were playing at the beginning of the game, they make it close. But Looney showed up here in the second half of this hard point, but nobody else has for Rise Nation.
I mean, it's pretty simple to see. One team has 4 players all clicking, and that is Fnatic. The other side, Rise Nation, it was first Looney, as you mentioned, was really lagging behind. Then it was Vicento. They are not out of this yet, though. If they can fight for some time on this middle hard point and then really win the rotation towards cell block, this 80-second lead could be easily cut in half. Unfortunately, though, 3 dead now for Rise Nation as Fnatic looks to take back.
I tell you what, too, Jack. I know, you know, from working with Pat specifically, you come into group play sometimes and you have that #1 seed. You come in, you don't feel like there's a ton of pressure on you. You lose a game, all right, we're still in first, whatnot. You know, Fnatic comes in today, they know they need wins. They bring out that intensity in game 1. EG in our first series, they have that backs against the wall mentality. They come out and take their series against FaZe as well. And it's gonna be a 250-149 win in map 1 for Fnatic. And that is a statement game here to kick the series off.
Coming into today, both of these teams were 2-2. The difference, Rise Nation, a 9-7 map count. Fnatic, an 8-8 map count. After that map win, it is now both teams at a 9-8 map count, keeping things close. This is what everyone wanted from this blue group, Matt. It has not disappointed this weekend.
Oh, without a doubt, and I am really kind of shocked. I'm not really shocked, but Fnatic, you know, speaking to them, they did not get great practice playing at home. You know, a lot of teams obviously traveling over here early. They, you know, some of the other teams not really putting in a ton of time. So it's very difficult for Fnatic to get great practice, and they have showed up this weekend in a big way, Jack. I mean, they're looking to potentially, you know, depending on how the rest of the day goes, like take #1 in this group, which I don't think anyone would have predicted.
Crazy to think that they're the only European squad in this group, the only group that has that, where they are the lone ranger from their region.
Now at this point, we got to ask Sonny B earlier this weekend what his greatest moment was in his career. Let's take a look.
I mean, my greatest MLG moment, I've only been to 2, so I don't really have one. I'd probably say when we beat LG because we were such an underdog. I know that's not really nothing major, but because we didn't play so well, but that's probably my best MLG moment.
Sonny B, the guy that maybe doesn't get talked about the most on this team because, you know, the breakout brother duo in Scraps and Wuskin, and obviously the veteran Tommy getting a lot done for the team. But so far this weekend, I would argue that he's been one of my more impressive players in this entire group.
Yeah, Sonny B's been fantastic. And I think a lot of pressure on him in the respawns, like we talked about in game 1. You know, how he plays in that. We've seen him use some, you know, interesting gun choices in certain games, and you know, his teammates kind of joking about it, you know, before when I was doing the interviews with them. And I think, look, he's been fantastic for them in Uplink. You know, he's showed up on occasion in big times in Hardpoint. I think, though, S&D is where Fnatic really makes their mark.
And I want to make sure everyone at home knows this. Benson just passed us a piece of paper from the analyst desk.
Okay.
And this is actually big for what goes on today. As you can look at, okay, cell block was very well dominated by Fnatic, 87 seconds to 1. But as you get to take a look at that breakdown on your screen, I want to bring up what this series means right now. If Fnatic take this series, then later on, Fnatic or EG are guaranteed first in this group because the winner of that series will be 4-2.
Yeah.
And then obviously Rise Nation and FaZe will play later on today in prime time. So it's pretty simple, Fnatic fans. Your team wins right here, then they have a fight for first later against EG.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of look, I mean, if Rise were to, you know, potentially beat FaZe, you know, the Rise comes into today obviously already having more maps than everybody else.
Yep.
We'd have to see how the map count shakes out there. And then let's say it comes down to a situation where FaZe and EG are tied. EG is 2-0 against FaZe. So really not shaking out good for FaZe today.
There is a very real opportunity that FaZe will be the team heading to relegation. We've obviously got more games to be played. We hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. I've been loving this group, but there's still more action to come. MLG.tv/Pro League. Tickets still available for next week. The final week sold out, but then also playoffs tickets, I believe, are now public as well to go ahead and purchase those. So MLG.tv/Pro League. Get out to the MLG Arena. Definitely a lot of fun meeting everybody here so far this weekend.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. I love when we get the, you know, the fans in the building, they're cheering. You know, the fans have been great this weekend too. You know, it's not just like cheering on FaZe or whatnot. You know, I think it was like Fnatic EG the other day in the morning or Fnatic Rise, like they were still going crazy. So fans here know how I showed up in an awesome way.
Great job, everybody in the venue. Everyone watching at home, though, we love you just as much. We wish you were here joining us, but to be quite honest with you, there's not enough space in this building. Maybe at Anaheim, though, which tickets are on sale for that, too. I'm plugging everything right now.
You're like machine.
I'm about to get a raise. No, I'm just kidding. But no, Anaheim, again, that's another thing that these teams are playing for. Finishing top 3 in these groups guarantees them a spot in pool play. Also, the team that gets 4th will be at Anaheim, but for a completely different reason.
Yeah, relegation.
That will be for relegation. Those matches will not disappoint as well. June 16th to the 18th at the Anaheim Convention Center, Hall A, $200,000 on the line.
I love Anaheim as an event. Every year, the crowd is just insane. I love California. I miss the sun, man.
So do
we were
I.
living there last year.
Yeah.
So you go back to New York, all these cold days.
It's rough.
I don't like the cold, man.
I mean, I didn't go outside a lot in LA, but at least the sun there helped me get a little bit of a tan. Now, woof, I am more pale than anybody in this venue. Let's go ahead and change the topic, though, over to Throwback Search and Destroy, which will be map number 2. We saw last series Nagathan hitting some crazy little snipes over that underpass jump up. Maybe something similar here between these two teams. We'll have to find out. We know what Wuskins does, though, on this map, Matt. Momo was saying he can't remember the last time he watched a Fnatic Search and Destroy where Wuskin didn't drop like 10+ kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's been incredible. I believe, I think I saw last night, he was #1 in S&D.
1.64.
1.64. Just absolutely insane. I mean, we saw Shox have a fantastic weekend in S&D.
Yeah.
You know, for Mind Freak, Wuskin really doing a fantastic job. And we'll see here Tommy bringing out the sniper rifle right away.
This gets me excited, folks. It's game number 2 of our best of 5. The only European team in this group trying to carry the continent on their back as they have a 1-0 map lead versus Rise Nation and Fnatic's Tommy already peeking on out, trying to watch over his teammate. This should be a quick little plant down today, Matt.
He's trying to go over the top. See if he can just take one player out. And I think when you have a team that potentially has some aggressive players like Felony going towards the mid-map, you can bring the sniper rifle out to really get him a little bit cautious early on. And then maybe later in the game, like you don't even have the sniper, but he's just thinking potentially they do and not pushing them as hard as possible.
Well, absolutely. Mind games to be played a lot in Search and Destroy with this weapon. Look at the timing, though. If we could swap on over to Sunny B, beautiful job, as he is now waiting to see if there is a Rise Nation push coming. He could not be more right. Felony peeks the corner and wins the gunfight. That completely changes how this round plays out. Now, Wuskin and Tommy, they have to panic. They have no idea if they're going to get flanked, if there's going to be pressure from the front. Aqua's there holding the angle. It's a veteran himself, Tommy, left in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, and this is where having the sniper does not help you.
No.
Obviously, no overkill. Gonna have the pistol only. There'll be Rise Nation taking round 1.
That's big. That is big. Looney started it off with the first blood. He actually picked scraps off that bomb site, which stopped Fnatic from being able to focus on the objective. And then from then on out, Rise Nation just moved around the map, gained some control, won some clutch 1v1 gunfights, and it all easily fell into place from there. Does Fnatic keep the sniper in the hands of that man right there on your screen, Tommy? It does appear so. I like this. We'll follow him again into round number 2 to see if he can get first blood first team.
He's going to take that route that we saw Naga use, and you saw Aqua going over the top as well. We'll see how Rise decides to play this. It looks like they're going to send Aqua to watch the flank. 3 players stack up on site. Looney with the ERAD in his hands and bomb. Potentially he could slide in, try and pick up that first kill, or try and get bomb down, have some cover.
Yeah, there's so much presence from Fnatic near this A site. Felony, you can see he's just backing on up, and this is what I love to see. This is something that FaZe really didn't do, and I know a few of the analysts were critiquing them for it. They never rotated towards this B site. They never focused on this area of the map. Now, though, they've got some presence here from Rise. They can make a play towards this area.
It's almost like Retaliation, right? I mean, everybody is saying, oh, we can't go bridge side, we can't go bridge side. And then, like, you see teams just push it, and it works so well.
Yep.
I mean, Aqua has this locked down, and they're just so reluctant to bring the bomb over. And now you see he's just given up this position. At least Fnatic now has to worry about the flank, but here comes the push from Rise. It's going to be Looney getting 1. Felony picking up 2 kills as well, coming over the top. It'll be Tommy, the only one alive. Well, they know where he is, at least.
They do. Bomb, though, should go down here momentarily. Vicento in charge of playing that objective. So it is Vicento and Aqua up against Tommy, and they do know at least what area of the map he's coming from. So they will set up from back bowling. 35 seconds left. Can Tommy clutch the 1v3?
Picking up a K-bar. He has to know where at least one player is.
Yep.
Always behind the bus in the back, looking over the bomb.
I actually really like this angle he's pushing on in from. He does see him at that bus side. The pinch will come into play, though. Tries to spot the player towards the bomb. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Nice play from Rise Nation. Split up there. He's got to kill you both and then defuse the bomb. But with that little time left, you might as well just run away, even if your teammate does
He
stop.
should have just killed this guy and then jumped on the bus and sniped the other guy. That would have been sick. I mean, I made that sound a lot more casual than it would have been.
It would have been sick.
Yeah, it probably would have been the way to do that. Do that.
Is that how you
absolutely awful position.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you used to coach complexity.
Oh, why don't you just kill all of them?
Yeah, all right, fine. And they did that a lot, so I think it worked. Good job, good job. And look at this now. Rise Nation feeling like there's going to be some sort of play towards B from Fnatic. Fnatic feeling like there's going to be presence here A from Rise Nation, and they both just push up the map. This mini-map is completely flipped on its head.
And you just see this.
Look at this. Look,
now Fnatic
is just
the other way.
Okay, now they're going to go for this plan on the opposite side.
I love watching Fnatic. You just never know what the hell's going to happen. So now the bomb is down, and the teams have essentially swapped sides.
Yep.
We'll see how Rise Nation plays for a retake here. Fnatic has planted the bomb for their side on defense, so don't need to push all the way through.
Yeah.
See if somebody's defusing. So Looney gets some eyes on bomb now.
25 seconds left. Rise Nation do at least cut down 3. Sunny B. Still possible to clutch this one on up. Spots Felony, top train. Felony's been sitting up there all game long. 5-1. Nice stuff from him. And yes, of course, give the defuse to Looney. Let your camo player get closer and closer to that payload. Rise Nation in full control of this game.
3 rounds in a row for Rise. You got Felony and Looney both playing well. Looney got off to a rough start in the hard point, but if you actually looked at the score towards the end, he actually played really well in the second half. And now kind of carrying that play over here into S&D with Felony, trying to even up this series.
Remember, if you missed it, prior to this map, we talked about how if Fnatic win this series, then them or EG are guaranteed first in this group, as they will battle later on to see who will go 4-2 overall. First, though, they've got to win here against Rise Nation. Currently down 3-0 in this S&D. Thankfully, they didn't win the hard point again. Matt, another weird round developing.
Yeah, and Felony's going to grab first blood, gets a second player a week as well. It's going to be Scrapso coming in, trading that out. But see Rise Nation just doing a fantastic job. I'm just really not sure what Fnatic's trying to do. Rise Nation is just blowing them out here in game number 2.
They're making these trades look easy. Rise are always near each other. We even saw yesterday on this exact map in the EG versus Rise game where both Nameless and Looney had camo. Nameless gets 1 kill, and he knows how good of a trading team Rise Nation are that he immediately popped the camo right away. It helped him get out of the line of sight, hide behind cover, and win the round for his team. But it just shows that teams are so scared of the trade potential from Rise Nation, they seem to always be on the same page and pace.
And everybody for Fnatic not playing well right now. I mean, you got 2 kills on Tommy and Wuskins each, a kill each for Scraps and Sunny B. Just kind of tells you these rounds have not been close, Jack. Nope. I mean, they've just kind of been blowouts in favor of Rise Nation. See Aqua getting into position here. Fnatic decide to rotate. He's going to be able to pick up at least 1 and probably get out with his life.
If only he had X-ray vision to see everyone through those walls. Aqua does get first blood. He'll play his life right away, a sign of a very smart search and destroy player. Look at that.
Way too easy.
Darts back to his side. Fnatic trying to give chase. Little do they know, he's been way out of there.
It's just way too easy right now for Rise Nation. See Aqua spots 1. Going to back up even further. Tommy with the sniper rifle gives his position away. Now you're relying. Tommy coming over the top here with the K-bar in hand. He's going to get gunned by Facento. And now with only 2 players up, Scraps in an awful position with bomb in hand. He falls. Be a 1v2 here for Wuskin.
And he still has to plant this bomb. They know where he is. Wuskin spots them both. And what do you know? Both Rise Nation players there to challenge 2 versus 1. What a beautifully played round by Aqua. The first blood gets away, just calls out to his teammates, falls back until he has the help he needs, and there stays alive to even get the final kill.
In Rise Nation, every time one of their guys drops, there's a player in position to trade it out.
Yep.
Not the same for Fnatic. You see Sunny B just run right into the crosshair of Aqua. Aqua runs away with a few seconds to spare for anybody to even react for Fnatic. So you do have Looney with camo in this round. Rise could secure a 6-0 win here against Fnatic and S&D.
And this makes perfect sense. Look, Facento sees 3 players jumping towards Lemon. What do Rise do? They flood right upfield, put themselves in a great spot now to play this objective towards the B site. You've got Facento all the way across the map from his teammates, but Looney and crew looking for this first blood. Felony gets it again. They are in. This is so one-sided, Matt.
I mean, you may not even need to use camo. I mean, they clear out the back area. Fnatic now has to figure out how they want to push this, and Looney is going to pick up 1 here in the middle of the map. It's going to be Felony finishing the kill off with the assist.
Look at this right there. Perfect example.
This is just not close.
I will tell you right now, that is one of the most one-sided search and destroy games I have seen in Infinite Warfare. Matt, when's the last time you saw a game where there was not a fear of Rise Nation losing a round?
There was not any round that I was like, oh, this is going to be close.
Yep.
I mean, every round was just a complete blowout. Looney and Felony played big for Rise Nation. Game number 2 evens up our series at map apiece.
If you want to know how to play Throwback Search and Destroy, go watch that VOD. Again, from Rise Nation. Every time they were in a scenario where they needed to be together, they were.
Yep.
Even in the 1v2 that Tommy was trying to clutch, or 1v3, sorry, you saw with 16 seconds left, they could have easily pinched him. Instead, don't even risk it. Yep. Don't even let Tommy make a world star play. Just run away, hightail it on out of there, win the round. Beautifully played.
Just a really easy win there for Rise Nation.
Yeah.
I think they're probably even shocked with how easy that was, knowing how good of an S&D team Fnatic is. But the guys on the desk talked about it. They didn't think Throwback was going to be Fnatic's strength in S&D. Which now we go into Uplink for Game 3. That's a game mode that Fnatic's been quite good on, though.
Fnatic have been good at it both times these teams played this map in Throwback Uplink this weekend. Day 1, they kept their opponents scoreless. Who will win it here? This is Day 3. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, more Call of Duty action.
here is our G Fuel key player matchup for Fnatic versus Rise Nation. Two players who typically excel in Search and Destroy. One is at a monster weekend where up to this series, Wuskin's at a 1.64, where Felony struggling a little bit with a 0.75, but the big note to take away, overall, when these players are doing well for their team, it puts their squad in a great position to secure the victory. Felony has had his ups and downs this weekend, but in the respawn game modes is where he's been his most consistent. Can Wuskin match that performance and help Fnatic take the 2-1 series lead? We'll find out right after this, the G Fuel key player matchup.
Fnatic versus Rise Nation tied up at 1 game apiece going into the uplink. Rise Nation, they dominated game number 2. Fnatic stole that first respawn, Jack. Going into game 3, I would have to favor Fnatic a little bit. You know, they looked great in that first respawn. They've been fantastic in uplink post Dallas, but there's a team that when they start to get clicking could be scary here this weekend, get a ton of confidence. It is Rise Nation.
Both of these squads do a great job of knowing when to focus on the objective, get those couple kills they need to then be able to push forward and try to get a score on the board. It's what you love to see from these squads, and you're going to be watching it a lot, especially on Throwback Uplink. Either way, we were just talking during the break, we're so happy with how this weekend is broken down to this point. Every match means so much in the grand scheme of things.
And I think coming into Throwback, we saw Fnatic, their main issue the other day in Uplink was just their poor camo use. And by poor, I mean their non-existent use of camo.
Yeah.
I think if you're a Rise Nation, you focus on getting those abilities, seeing how you use them together. And I look, Fnatic, I mean, they've had some crazy games. You know, Frost, when they're throwing the drone back and forth at each other, they're not using the camo at all. They've had some odd games at Uplink. They're still winning them, but some really odd games.
Yesterday, after the matches were done, we went outside, and everyone was about to head on their way back home. And we saw Scraps and Wuskin and the whole Fnatic crew, and I walked up to Scraps and said, Scraps, you are the worst camo player in the entirety of the CWL. He went, whoa, mate, you see Aches play with camo, mate? And then Wuskin immediately gets into it because Wuskin apparently wants to use camo, and they haven't been letting him use it. So now you got Scraps and him going back and forth. Then Tommy goes, boys, it was like bring your kids to work day. Tommy having to calm them down. It was
the brothers are too funny, man. I mean, one makes a joke, the other's in the corner giggling like crazy. I convinced Wuskin yesterday to take a bite out of Marky B's cookie when Marky B left the room to put it back where he was. And then like Marky just walks in and he's like, oh, it was you, Wuskin. Like he just starts giggling like they're too funny.
Yesterday, they tried to start the game with a clan tag with an 0-15, which is what I once went between 2 maps of Search and Destroy. Both.
How long are you going to milk this 0-15?
No, it's not that. I'm just bringing it up because they're just having fun. The refs, before they get started, they were about to start the game. The refs had a pause because admins were saying they cannot have that. They both had to remove it. That's how these guys are going into these games. They're just enjoying their time on the main stage, and it's great. It's great to see.
And we saw Fnatic on, I believe it was Frost the other day. They ran 4 SMGs. Potentially, maybe they try and ramp up the pace here on Throwback and run 4 ERADs as well. So we'll have to take a look as we cycle through some of the players. See Wuskin actually in the feed, so he's going to be running the NV4. So you do see Scraps with the K-Bar, and Tommy and I believe it's probably Scraps going to be running the SMGs here for Fnatic.
And you saw right there, Fnatic get 2 kills. They just try to get the drone forward. Not sure if I agree with the decision that time around, especially with the respawn times that Rise Nation had. They were easily there to stop it. That was a member just throwing the drone, trying to get it off the map. Unfortunately, it does actually land in their base, so the drone doesn't reset. Rise Nation can try to push and get a dunk off of this one. One player still here, Tommy. Who but Tommy to get the clutch kills and now get control of the drone.
That is such a big 2-piece there from Tommy. Secures the base. It would have been a score for Rise Nation. Looked like they could potentially have put in a 2-point play there. You see Tommy was on a 2 streak there with the drone in hand. Sunny B just picks up his first kill mid-map. Now he's starting to get cooking with the ERAD.
Sunny B still pushing right on through. His first name, Gertup. They call him Gertup the God for a reason with this gun. Unfortunately, Facento gives him the hands to the face right there. A minute and a half into this game, still scoreless. As I mentioned earlier on, the first day, both of these teams, when they played Throwback Uplink against their respective opponent, they kept them scoreless through the entire 10 minutes.
And we've seen Sunny B, when he's been running the SMG role, he's been using the Evo exclusively. And then now he's going to be switching over to the ERAD. So I wonder if his teammates finally kind of talk some sense into him, switch over to the better SMG or whatnot. But see Looney with drone in hand. He's caught in a really tough position, Jack. Players pinching on him from both sides. 2 minutes in, completely scoreless. Not a great scoring attempt, I know, from the side of Fnatic yet thus far. Rise Nation had a chance to put in a 1-point play. Missed that. Potentially could have turned it for 2. Tommy gets a big 2-piece on the defensive end. That is how we are scoreless at this point in the game.
Tommy again, I hear him getting louder and louder. 9-4 right now. He talked about how in respawns yesterday, he was very up and down, really just playing quite poorly, and it was a reason why his team was even finding themselves in some tough scenarios to win series. Right now, the first player to hit double digits. He's cleared out the Rise Nation base. Fnatic looking for their first point of the game.
He's got one player in the back.
Oh
Who's right. That is a huge battle win for Tommy. They pass him the drone, so he's getting very close to streaks as well. He's going to earn the Scarab. He's trying to earn these full streaks here, Jack. That would be huge for Fnatic.
And look, he's still in the Rise Nation base. They're having to look for him everywhere. Bombardment now for Tommy. 13-4 on a 6 streak. Make it 7. The drone, no beat down. He tries to run past, unfortunately. A little bit of an awkward timing on that slide. Rise do at least stop the push for the second.
14-5 start for Tommy. Talked about the respawn struggles the other day. Thus far here in the uplink, he has been fantastic on the defensive end, stops points going in for Rise Nation, and then on offense, just locking down the Rise Nation base there with that 7 streak. Already with his payload ability, another 2-piece for Tommy. Now he's putting together another streak here. The score streaks coming on in. Oh, look at this, Jack. May be able to pick up a few. He's only going to get 1. Ooh. Another player directly in front of him, but see if Fnatic can turn this into points. They do have Scraps pushed all the way up into the base. He falls. Looks like they're going to try and throw the drone out. Slay. Good defensive hold here from Rise.
Yeah, beautifully done by Rise Nation. They win the one gunfight they need to in their base. That kind of leaves Scraps out by himself with that objective. And now Facento's cleared out this lemon area of the map. That'll give Rise Nation the opportunity to rotate on back. Awkward positioning there for Scraps as he does kill off Wuskin, his teammate and brother. 2-1. Rise Nation finally out on the board after 4 minutes of play.
Looney gets a throw over the top, and it's getting scary for Fnatic. You see all the arrows of Rise Nation trying to lock down this Fnatic base. It's a big kill from Wuskin. Aqua in the feed with 1, and you see Fnatic just trying to trade these kills out, preventing more points going on the board. Looney over the top, though, picks up 2 big kills. He has a teammate following up, should be able to pick up the drone. Looney can pick up maybe 1 or 2 more kills. We're going to see some points on the board for Rise Nation.
Most certainly, and now here comes that push. He's got 1 player to his right, cuts him down. Aqua's still there, 2-piece of his own. Can he convert to 3rd? He's got the help of Facento. This will be a dunk and the lead for the North American squad. Rise Nation turning things up here in the second half of side 1.
And if you are Fnatic, you need somebody to show up other than Tommy. I mean, Sunny B right now with 11 kills, but Wuskins and Scraps, 8 and 9 kills respectively. Not going to cut it here against Rise Nation. They do have streaks, though, going into the second half. So down 1 with streaks, not the end of the world here for Fnatic.
No, not at all. There's a great look at Rise Nation. Fist bumps all around as they know the slow start they had on that map to be up by 1 at the half, especially after Tommy gets fully streaked out. It's really a best case scenario. Matt, it's kind of ironic. Tommy was his own biggest critic last night and said, I'm costing us in respawns. My teammates are all playing well. I'm the one doing poorly. Now it's Tommy going absolutely off, and a pretty flat start to this uplink from all 3 of his teammates.
But you do get a little bit of a better second half from either Scraps or Wuskin. Sunny B kind of keeps playing the way he is right now. And Fnatic could definitely take this game, Jack. It's going to be an opening kill from Wuskin. Tommy trying to go right up the middle. Gets so close to nailing that beatdown. Gets taken down, though, before he can get that melee off. And now you see the pressure of Fnatic starting to give Rise Nation some problems.
Yeah, and it all starts with Scraps with this drone. He's made it all the way into Granny's. He's got to try to dart back and get the kill, but Aqua, the swift shot and beat down, the 3-piece. Now Fnatic, they're sent to the defensive side. What can they do to stop pushing Rise Nation? This is the thing, Matt. Tommy, who was monstrous for the first start of side 1, has slowed down and thus has the map control for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for Fnatic in the second half. I mean, if Tommy does not bring it and nobody else really steps up, this is one where Rise Nation can blow it open, kind of like they did in the search. It's going to be Facento throwing the drone forward for some yards, seeing if a teammate can get in position, but Looney trying to come around on a flank here, trying to spread the members of Fnatic out. They get the drone into the base for a second there. If he's there a second earlier, maybe he'll pick up that kill and put in a dunk.
That was almost the second time where Fnatic this game have tried to reset the drone and have actually missed and fallen short. Now Tommy having to use a streak in his own base defensively. He team kills someone. Rise Nation have bodies there. Felony for the 1. 4-2 now the game. The streak's going away. The lead going up for Rise Nation. Fnatic crumbling in the last few minutes.
I don't know if you really needed to use the streak there, Jack. I probably would have saved it later in the game. I mean, what's the worst? I mean, they put through a 1-point play. Maybe they put through a 2. You got to trust yourself a little bit to be able to kind of get map control back eventually and push on forward, or use the streak offensively to really open it up.
And you saw the team kill. The reason Wasking got team killed was because he was already in the position he wanted to be in. He drops it on down. That clears out the lane for Felony to go for the 1 instead of there being an interception opportunity. Crazy thing to take note of, though, even with how slow things have gotten for Fnatic, finally Sunny B picking it up with the 5 streak, they're still only down by 1 possession, Matt, and they've got overdrive ready. They've still got FTL jump, 2 payloads to the 0 of Rise Nation.
Let's see if Sunny B can pick up another one here. Not able to do so, trying to go all the way towards Lemon. And what Fnatic was so good at in Uplink, Jack, they just do not seem to be bringing in this one. They were so good at, picking up the kills mid-map, having those lead blockers. They have not been able to do it here. It's going to be another point for Rise Nation. Fnatic just seems all out of sorts here in Uplink.
Tommy just went for the longest flank of all time just to shoot 1 player in the back and then get traded on out. He wasn't there to help defend his base, and now it's Rise Nation with their largest lead of the game at 3 points. 5 unanswered points across the last 6 minutes of play. Oh my God. That sums up where this game has gone, Matt.
That's not nice. A few missed shots there. Facento absolutely destroying there. He was on a 7 streak. Eventually, they get him out of his base. But I feel like every time we got on with Fnatic, they're just trying to figure out how to clear out their own base, not even making it close towards the middle of the map. And Tommy, I believe he has 20 kills at the half. We only have like 2 minutes to go, and he's at 26 right now. So not a very good second half.
Okay, so what just happened right there? Sunny B pops overdrive and runs so fast he jukes both players of Rise Nation who still thought he was back at Silo. So he's able to get the flank on them, throw in at least the 1 to bring it back to a 2-point game. They've now got middle map control. With 90 seconds left, Matt, this is still a possible win.
You do have Tommy with his FTL jump. We'll see how he decides to use that ability here. See in the feed, he falls at the hands of Aqua, but Wuskin getting in position here, able to get 1, not able to turn on Felony. It's going to be Scraps picking it up towards the middle of the map.
Wow.
But he is not too close to this camo, Jack. You do have Looney very close to that camo for Rise Nation.
Keep an eye on that, especially maybe Fnatic can force an overtime. Looney might have that if they do need it. 2 dead, make it 3. This is Fnatic's best chance. They've got 1 player to beat here. He's right around the corner. Facento does get first blood. Rise Nation players spawning on up. They don't get the drone out in time. Tommy with the beat down as well. Drone moving forward. Tommy now with 3. Can he get the 1 in time? Yes, we've got ourselves a 1-point game with 35 seconds left.
See how Fnatic decides to play this. Sunny B trying to get towards mid-map. Oh, and if they don't spot him, he may be able to pick up 1 or 2 kills there. Just put the game away, and Scraps gets to mid-map, has the drone, throws it forward. Nobody even close there, though. If you're Rise Nation, you just need to play keep away with the drone right now. Felony throws it in front, 15 seconds left, Fnatic down 1.
And remember, no overdrive left for Fnatic, only 10 seconds remaining. I don't think they're gonna have enough time to go for this 1. Aqua going for the pinch, they throw it to middle map, nobody's even there, they reset it. Rise Nation narrowly take map number 3, 5-4.
If Sunny B doesn't get spotted near mid-map, maybe that plays out completely different. Maybe he picks up 1 kill there. Now they're able to trade out in the middle of the map. But I think you look, I mean, Looney did have that camo in case anything got out of hand. Scraps does not earn the camo to put points on the board for Fnatic. It's going to be Rise Nation taking a 2-1 lead in the series going into our 4th hardpoint.
You can make an argument that some misuses of streaks really could cost Fnatic on that map. Tommy there looking at his team, he knows that that was arguably their best game mode, now lost. And they've got to go to a hardpoint game 4.
Well, imagine they had the bombardment a little bit later in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you're able to use it to kind of clear out mid-map, push on forward, because Tommy picks up like 2 kills. There's only 1 guy left in that base. You maybe turn that into 1. You use that, kill them off the spawn with the bombardment. Maybe you get back towards mid-map, make it a little bit more interesting.
Well, it doesn't wind up working out. Scraps or Looney do not earn their camos. So in the end, it's a camo-free uplink game. It's a 1-point win there for Rise Nation. We'll take a look at our box score before we get into this game number 4. And game 4 is where Rise Nation secured the series the first time these teams met. Felony actually went off in the hard point. He was like 38-21 or something along those lines. And Fnatic and crew had no idea how to shut him down.
Yeah, but I mean, you did see Fnatic, though. They took that first hard point today.
They did.
So might be a little bit of a different go-around here. The second matchup between these two teams. Tommy had a fantastic first half, 20 kills, 9 kills in the second half of that game.
He had over a 2.0 KD at the end of that full run. Crazy to see how much he fell off, and because of it, how much Fnatic did slow down. The 1-point difference was all that mattered for Rise Nation, as they now have a series lead up 2-1, and you've got to think, hey, even if Rise do go to game 5, they've already won an S&D in this series. They've now got Hardpoint up in game 4. Matt, do we see the game 5, or does this one end here?
I think potentially you do see a game 5.
Okay.
I mean, but it's kind of hard. I mean, if Scraps and Wuskins don't play, up to par here in the Hardpoint, I mean, they did not look great in the uplink. And to be quite fair, I mean, if Looney plays like he did in the second half of the Hardpoint, maybe they win that one, or at least it's a lot closer.
I'll tell you right now, these tie scenarios, these all different ways that this group can end up is much, much different if Rise Nation win this, because we know our final match of the night will be Rise Nation versus FaZe. Another thing to keep in mind, if Fnatic win this, I can't repeat it enough, if they win this, their next series right after this is them versus Evil Geniuses. Both of those teams would then be 3-2. The winner of that would be 4-2, thus winning this group. There is a very strong chance that EG, after going 0-6 in map count day 1, can win this blue group.
After going 0-2, they potentially could run the table.
Yeah.
I mean, they win this back-to-back 2-0 days. Be huge for EG, a team that has showed up every time with their backs against the wall. They're doing it here, man.
It's you know what it is? It's like they're so used to starting in the open bracket at the major LAN events that finally they get an even playing field. They're like, no, this isn't like what we don't like doing this. Let's go ahead and go 0-2 with an 0-6 map count and then go on the run that we're used to doing. Can EG fans have just an event where they can relax and have a solid placing?
And they just look like a completely different team than the first day.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday, they looked awful. I mean, they could not have looked any worse on Friday. I mean, yeah, it was just, there was like no positives to take from that team on Friday.
But then I just tweeted, you've got Nagafan actually going positive in respawns, and he's hitting some snipes. He's all grown up. He's finally back to being a factor in the map.
And I mean, Havoc has played quite well. Nameless, though, for me, has been just the key for that team. I mean, when he is loud and he's shooting the way he's shooting with the assault rifles in his hands, it's a very tough team to beat.
You know, the EG players are doing well when Study, who's typically a flashy playmaker, is the least talked about for his team, but that's Evil Geniuses. Right now, we've got Rise Nation Fnatic. Rise narrowly winning that game 3 after they completely walked over Fnatic in Search and Destroy game 2. Let's get it started. Retaliation Hardpoint. We're watching the NV4 of Facento off the break.
And this is a map that, speaking to some of the Europeans, they said definitely is one of Fnatic's stronger ones. In Hardpoint, it's a little bit slower. They can play a little bit further back. You see Fnatic pick up 2 kills right away. Facento answering right back, coming on this lower wall run, able to get 3. Oh, almost able to snap onto the last one, but it'll be Rise Nation getting control of Bridge Hardpoint first.
Aqua, this map was made for him with a gun like the NV4. Let's see how well he can do. No tac mask on, so these jammer grenades are going to play spoiler at times. 3 dead, though. Final player up is Sunny B from Fnatic. He gets cut down, and the hardline bonus already coming into play. The first streak already earned. It's a Scarab in the first 35 seconds.
And when Tommy picks up 2 kills, why is Fnatic not just flooding the hill and trading that out? They're just sitting there basically letting Rise Nation pick them up from afar. 37 seconds and counting here for Rise Nation in the first hardpoint. Aqua on this 3 streak, tags up 1, gets him really weak. Not able to finish him off.
Yeah.
An awful start for Fnatic.
The worst case scenario, thankfully for them, they do have a presence near the new hill. They've got a player top patio, they have someone top bedroom. The back player, though, who was Sunny B, just got gunned by Aqua, who's now 1 kill off the bombardment already. And we're just a minute into this game. There it is, Aqua, a 5-0 start from him.
Just trying to pick up 1 on top flat.
Oh my God!
Oh, he turns and annihilates Tommy there.
You know what this reminds me of? Karma's start versus FaZe on this exact map in game mode. I forget what event that was, where he was like 14-2 to break off the map. Look at Aqua 7-0. Talk about the player picking it up for Rise Nation. Welcome to your top 5 plays, Aqua. And he's rotating to the third hill.
Fnatic is just getting crushed right now. And this is what, like, I feel like this is Fnatic's kind of downfall as a team, right? I mean, they do not have a player who can do this, what Aqua's doing right now. I mean, he is just so explosive at times. Calling down the missiles, gonna get one. Cathedral Hardpoint comes up, 9-0. 3 hardpoints, Aqua has not died yet.
About to earn himself another Trinity Rocket on this life. He finally could meet his demise here, as multiple players from Fnatic are about to charge on through. Looney does help with 1, make it 2. He knows the pinch is coming on in 10-0 from Aqua, but now he's getting swarmed from everywhere, finally. What? I would love to know the time on how long he just lived. That was his first death, and we're halfway through this first rotation of hills.
Oh, just crazy start for Rise Nation.
And look, streaks on Retaliation, Matt.
Yep.
Talk about why they're so good on here.
I mean, the Graveyard, obviously, Cathedral completely wide open. You're able to streak that out pretty easily. And then over on Broken, the next hardpoint, you're able to streak the back, get the spawns for the team. And Rise Nation, they rotate. They have control of Broken. Fnatic needs a break here instantly, Jack. I mean, if they let Rise Nation hold on to this, I mean, just start wrapping up the controllers. Let's start moving on, because, I mean, this is going to be a blowout.
Scraps doing what he can for his team. He's the last player alive here. 1 shot, gets the call out and the cleanup. Looney was having a great game himself, obviously overshadowed by Aqua for just a little bit. He's 11-4, turning it around from that 1-12 performance to start off map 1.
You erased the first, the first rotation to Hills on the hardpoint, and Looney's had a fantastic series.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, other than that first initial rotation on Breakout, he has been fantastic in the S&D and the Uplink.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He literally, it was a 3v4 for that first rotation.
Oh, he was pretty bad.
But since then, Looney's doing a great job. Bombardment actually comes in from Aqua, and that, for me, was a misuse of this streak. With only 20 seconds left, he calls it in, kills his teammate. They get no presence off of it. I would save that for top bridge, right? Fnatic still hold the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic gonna get the last, few seconds here. We will go to the hotel hallway. Aqua, though, picking up some more kills, and Sunny B, we talked about it. We were worried a little bit about him in the respawn game modes. 3-14 right now. Not looking good for Sunny B here and Fnatic, as they are down by almost 100. Easy kill there for Felony over in top plat, watching this entranceway towards the hard point. Felony gonna pick up another one. 3 more kills in the feed for Rise. They're just winning every fight, Jack. I mean, every fight that Fnatic starts, over in the hard points, Rise is winning with these.
Rise is on pace to outslay their opponents by 35 kills on this map, Matt. That is one of the most one-sided performances we've seen so far this weekend. Another challenge comes in. Aqua with the cleanup. He's 17-5, triple positive on another streak here. Making 3, possibly about to be 4. What are you shooting at, Scraps? Why was that even that close?
Yeah, Aqua just seems like he's invisible at times. I mean, he starts off the game like there's multiple players looking at him. Nobody hits him. We're going to go all the way back to that bridge hard point. It'll be Rise Nation up 174-76 on Fnatic. Fnatic needs a huge second half to bring this one back, Jack. But with the way that Rise is slaying right now, it's going to be really hard for Fnatic to get hot and swing it in their favor.
Aqua by himself has more time in the objective than the entirety of Fnatic combined. You also point out he's got 1 minute and 41 seconds. Eddie's 19-8, leading the game in slaying. Sunny B 5-19 with only 2 seconds in the hill. Is he the lone SMG player on this entire map?
I think he just switched over to the SMG, so he had the K-bar in his hands. Now with the ERAD, I think he's just searching for something that works. I mean, trying to put a lot of pressure on Rise, but Rise, I mean, you have Aqua with the NV4 in his hands, and same with Vicento. I mean, when they're hitting shots like that, I mean, what do you do?
Jesus,
I mean, what do you do?
Aqua.
I mean, when he's playing this well, what else can you possibly do?
I said it after he got the first kill on that first hard point. I said, this is a map made for Aqua with the NV4, and he's showing it right now, 23-8. Fnatic have no answer. He is still triple positive, Matt, and they've been through 9 hills of this game. He's looking for more here towards top plat. Oh, a little bit awkward as Wuskin does cut him down, but either way, Rise Nation 208-98, a 110-second lead.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua's just challenging everything as well. I mean, you can see Rise Nation is not afraid to take these gunfights versus Fnatic. They know they have the hot hand. They have Fnatic dead in the water, so to speak. They just need to close it out.
Facento, teammates do die around him. Nice job by Wuskin to at least clean him up. Fnatic's going to start the comeback. It's got to be right now. They need to get the rotation, too, towards this top.
They need Cathedral.
They need Cathedral for the full 60 seconds. There's no doubt about that. One thing to take note of as well, look at how far Scraps is from the payload. Look at how far Sunny B is from the payload. They're not going to have any utility to work with outside of really Tommy's FTL jump, which, I mean, what does that mean on a map like this?
Yep, not getting you 60 seconds. Yep, I'll tell you that. It's 2 kills, though, on the rotation for Fnatic. They need to go, Jack, though. They cannot give up any time here in Cathedral. This first opening break is it. If they don't break it here,
FTL jump, there we go.
Be it.
Tommy tries to use it to get in the hard point. Nice, cheeky way of popping that payload for dead on Rise Nation. And here is where a comeback begins. 40 seconds left on Cathedral. Rise up by 70.
So Scraps on a 3 streak, Sunny B on a 3 streak, and Tommy now working on streaks as well. They need one of these players to earn score streaks to make this possible. I mean, you're going to need those score streaks to break over towards Broken. 2 more kills in the feed. Sunny B now on a 4 streak. He gets taken out by Facento. It's going to be Tommy in the hill alone. He has players challenging him, not able to win any of those fights. 18 seconds left on the hill. Fnatic needs the challenge. Big 2-piece there by Scraps.
And look at how much score that just gave Scraps for the camo. He's now got himself close to the payload. Still a 1-minute lead, though, after how much better Fnatic have played on these last 2 hills.
Tommy trying to get Facento to jump down, challenges him, accomplishes that goal. You see how far away Fnatic is spawning, Jack. All the way back by Cathedral. They're going to need a miracle here to make this comeback.
They have such a far trek to go. 2:35 now the score that Rise Nation is at. They are within 10 seconds of securing this series victory and joining EG at 3-2. Sunny B, who's been quiet all game, trying to charge on in. He's cut down. Only one player is there. Wuskin dead. Rise Nation. 250 to 174. Take down Fnatic.
It was just that map 1 for Rise Nation. They got off to a slow start. They picked it up after that. They're able to dominate Game 2, Game 3, and Game 4 and take this series.
Fnatic came out of the gates hot. I saw them scrimming FaZe prior to today starting. They have been practicing for the last, hour and a half before this match. Rise, though, after that, great to see composure from them to battle right back on through. How different did this series look, Matt, after Rise take that S&D 6-0?
Oh, I mean, after the Hardpoint, I mean, it was just a completely different game.
Yep.
I mean, Rise dominated the S&D. Everybody showed up in the uplink, and then the Game 4, Aqua just comes in, closes it out.
Well, we now have ourselves 2 teams at 3-2. It's pretty simple, Rise and EG. Up next on the main stage, we will see Fnatic versus EG. And then later on tonight, Rise Nation versus FaZe Clan. I'm not going to do any of the addition. I'm not going to talk about scenarios because I could tell you right now, I have no idea what the hell is going on. I did see Maven, though, moving his way on over to the main stage. We'll have an interview there very briefly.
The way he walks, probably another 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to look. Oh, he is ready. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I want to make
Somebody
sure
probably
he got
told
up.
him to hustle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The old man got up there. Maven with Felony, take it away.
All right, Felony, I had the chance to actually meet your parents for the first time, and we were chatting. This is actually the first event they've actually been at to see you live. What's it mean, to have this much pressure? Trying to play for $500,000, you got your parents here rooting you on.
I love that my parents support me in gaming. It's honestly like the best feeling as a player and competing at the events. It just really gives you that much more motivation to keep going through the event, and I thank them for coming to support me.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, we have to chat for a little bit outside, but I want to talk a little bit now about the gameplay. So, first map doesn't go great. Looney starts out slow, picks it up. By the time he does, it's sort of out of hand. They take the first map. You guys rebounded so strong with the 6-0 in the game 2. What was the team chat like after the game 1? How do you guys rebound so strong?
We went down 0-2, 0-1 in so many series throughout teaming together. We just make sure in our search and destroy just to forget about the last map we lost, and then just to focus up on the next map and taking a map at a time, and that's exactly what we did.
Well, everybody really getting involved. You got full team effort there. I want you to talk to me a little bit about Game 4. How much easier does it make it when Aqua is going on sprees like that? The guy was lights out, I think started 9-0. What makes him a special player?
Yuli with an MV4, he has an amazing shot, and streaks on retaliation are just so important because of how open the hills are. So as soon as he got streaks, we were just able to snowball some hills together and get a good lead going.
Well, going forward, I haven't looked through all scenarios yet. I'm leaving that to the analysis desk, but you're poised for what could be the key match in the final one of the day. It's going to be you guys going up against FaZe Clan. How do you feel about that matchup?
I love playing against FaZe. It's always a great match, so it'll be suited well for the last match of the weekend.
I'll be casting it, and I'm pumped, but that's great stuff from Felony. Now I want to hear what the guys think on the desk.
Thank you very much, Clint. A phenomenal performance, of course, there from Rise. They put themselves in a great position to close out today. Of course, they're now going to be 3-2 in their group, tied with Evil Geniuses. Now, just to kind of set the tone, of course, we do still have 2 more games left. If EG win and Rise win, of course, they'll both qualify. First and second, pretty simple. Rise have head-to-head against EG, so they'll be first, EG second. But I have a feeling it's probably not going to end that way. Before we go down that rabbit hole, though, we'll talk a little bit about the series. We'll start with map number 1. And Merc, to be honest with you, it looked like it was a great start for Fnatic in terms of the series. You know, Looney was starting slow, and Fnatic were just playing very well.
Yeah, the standout performance for me for game number 1 was Sunny B. He just went off to a great start, and I think sometimes, you know, he's a very aggressive player. I feel like he tries to sort of force submachine gun play when it's not needed. He starts out the breakout with that K-bar, and he's sort of the player that can be kind of inconsistent for this team, and he started out well. Tommy played well throughout the entire series, and just a hot start for them.
Definitely, I know, TP, you were saying as well that at times you feel like Fnatic play flawlessly, and then at other times you feel as if it's the exact opposite. That Hardpoint, that was a good example of Fnatic playing very well.
Just beautiful stuff, and a lot of teams use streaks well, and some don't use them as well, but they're able to snowball the lead. Basically what we saw from Rise on that last map there, Fnatic was able to do it in map 1. Right. They get over towards the Grave Hill, they set up a break, they use the streak, they get an intro kill and wipe them out from then on. So it kind of carried momentum the rest of the map. It's impressive stuff.
And obviously over towards Cell Block 8, that was really where the game was won. It was 87 points to just 1. I mean, I feel like you can't get outscored like that.
And like what Joe said, like Sunny B, like if he's the guy in your hill for you and he's going off like that, like when your weakest player, so to speak, is doing what he was doing on game 1, you're going to see a blowout like that.
Very true. Then, of course, we head over to map number 2, the Search and Destroy. And I mean, that was, I blinked and I missed it, to be honest with you, Rise. It was a masterclass, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is what I sort of talked about in the pregame. This throwback search and destroy, it's a bit more clustered, right? There's, you know, Rise plays this a lot, very well as a team, and you can just see it. They were just going to bomb sites together. Defense, they were getting first blood. Just a great job by them. Fnatic, just no response from them.
And what was the kind of the issue, in your opinion, team, for Fnatic on that map? What were they doing wrong?
I think teams just don't spread out and gain enough information on both sides of the map. We saw that certain round with Aqua, for example, pushes up on a defensive side, gets all the way up towards blue, picks up that first blood, and gets all the way back. He's covering a lot of ground, and most of all, forcing the other team into like this weird situation. They have to check all their corners in their spawn and make things uncomfortable. A lot of teams don't do that very well, and that's why Rise was able to just absolutely dominate them on that map. 6-0, like obviously something's going wrong on the other side.
And it just seems like Fnatic, their search and destroy, they just have a lot of different strategies that sort of throw people off guard, and Rise was just countering it very well. So not sure if they studied them pregame or they just decide, screw it, we're going to just go, you know, as a team in flank. But you could see the plays that Fnatic were trying to set up, but every single one of them were countered.
Right, that decisive kind of wacky play style we talk about in those other maps just wasn't working for them. You saw Rise consistently outposition them, out-rotated them to each bomb site. There was that one round when Fnatic planted and they kind of swapped sides. You saw Rise go to the other side and they just sat there. Why did they sit lemon? Like, you got to make some kind of play, and they just sat and let them kill him, basically.
Very true indeed. Then we head over to map number 3, and we heard late last night, of course, Tommy from Fnatic kind of said, hey, I'm playing like a burger. Direct quote from him. He said he needed to step things up, and boy, oh boy, did he step things up. He ended 21, I believe it was 9 at the half, but they were down. It was a 3-2 Rise lead, TP. I mean, it was a close game nevertheless. I think it was probably one of the best uplinks we've seen so far this weekend.
Well, if Tommy was a burger last night, his teammates were a 3x3 in this one. No, I mean, no offense to them. It was a very close map overall, but Tommy was really lighting up the scoreboard early in that first half. They should have gotten more points off of it. He kind of wasted the streaks, though, too. When you have momentum like that, I'm a huge advocate of using it to progress your lead even more, but I don't know if it was really the opportune time. Maybe if he had those streaks into the later round situations, they could have got maybe 1 or 2 down and maybe got a score at the end to tie it up.
And one thing we talk about, every single uplink is camo, the camo play. And at the end of the game, Fnatic was finally starting to put pressure on those other 3 Fnatic players. They were starting to slay a little bit, but unfortunately, Scrap's just too far behind, doesn't have camo. You know, Looney on the other side, he has it, and they're just able to make plays. And that ability is too important. You have to get those slays or get those uplinks to get yourself that ability at the end of the game.
And both the twins, for me, let me down that map, right? They both kind of underperformed. But the thing for me is Fnatic is so good at defense in uplink. It just wasn't there for them. Rise was able to get ones off, able to stay in their base, to have control of their base. That Fnatic defense that we've been talking about all weekend just wasn't there.
Obviously, we saw Sunny B pop his overdrive. He makes it a 1-point game with 30 seconds left, TP. But in those situations, I mean, how do you play that if you're Fnatic? You only have 30 seconds on the clock. You're down 1. What is the best way of winning that situation?
We talked about a specific play where they had some sort of middle map control. The other team, or the other teammates, were rotating over towards that right side towards tracks. Maybe if they throw the drone to that right side, maybe they get a play over towards the barn side of the map. It's not really the normal way of playing it, but maybe it would have gave him a chance.
They gave him no chance, exactly. Yeah, he threw it lemon side when all his teammates were coming in the tracks and under their underpass. Like, he just literally threw it away from his teammates. What are they going to do there? Exactly. Just threw the game away right there.
Very true. Then we head over to map number 4, of course, and this is where Rise closed it out with 3-1 fashion. Of course, in terms of the hard point, we can see the box score now, 250 to 174. Mark, I feel like Bridge Hill, 83.
Well, I mean, they start the game off 50 to 0, and that helps. I mean,
Definitely
that just puts so much pressure on Fnatic, and then you saw Aqua, I mean, 2.07, 134 seconds, get streaks, and you know, kind of wasted the bombardment. I think we all sort of agree, almost let Fnatic back into the game, but they were just rolling. And when Yuli's playing like that, I mean, we haven't seen like hard carry Yuli since you know, the end of Black Ops 3. So, you know, just a great game from him.
Obviously, you have at the start, as you mentioned, you know, Aqua comes out 12-1, Sunny B 2-11. It was almost a complete flip from map number 1, TP. He played so well in map number 1 and then kind of disappeared a little bit there in map number 4. For you, though, in terms of Fnatic's hardpoint, what do you think is that underlying issue for them?
It's tough to say on a map like that. Like, the first hardpoint went great for them, right? They gave them so much initial control there at bridge, and when Aqua's just shooting like that, the guy wasn't missing a bullet, to be honest. So I guess it just relies on maybe pull out another NV4 to try and contest Aqua a bit more on those longer range gunfights. But man, when you're playing at this level, sometimes these players just have a game like that, right? They're in the right spot at the right time, not really baiting his teammates, but Aqua wasn't really taking shots either. So it's like, it's just a snowball.
It's retaliation. When your MV4 player is doing that, and that just goes for about any pro team, when your MV4 player is going off like that and getting the kills in the hill with that amount of time, it's almost impossible to beat.
And to your question, you just can't start slow. I mean, they're back in the game. That game finished 250 to 175. They brought themselves back into the game, and that's just what we've seen from Fnatic. So they just can't have that slow start, and maybe this is a closer game.
It was ironic because that was what you mentioned before the entire series. You said, you know, Fnatic, they can't start slow. I mean, they started very quickly in map number 1, but just couldn't do it in map number 4. Now, of course, halfway through day 3, it's getting interesting. We can take a look at how our groups currently stand. Rise Nation sitting in first place, they're 3-2. Of course, they hold that head-to-head over Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses 3-2 as well in second place. Then you have FaZe Clan, who hold the head-to-head over Fnatic. They're going to be in third place. Then Fnatic sitting in fourth. Still 2 games to go this evening, and it could not be more intense if you tried. Coming up next on the main stage, Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3 kills. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. This entire weekend, we've seen 4 powerhouse teams go at it, fighting for the top 2 spots and a spot in our playoffs later this month. But right now, we have a match that could decide the futures of some of these rosters on stage. Our first team had an abysmal Friday. Literally, I'll be honest, it was terrible. They went 0-6 in maps, but since then they have been a different team. Now, if they win this series, they could take home first place in this group. Folks, give it up for Evil Geniuses. On the other side, though, a squad with more heart than anybody in the league. A team of young players led by a veteran leader looking to secure a top 2 spot for not only themselves, but the entire continent of Europe. Make some noise for Fnatic. This match here will be one to remember. Ladies and gentlemen, prime time starts right now.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
And you wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses led the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for. Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
Sevens free from Placer.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic point.
He gets him. Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
It's MLG Prime time here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. We have 2 games left here at the final day of matches for this group, and coming up next, Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses. We have, of course, already seen this matchup, but it was on Evil Geniuses' worst day. They got 3-0'd by Fnatic. And in terms of how you look at this matchup, obviously for Evil Geniuses, Merc, they win. They're guaranteed top 2. They're guaranteed. They'll be 4-2. Fnatic, of course, they're going to be really in a tough spot. But do you see that happening? Do you see EG somehow finishing top 2 after such an abysmal start to the weekend?
I do. I think they've played flawlessly since Friday night, and then Fnatic, they just come out of a loss, and that's going to be tough to bounce back from. A lot of pressure on them. However, I can also see it reversing because Fnatic know they have to win. And Fnatic, they've been pretty clutch throughout this year.
Yeah, Fnatic, if it was going down to head-to-head, I mean, they lose head-to-head with Rise and FaZe, so the best-case scenario they can really hope for is what Mr. Patrick Price has been praying happens all day. You're still sticking with everyone finishes 3-3.
Yep, and they're going to win 3-1 right here. Watch.
Your predictions, they've been absolutely ludicrous.
Just watch.
Absolutely ludicrous. But you've been correct, which is strange.
Very, very. It's been
strangely
annoying as well.
Exactly that, because you're writing it down on pieces of paper, and it is always correct.
It's fake.
I wish it was.
It's a pencil.
Hashtag fake news.
Ben takes it from me.
Predictions. I do. He has been correct pretty much all weekend. Here's a look at our map set, though. Throwback Hardpoint, a Breakout S&D, Precinct Uplink, Breakout Hardpoint, Crusher, Search and Destroy. Now, remember, as the European expert, obviously you've seen Fnatic play pretty much all year. Does this map set favor them?
Looking at Throwback Hardpoint, they've been pretty strong on that map in general throughout, every single game mode. But judging off, 30, 40 minutes ago, it didn't go their favor. It was a close one. Breakout S&D, that is where, I can't say for sure. It's the one thing as, the European expert. I've seen these guys play this once, I believe. I just don't know how EG are going to fare up on that. And from my point of view, that could make or break this whole series, that Breakout S&D.
I was going to say, all 5 maps except Breakout S&D favors Fnatic, in my opinion. I think EG's probably the most prepared on Breakout S&D. You have the ability for Naga to pull out a sniper on that map. I personally have scrimmed them on that map, so I know they're pretty good at it. I just think that all these maps favor Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic have done it once. Can they do it again? We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Maven and Mr. X.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, so we spent probably 10, 15 minutes talking to League Ops, all the guys on the desk chatting with us as well, and I actually got a headache just thinking about all the possible scenarios here.
I'm going to cast. I'm going to let somebody else do the math.
The big thing, if Fnatic want a chance in the top 3,
they need
that third spot, they have to win. They have to win. If EG win, they're guaranteed top 2. So those are the 2 storylines for now. We'll get into the storylines for FaZe Rise a little bit later on.
It's crazy how we've gotten to this point. It's almost like I think your gods just kind of fell off. It's almost like Space Jam. It's like EG took the powers from FaZe. Like the FaZe is now playing like EG was on Friday. Oh, it's just been crazy to watch. The absolute unlikeliest scenario has played out here.
Again, after day 1, we were all talking. We're like, it looks like we're going to be in a similar situation to week 1 where a lot of it's decided going into Sunday. Not the case here. And it's just wild to think when we showed this graphic on day 2, it was 0%, 0%, 0%. How much it has changed in all game modes for these guys. Hardpoint obviously being where the struggles are the most. And you heard Pat say he felt pretty good against for Fnatic against this roster in Throwback.
Yeah, I think it's a Fnatic roster that plays extremely fast. I think EG, their main issue on Friday was their pacing. Their pacing was awful. Very slow, players just going one-on-one, nobody really getting a ton of hill time. I think if that kind of playstyle rears its head again, that's where you can see Fnatic win. But you see Fnatic strong in Uplink, strong in S&D. They've been very poor in the hardpoint.
Well, statistically, they're pretty similar, right? I mean, a little bit of a difference in a hardpoint, pretty much identical there for Uplink and Search and Destroy. So the hardpoint could be what decides everything. And then, like Pat said, for the game 2, Breakout added Scorch removed for the CWL map set. And some teams came in quite prepared, some not as much. He feels pretty good about EG there, but it is going to be Throwback to start.
So EG, I do feel pretty good about going into Breakout, but with how Fnatic plays, they're just crazy, running all over the map. EG would have no idea what to expect on that map. Fnatic could just be like, hey, let's just 4-hit mid, let's 4-hit here, let's all go on wall run, let's do some crazy things. And EG might not be prepared for it, so I think this is a big map for EG. They need to take this first hardpoint.
It is MLG prime time for the CWL Global Pro League. It's day 3 of the blue group, and we are kicking things off with Nameless.
Yeah, he's been on fire. The MVP for me thus far for Evil Geniuses this weekend, and he's going to push towards mid-map with the K-bar. Player to his left, player up in the window. 2 big kills for Nameless to kick things off.
He wants a third. He goes hunting, but it's Nagafin finding it. Everyone involved in the action here early on. Nameless, what's the biggest thing that's turned around? I mean, we talked about the fact he switched to Centurion. He's been playing a lot faster, a lot more aggressive. What else has stood out for you?
It's the gun change. It's switching from a K-bar, from the NV4 to the K-bar. K-bar, he has been playing very well with, up in your face. I think I saw a stat last night. JP, one of the guys that we used to work with, texted me a lot of stats all the time. Keep me updated. Nameless with an NV4 in his hands with something like a 0.7 KD. Once he switched over to the K-Bar with the K-Bar in his hands, a 1.07. So just turning up with the K-Bar. And you kind of look at those stats like, oh, like it's not that crazy. Like just kind of compare like, no kills to deaths on the map with those two weapons. Such a difference. And now you see Study starting to heat up on a 4 streak of his own.
Yeah, Study not missing right now. 5 in a row after Nameless started out the same. Finding a K-Bar to supplement this. He's 250 off the Trinity. You see on X-Right, players pushing from every side. Finds one more, a little bit short of the streaks. But so far, EG looking so good. It's 2 pieces for Nameless, 2 pieces for Study as well. Everyone starting out great. I know Havoc's only 1-1, but the rest of the team is just shredding. Can we go to Nagafin right now just because he's 6-2? He's got 4 kills in a row. I want to see if he can pick up streaks. 25 off, challenge at the edge. Just a little bit short, but EG, Matt, coming out so strong. I've got to hear their comms.
Back left, one shot. In front. Nice.
Let's go! I'll put you up front. Put you up front. I have it.
New hills, everything.
Going around, go around with me. Actually, you got middle of your
He's there.
Nice shot, guys. Let's go.
No. He's gonna expect it. They're gonna expect it.
Sidewalk dead.
Go near fast.
He's in our top food.
Sidewalk. Start you.
Yo, we just get one side, guys, okay?
Yep, get lemon.
Oh, behind me. Fucking hey, nice.
Dead.
He's in new.
Both in new.
That's
one bowling, guys. Watch your back. Sidewalk on you.
Sidewalk dead.
Shit. I got him off hill. Got one. Nice, push you.
Dead.
Good shit, Jay.
I'm
looking over you. Stay down.
I'm staying down.
Yep, you're good. I need over you guys, sidewalk.
Watch out, there's two of them. They're flooding, left corner now. Left corner now.
I have your push, dude.
Absolute middle.
One's mid, he's gonna jump behind.
Get behind.
Top chain.
Plant, dead. No, absolute plant.
They're both their side. Kill them.
Next one behind him.
Nice, good job.
Getting
I'm getting mid.
Top. Dead. Nice.
Mid. Make that shit on.
They're mid left.
One shot their side. Get this, contest the scrap.
Get that scrap, guys.
Right corner on me. Yeah, he's right corner on me.
He's gonna get streaks. Do not die.
Right corner still.
Oh! One more underpass.
Top blue. He's not on statue yet.
EG is on point, man, and it seems like the problems that plagued Fnatic and the Retaliation just, 20 minutes ago? Same thing here, they can't find kills.
Yeah, and they're not the explosive team that's going to make a comeback, really. I mean, you look who on the side of Fnatic do you expect to really kind of turn things up and go off? I mean, in this kind of a situation, you can't really rely on anybody. And right now, Free G, everybody wheeling as they have control of baseball.
Study playing this close corner, 30 seconds remaining as the lead grows and grows, switching up the angles, catching Tommy off guard. Saw one more, has FTL if needed, one below, teammate covers him there, and they keep on picking up points. Streaks for basically everybody building on EG right now, and Study, I believe, is just 100 or so off the bombardment.
And they have just played so smart, EG, not forcing engagements they don't need to. I mean, we saw on Bike Path, Havoc last year when he's sitting inside the hardpoint, his teammates drop, what would he have done? He would have slid right in, trying to pick up some kills. He stays down, trusts his teammates. You just see how these players mature year after year. It's great to see a younger player like Havoc, who, we gave a lot of props last year. Coming into this year, not as high on, but really kind of turning into a very nice player.
Well, as Nameless is destroying this side, I want to hear Fnatic soon, but we got to continue to watch this streak because it's 8 in a row for Nameless. He's fully streaked out. He found a 9th and finally falls. But now you heard the comms from EG. They were absolutely on point with Fnatic trailing this big. I want to hear what they sound like.
Blue flank dead, one more. Nice absolute on me, Nameless on me, absolute. Nothing tunnel. Nameless absolute, top food. Nice, good shit. One behind me, I'll pick it, Havoc. Havoc. Run. Slide it,
Top train.
Did we kill Havoc? Yeah. He's pick it. He's two on the left, guys.
On the left, still.
One more there. One's hay, man, Whereabouts is he? Hey,
absolute, hold it.
Yeah, there's three there.
Hold left the bullet.
Alright, spawning out, right.
Brad, play your life here, you're massive.
Alright, 146.
Front edge.
Push that front, nice, good job.
Right.
Nathan Hill.
Yeah, I'm going back right. Yeah,
he's in there. Trinity, go, we gotta go.
Oh, he killed me inside the silo. So he's two back grannies. Nice.
Right, he's in left-hand side corner. One's right. Nice, good job.
I need to go tunnel. Oh, Trinity, Nameless. I'm okay. Spawning back blue.
They, I guess they're keeping poise, but you got to be frustrated. They've been hit with 2 Trinity rockets to clear this out. You give streaks to so many players on EG, you're getting destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, Clint, it's 183 and counting to 46. I mean, the comms, they didn't sound bad for Fnatic, but I mean, you know, your comms could be perfect. It doesn't matter if you're not killing anybody, you're not getting any time. And I feel like they just fell behind by so far early that it's like, what do you even do? I mean, you get some points, you get streaks. I mean, look, they get a full 60 here. They're still down by almost 100.
And, you know, when we looked at it yesterday, you know, Tommy took some responsibility for some bad maps. You know, we've seen Scraps struggle at times. Usually it's been like one guy, kind of like Sunny B in the Retaliation just got destroyed. It's all of them. I mean, everyone nearly double negative. There's nothing they can do right. You've now seen 2 Trinities come into play. A bombardment now for Study. Fire raining from the skies as the league continues to build for EG.
And this is a tough matchup for the side of Fnatic because, I mean, you were raced day 1. EG's been the best team here. I mean, you come into today, and with this being almost a must-win game for Fnatic, this is probably the last team they wanted to see.
Well, I'll tell you what, we did our caster predictions beforehand, and I took Rise in second. You and Jack both took EG, and after day 1, I thought you guys were nuts.
I thought I was nuts after day 1.
And now, man, like you said, they've been the best team on day 2 and 3 as they continue to roll, and they can close it out here in Statue. You saw an FTL jump going behind, but they're able to clean that up. You have Centurion here to work with as well. Nameless and company can do no wrong.
And the reason I was kind of high on EG coming into this weekend was because, you know, they've dealt with so much pressure all year. You know, trying to qualify at the last minute, making it, you know, these crazy loser bracket runs. That I felt like when the pressure was on, this is the one team we knew how they performed when they were kind of pushed to the brink of elimination. You've not seen any of these other teams really kind of forced to that limit. I thought EG was going to come out and have a big weekend.
I'll tell you, I talked to Nameless after day 1, and all he said to me was, man, I'm pissed we can't keep playing. He's like, you know, we have these losers bracket run where we finally get into a rhythm and we carry that momentum. He was hyped to get into day 2, and boy, did he bring it. Fnatic trying to just make sure they're not 100-point clubbed at this current moment. They should pick up the remaining time they're at Statue. But this is just, it's out of hand. I mean, what more can you highlight? Just look at the top right.
Just look at the kills.
KDs.
Yeah.
It tells the entire story.
It's just been a bloodbath here in game number 1. Fnatic getting close to the 100-point mark. Just 1 second away. They get over the 100-point mark here, but still, EG up by so much here, Maeve. Just a matter of time before they close it out.
And, you know, speaking more about Nameless, I know we've highlighted him a lot, but when you showed, I believe, his KDs and kind of respawn at S&D, it was something like a 0.6 in one, 0.5 in another. It was horrific. We showed it to start the day. He's gotten back to right around a 1.0 or over. I mean, it's how much, man, he has turned it on right now, 32 and 18. Almost snapping onto Wuskin there before he falls, but you just need a little over 10 points here, and game 1's going.
I mean, statistically, coming out of day 1, him and Study were the 2 worst players. Just going off of stats. And
look at him now, man.
But look at both of them now. Absolutely crushing for their team. It's really been Nameless who's led the way. I mean, Study brings a lot of energy, a lot of hype, some big play moments to this team. But when you have Nameless slaying, they are a very scary team.
And it just go back to that, you know, the Clayster interview you saw where he said you always think this team was made around search and destroy, not respawn. But he said the respawns improved because you have 4 strong Slayers, which I at times would have heavily disagreed with. But right now you are seeing it over the 2 series we've seen today. All 4 players have just been lights out.
It's a scary team to go against because you know the potential they have. And if they're playing like they are today, like, what do you do? I mean, sometimes just with the way they are, just as players, I mean, they're inconsistent. Sometimes they're going to have a day like Friday. And they know they've turned it around in a very big way.
I mean, it's got to be one of the better rebounds we've ever seen from one day to a next. And I know you've been to so many events. We both casted so many. You've coached as well. But typically, you don't see a team go from like an 0-6 to this run. It's just, it's wild.
Yeah, you usually don't see a team like, you know, go bounce out in the bottom of like groups or losers like early and make it all the way back. It's really rare. I'm trying to rack my brain for anything that, like just like a one-day kind of.
Yeah, like a switch was flipped, basically. A light turned on for the team, and all of a sudden, they look like the best squad here. And at times, I mean, even looking back to last week, you know, Splice looked vulnerable at times. Envy looked vulnerable at times. If EG get into this top 2 spot, you got to feel like this is all of a sudden a team that can make a run of playoffs.
Oh, Barn, 99-5. That is an awful disparity in score in favor of Evil Geniuses. No train in baseball, not much better. I mean, AG dominated every hard point you see, Nameless. I mean, I feel like every time we've thrown up a box score, he's been on the bottom. 34 kills, a 1.79 KD, just dominating these games.
And when you see Tommy with the most kills on Fnatic with 20 and a 0.74 KD, I mean, I think that just speaks volumes to how poor the entire team was. It's not like some of those games where one person was holding them back. That was just a complete derailing of the squad. As Nameless, we get a nice shot of his hat, and for Tommy,
cool hat.
Yeah. Tommy, I mean, what do you do here? How do you rally the troops? I know he was frustrated with himself and the decision making of the young players at times on the team. It's everybody right now.
It's tough, man, especially knowing you're going into a buzzsaw in that second match. Like, you played Rise really tough. Just some insane plays by Aqua there in the game 4. I mean, they got blown out. But, I mean, coming into this one, I mean, what do you tell the guys? I mean, you're going up against a team who, they went undefeated yesterday. They come in, they win a big series today. It's just like, you can say all you want to the rest of the guys, but it's like whether they believe it or not. Yeah. Whether that comes down to, it's like, you can rally the troops, but whether they really believe, like, deep down that they have a chance, that's what it comes down to.
And, you have a team each week that's playing kind of those back-to-back matches, usually in the 2 and 3 spot, right? And it's a two-edged sword, because if you win that first game, you carry some momentum into the second. But if you're like FaZe yesterday or Fnatic today, you lose that first match, all of a sudden the next one becomes much more scary. There's so much pressure on the line. And again, Fnatic's playing really just to get, not be relegated. If they lose this, they're relegated.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a lot of time for Fnatic to make changes, right? I mean, you talk for a few minutes in between the matches. We go to the desk, we go here and there, we give them a few minutes to really kind of get set back up. But there's not a lot of time to just kind of talk over what went wrong. You can't watch VOD. There's not really a ton of time for adjustment when you get these back-to-back games.
Well, who would you compare them to maybe last week? I know the results are very different, but in a way, I sort of think about Mindfreak in the sense that Mindfreak played everybody really tough, but didn't really get the wins. Fnatic has played, for the most part, everyone very, very tough. They could have pulled out a couple series they didn't. They could have beat FaZe day one of that first match.
Fnatic's going to go back and watch a lot of the VODs from this tournament, and they're going to be pretty pissed off, to be quite frank, because, I mean, there are so many times where they're just, a better use of an ability, or one person going right instead of left, that have decided a lot of their games. I mean, their games, outside of the last one we saw with Rise Nation, where they blew them out 2, 3, and 4, have been decided by just single plays.
Oh, yeah.
Like just one small mistake. I think they'll go home and they'll look at a lot of these VODs and, they'll just kind of think, what if?
What if, exactly, Matt. But it is time for Game 2. If you're new to competitive Call of Duty, if you've been with us a long time, you may not have seen Breakout Search and Destroy, or if you have, just a handful of times. It is new to the circuit here. And you gotta think the S&D specialist in EG should have the edge. But can Tommy and crew muster the strength to battle back? It's Game 2.
And EG, very crafty. We've seen some of the things that Naga's pulled out in previous Call of Duty titles, and people are just saying, what is he trying to go do here? This time, gonna bring out the sniper rifle mid. Not gonna get a pick. It's gonna be Sunny B opening up, getting first blood. 2 quick kills in favor of Fnatic. They have the man advantage.
Well, let's see what Study can do here. Fantastic in Game 1. Great today overall. He's able to pick up a kill, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Back to Naga as he peeks the edge. He's got the pistol. What fantastic timing that was on Tommy. Now it's on Scraps to try and make a play up against Study and Naga. I'm not sure yet if Naga was able to pick up another gun, but if you can turn it into a 1v1 with him, maybe you've got a good shot. You got to think at this point he's found a K-bar and MV4 somewhere.
But with this map being so new, the bomb going down, you don't really have a great idea of where these players like to play.
It's true.
So many positions you can go. I mean, Scraps does not know what side the bomb is planted for, doesn't know it's planted for this outskirts area or by showers, and he sees the bomb now, but sees nobody in sight. He's be very confused here.
It tries to go hunting, and there's so many, this bomb post-plant can be tough for defense because there's so many different ways to hit it from. You have the 2 entrances from mid-map, you have 2 different wall runs you're able to collapse from, but the same can be said when you're in a scenario like that, trying to get the defuse. There's so many different areas, so many different angles that, the defenders on that bomb can be holding. He was just hunting, never able to track him down.
Now we'll get to see Fnatic, what they do on the offensive side of things. We do not know how much practice they've gotten on this map. And at Birmingham, this map was not in the rotation. Freshly added for the Global Pro League. We'll see what kind of strat they bring out.
First round goes the way of EG. And it was a round in which Sunny B, I believe, got the first blood this time. 2 kills going in the favor of Evil Geniuses. They'll have a 3-2 edge. Run with your bomb carrier. That's going to be Wuskin. They're holding on loading here. He's got a player to watch his back. You can see the bomb site right now is free. But as Sunny B drops, it becomes a one-man army now. Wuskin, 1 versus 2, his brother in a similar scenario last round. Can he clutch up? He just got eyes on both. He just got eyes on both.
So knows where both players are. Playing for them to come back towards the site.
Oh my God, this could work out perfect. This could work out absolutely perfect. He has to go, just has to go. Could wrap behind both. It's gonna be all on the timing of this play. He's gotta realize that they pushed through, taking the long way around here. The timing window may have disappeared, but do they realize that he wrapped around the back? Going, they keep charging around the map. He's gonna be, just that one step behind them this entire time.
Now he's
Never
forced
see
to get bomb down.
But it does allow him to get the bomb down. So obviously a better scenario than when this 1v2 first started. Can Wuskin clutch up?
We'll see what corner he decides to play. EG just needs to trade this out. Needs to stay together, but look how separated they are.
Oh, he didn't see him? I thought for sure Nagafin would have saw his back. Now he might be able to get in right behind. There's the first kill. He's able to find it with the last bullet before he hits the edge. Now 1 versus 1. 20 seconds left. You see on X-Ray. Nagafin playing in by the bomb. Wuskin, he's just waiting. He doesn't think he's going to stick it. He doesn't think he's going to stick it. Nagafin now hopping on bomb. Wuskin has to go forward. He goes to check it. It's so close and just narrowly gets the kill.
Fantastic play by Wuskin, clutching the 1v2. Nagafin on bomb, trying to bait him out. Oh,
now you see why
really close.
It looked like a second like he might survive. You see the angle that he had there because he planted on the backside. Not necessarily your best spot to hit from then as you're trying to kill the bomb diffuser, but gets it done. A great clutch from Wuskin. Let's head to round 3.
See how EG decides to play this round. Looks like Nagafin with the sniper rifle in his hands again. Narrowly missing a shot. Knows there's one player up in that top window. Just trying to pin him down in that position.
I feel like he's going to have to get lucky to hit that spot. You just see the tip of his head for a moment. Wuskin may have an engagement. I take it back. Nagafin does find the first kill. Nagafin tries to snap onto the second, but not able to get it. There's 2 in the back. They're terrified of Nagafin's sniper. You can see the way they're using cover here to try to stay out of his line of sight. But let's switch back over to Fnatic's POV here.
Sunny B in position to potentially make a play. Comes over the top, gets one. Spots another player directly to his right. Gonna try and just bounce over the doorway here. He's gonna get challenged. It's gonna be a big win there for Nameless. So it's gonna be a 3v2. Wuskin and Scraps, the brothers.
And Wuskin, look at that 150 off the Trinity here. Maybe a chance to clutch up. You see Scraps pushing forward. He's gonna call it out to his teammate. Scraps should know he's inside. He gets some shots in. Hasn't been able to close out the kill as he flies out. Maybe able to help him. There's a team kill. Havoc actually hits Nameless. All of a sudden, this turns into a 2 versus 2. They still have to work the defuse. And this could be such a big round for Wuskin if he could build on those streaks.
BC, they have absolutely no idea where EG is playing this. They're running out of time. They have 20 seconds left on the clock. Scraps going to fall. Wuskin gets one, turns around. So no idea where Havoc is playing. Havoc coming on the wall run, picks up a big kill. Ends Wuskin's streak in the process, 2-1 EG.
Oh, exactly. I mean, you don't probably have time to get back. I think it was around 9 seconds or so. But if he wins that gunfight, he at least gets a Trinity Rocket, right? So a key win for Havoc. Beautiful stuff there. Shots of both sides as the pressure continues to mount in this game too. Fanatics, stage 2 hopes on the line. They don't want to have to play through relegation. They want that guaranteed pool play spot for Anaheim. They want that guaranteed spot at champs for the EU roster. So much pressure on them right now.
And EG on defense, they're going to send Nagafin to the top of the map over towards B with the sniper. Then they're going to put a lot of pressure towards the mid. Wuskin getting tagged up.
A little slow to react to that. I know it's easier for us, obviously, with X-Ray. But he's able to stay alive. Scraps saw one player tagged up there on the opposite side of loading. He's inching his way forward, trying to find him. He's going to give it up and cover the bomb planter from the opposite side. But he's so close to getting an angle on a player several times. It's in a 3v3 scenario, and now we'll watch Fnatic from this post-plant situation.
Scraps just trying to watch both angles. Has two players charging towards him. I believe he saw one. Scarab going to come in from his brother. Now, potentially, you get a player weak inside. That's where you think Scraps maybe needs to challenge one. It's going to be Nagafin winning a battle mid-map. Scraps comes out, checks bomb, gets one. Not going to pick up a second. It'll be Wuskin, the only one alive. Picks up two, not going to get the last. It'll be Nagafin defusing the bomb. It's another round goes to EG.
Another very close 1v2 for Wuskin. Did he get reactive like right at the end there when he was on the wall run? I think when he won that first fight.
Maybe. I did not check that.
I thought he got it like right as he won that gunfight. Maybe he even had it before, but not able to pop that. Nagafin gets the kill. And Nagafin's been in a couple spots where it's good that he's been able to find a weapon to back up that sniper, because you saw the light of that as Scraps, I think, peeked in to check over the bomb. Next up, he has a K-bar, and he finds two big ones there in showers.
Nagafin has showed up in a big way, though, this week.
Yeah.
4 Evil Geniuses. He's been fantastic in S&D today. And right now, you look on the side of Fnatic. Wuskin playing fantastic. Tommy and Scraps both with 1 kill apiece. Study, though, just rips apart the twin brothers on the outside. So now, looks like EG in a great position to win yet another round.
Can Tommy find another kill? He just picked up 1. Wuskin did have reactive, so maybe a quick pop last round could have guaranteed it, but the play comes up short. Now it's going to be a 2v3 bomb going down for Havoc as Tommy and Sunny B are going to wrap around the backside.
And this is one EG looks like they know exactly how they want to play this map. Here at Ake saying that they were scrimming them coming into this event, so EG is definitely practicing. Nagafin with a snipe. I don't know if that's him again with the sniper rifle. We're about to find out.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. Does he hit another snipe? Oh my God, there's 1. There is 2. That is absolute filth.
Nagafin picks up 2 6 snipes behind the site. So difficult to hit in that position.
And 0 emotion on his face.
Picks up 2.
All right, let's watch it start to build here for Fnatic. They're trailing by 3 rounds. Matt, you gotta do something now. You have to get around on the board. They go down 5-1, and you gotta feel this is over. It's Nagafin again. Almost takes off the head of another Fnatic. Stop peeking him.
He's got the pistol in his back pocket. It's gonna be Wuskin's getting 1. Wuskin's gonna get a second. So now, Fnatic has the man count. Wuskin's with a 3rd. Working towards an ace here. This Fnatic, barring an insane play from Study, should win this round.
Wuskin might be able to pick up all 4. He's having a brilliant game. He's the only one having a game. Good job by Scraps there to stay alive. If he gets picked up, maybe you feed a scenario here in which Study's able to clutch, but by playing his life, makes it that much more difficult. You see an X-ray, 1 to the left, 2 to the right. Not able to win the first gunfight. Fnatic get another round on the board.
I think really, if you're Fnatic, you just need to figure out where Naga's playing with that sniper rifle and just challenge him. Just keep pushing him. I mean, you gotta...
If he's hitting shots like he is, though.
Yeah, you gotta challenge him, though. I mean, granted, the last few rounds he's hit some shots, but you gotta kind of play the percentages. Not a lot of the time you're gonna be able to jump off the wall runs and hit people, multiple targets flying at you.
He did in his first series today as well, though. I think he hit 5 or 6 snipes on that throwback. He's been insane. We gotta watch him yet again. He's 8-3 right now. He saw just a glimmer. But you see the Fnatic defense very similar. They have 1 in the top window, 1 playing around loading, 1 below, pretty much same defensive stack each time. And for several of these rounds, they've peaked a little bit too much, and Nagafin's been able to find a kill.
Well, I mean, he's also giving them a ton of information. I mean, he spots 2 players at least mid-map, and now that's allowed EG to open this up, and another kill for Naga with the sniper rifle. Wuskin's out, takes him out on the site. So Nagafin out of the equation here. It's going to be Study losing that gunfight to Wuskin. Wuskin has done a fantastic job in the S&D. Just needs a teammate to get there with him.
I think he had just a little bit of that reactive armor left. Maybe helped him stay alive in that scenario. Wuskin, 11-4, Nameless, now trying to make a clutch of his own. They're in a 2v2 here. They're both pushing him. They want the kill in the back. Nameless can't win it. Now it's all on Havoc. 1 versus 2. Getting close to that reactive armor. Bomb still has not been planted. They know where he is. He's tagged up. They finish him. Fnatic roaring back.
It's a smart play there by Wuskin and Scraps. They pinch on Havoc. They're able to take him out. Wuskin with yet another kill. He has been so strong in S&D for Fnatic. It feels like almost an automatic 10+ kills a game. It's just been an absolute monster in the game mode.
Yeah, I mean, I know when he first stood out for me was what, that 16-2 game on Throwback, I think at Paris, and I was like, holy hell, this guy is nuts. He's continuing to show it here, and you can see at the bottom right of your screen, 75 off of bombardment. He already has the Trinity rocket to work with. Hell, he keeps playing like this, and this goes to like around 11. He may get the reactive armor again for all we know, but can he pick off Havoc? Not able to grab Nameless either. Getting some information for his team. Tommy should call out the flank, but he actually does find Nameless. So first kill comes through for the Trinity. But Study, Nagafin answering back. This would be a huge round win in which you expend one of your streaks for Wuskin.
Yeah, if you use those streaks, you got to be able to close out the round. And I believe Tommy went in to push on Nagafin. Nagafin wins it with the pistol. So that is the one kill that has thrown things in Evil Genius's favor in this round.
And you can see the communication. I mean, he has eyes on them inside. Through the Trinity rocket, he calls on Tommy to push. Tommy, though, not able to win the fight. Now, can they find the opening pick? You just saw one. Sunny B knows her in Visitor Hut. Sunny B obviously spotted there as well. Wuskin gets the call off to try and find the kill. Can Wuskin keep the heroics going? There's one at the edge. Oh, so tagged up, but just not able to finish it. 20 seconds remaining. They have yet to get the bomb planted, and it's across the map.
Such a difficult position. EG watching the cross here. Sunny B makes it. Nagafin takes him out. Wuskin, the only one alive here.
He gets bombardment. I mean, that's the only positive here. He's on a 7 streak, for God's sake. What more can Wuskin do? This feels like maybe a Tatch versus Fnatic the other day.
There's nothing he can do. I mean, nothing more he can do. I mean, he's been playing phenomenal. Here's the kill. Nagafin on to Sunny B as he runs across, trying to get bomb. And if you're Wuskin, you got to be frustrated. I mean, you put together a tremendous game here in S&D in game number 2, but our teammates not giving you much to work with.
A question for you. Do you think maybe he slowed down because he was getting close to that Trinity rocket? He was playing way behind, and they start to push behind the Trinity. Do you think maybe he plays a little bit faster if he's not worried about streaks, that round can go differently?
I don't think so. I mean, when a guy is playing that well, I mean, you can't kind of fault any decision he decides to make. I mean, he has such a better read of the game than the rest of his teammates that I would definitely not question the people who are 2-7, 3-6, and 3-8.
Well, you see his brother there getting first blooded. Can Sunny B and co answer back? There's one right outside loading. Make it 2. That could be collapsing on Sunny B here any moment. They catch him in the corner. 2 players left. This looks to be an EG win and a 2-0 advantage in the series. Wuskin knows he has to dial it in. He's going to call in the bombardment. They're in showers. They can all hide. It's not going to connect with anything. It's going to make a lot of noise.
I mean, maybe it just forces them inside. Maybe they're able to just cause some commotion, but the bomb down. And Tommy dead, 1v4. Does not look good.
Well, this would be for 18 kills. The timing could not be worse there. And EG now 1 map away from guaranteeing their spot at the $500,000 Stage 1 playoff.
And look, they secure a 3-0 here. Their map count's looking great. I mean, after day 1, I mean, they spot everybody else, a few maps. They come in day 2, they clean up. They do a fantastic job winning a ton of series quick. Same thing here today, man. I mean, they take out Fnatic in a 3-0 fashion. It's a fantastic weekend for EG.
It's a switch, man. Like, how do you go from day 1 to this and look
clue.
so unstoppable? They've been brilliant. Just real quick, before we go to a break, when you're talking about Fnatic, what can they possibly do here? With how good EG is playing, how can they come back in this series?
Sometimes you just run into a better team. I mean, there's nothing really you could do. I mean, sometimes the other guy's just playing a little bit better than you can possibly even get to. So I think you're going to need to see EG slip a little bit in this next one and Fnatic really pick up the pace.
Well, after this break, it is the Game 3 uplink. Stay tuned. It is your G Fuel player matchup. We've got Havoc. We've got Sunny B to go as well. Break this down for me, buddy.
Havoc has been great in the respawns. We highlight him a lot for his S&D play, but respawn game modes has been where he's excelled throughout the weekend. You see the Hardpoint KD, fantastic in Uplink. Sunny B on the other side of the coin for Fnatic has not had the greatest of weekends. Needs to show up big in our Game 3 Uplink.
And that is it. It's Havoc. It's Sunny B. EG versus Fnatic. And that is your G Fuel key player matchup.
Welcome back, guys. Before we get this uplink started, I just want to break down a little bit of what Fnatic needs to do early in this one if they're going to have a chance to bring this series back. Their life is on the line here in this group. But going into this precinct, they have some work cut out for them. Uplink has been a saving grace for them early here, but what they need to do is really make use of this beneficial side on precinct. And what I mean by that is getting these intro kills on the middle of the map. So the drone obviously starts in the middle. They need to focus on these kills right here first. If you can clear out Havoc and Study, it forces the other players from EG to make the decision whether to take the fight over towards Statue there or to rotate back and focus on the other side. If Fnatic's able to pick up these kills and get drone control, what's going to happen very quickly and what they need to do to score points early is get this drone up towards this side of the map once these EG players are done and basically get set up so far up on the map over towards here. If they can get control of this yellow truck here and get this line of sight over towards the back gas there, it basically forces the spawn from EG at back gas, and they're forced to make that decision from that spawn point whether to go from gas out that right side or wrap back to your base. Basically, if Fnatic can get that setup and score a bunch of points early in this one, they can start to get some momentum back in their favor and hopefully keep their hopes alive here to qualify for the stage 1 playoffs. It's going to be a tough task for them. Uplinks has been Fnatic's sort of saving grace so far. Hopefully they're going to be able to do it. But that's going to do it for me. Hopefully we get a good map 3.
Great stuff, Teep. Okay, so Fnatic, they've got to come back in this series to have a chance for that 3rd spot.
Yes.
EG take this, they're guaranteed top 2. Then it comes down to FaZe versus Rise for that other spot. I mean, I think Rise could technically take 1st over EG.
You'd have to get into map counts and all that.
FaZe would, I think, only be 2nd, but the final match of the night is huge. But we're not there yet. We still have maybe a couple more maps here.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, we've talked about their strong uplink play. They did not look good earlier against Rise Nation. But how strong EG's been as a team, you think this one would be a little bit tougher?
You saw Pat said what? He was thinking Patty P's predictions. He was going 3-1 Fnatic. Well, that is currently off the table. I just looked over at him. He just shrugged. I don't think anyone, even after yesterday, I don't know that I expected EG to come out the way they did. They've just... I thought it's like you look at day 1 and that's the norm. You look at day 2 and think that's the norm. I thought maybe we get something in the middle.
Polar opposites.
Yeah, we just got another day 2 EG on our hands. They've been nuts.
And I think it's really since they've made this adjustment with Nameless over towards the K-bar, they've switched him off from the NV4. I mean, they've looked lights out ever since, and he's just looked like a completely different player.
And, shout out to Study as well. I spoke to him after day 1, and he said they went back and they watched footage of FaZe. And he's like, we knew exactly what they were going to be doing. And my God, did they show it over the last couple of days. But it is a pretty solid start here for Fnatic as they get several down. They get drone in hand, and now we watch the attack start to mount. So for them, it's going to be, the opposite side of what TP was breaking down. It'll be EG looking for those pickings. But right now, a dunk should be in the cards. There's the first one through. 2-0 Fnatic, the comeback is started.
And if you're EG, you just need to stabilize your base, which Nagafan does. They get back towards mid-map, they win a few fights, and now the drone is in their hands. Few kills going in favor of EG. This is going to be some points.
Well, the comeback that started has now evaporated as the dish and the dunk go through for EG. A counter in just 20 short seconds. EG has been dynamite. A nade out right now. It's in lobby for Havoc. How does he find these kills? One's a team kill, one's picked up. Nagafin finds another, and now the rally should build again for EG.
Yeah, and EG has nobody, Fnatic has nobody over in this top ticket area. EG trying to bring the drone into this position.
Oh no.
They've actually thrown the drone down. It looks like it's stuck there. It's gonna go get reset. Pretty unfortunate circumstance there for EG.
That's at least a point or two you just lost by throwing it. It's stuck in mid-tarp here. It's going to be respawning in a moment. There it goes. You see on the minimap, it's back to lobby. An unfortunate sequence of events there as the drone gets stuck, but it's back to Havoc here. He's got to be one of the more deadly players when you talk about this type of positioning, where he can use cover, when he can snap on players. Tommy, I didn't think Tommy was going to gun him there. Nice shots.
And now Nameless in mid-map, watching this drone. Scraps coming in as well. Everybody here vying for mid-map control.
It's a prone party, man. They're using cover.
The prone is pretty powerful.
Yes, apparently, as they keep making plays, but the drone ends up in the hand of Wuskin, the toss away, but the pick comes through. Study able to find the drone. Nice defensive stand from EG.
We'll see Nameless pushing over here towards this top statue. Team kill there, but for a second there, I thought he was going to pick up Sunny B. 2 big kills. If Nameless would have been able to pick him up, maybe would have led to some points if EG could have gotten drone control. Study sees one, it's passed. If you're EG, you can pick up this drone and kind of take it back towards construction. Both teams playing very slow right now. EG trapped inside of the drone spawn.
Yeah, pretty much map control right now to Fnatic just across the line, but the drone's in the hand of EG, and that's the part that matters, the push. Gonna come here from Cherry Blossom. There's multiple players in front. They're able to find the first, one more to push the edge. He's tagged. A good defensive stand here at the mid-street. Wuskin goes huge. He just had a dynamite game too. They need every bit of him. He's got to pick it up here in game 3. 6 and 7 right now. And now they're starting to build it here towards Tarp. Going to get drone down, toss it forward, and look to find kills.
You do see Nagafin on a bit of a flank. He falls, but EG, specifically Nameless, picking up some kills on their side of the map. To just slow this down. Nobody wants to come out and challenge Study here. So the drone is down in the middle of the open. It'll be EG picking it up. They get right towards Scraps. It's going to be Nagafin taking him out with a beatdown.
And you can't feel better for Nameless. He's one of the older players, one of the longer standing players. He has a poor event here and there. Some people, you see murmurings of, man, he's washed. He doesn't have it anymore. God, has he put on a show here. But as I say that, it's a lead change as Fnatic. It's a one-pointer through. We've got 60 or so seconds remaining here in the first half.
And this is EG playing from the preferred side of the two. So right now, not putting a lot of points on the board. I think Fnatic, if they can take a lead going into the second half, they look pretty good to take this game.
Well, like Teep said, the saving grace for Fnatic has been their uplink. But just like that, EG back in front, they get the dunk. Who else will get on the board here? Over these final few moments, Study maybe can build towards streaks, but as I say that, he ends up cut down. It's a bloodbath at mid-map. We'll go back to the dance party here in lobby.
So both players trying to get the other out of position, trying to get a touch of the drone. You see Tommy just trying to shoot. I believe that is the legs of Havoc. He's dancing on the ground.
A couple kills back and forth, 2 down for either side. We're back to lobby. One source through the edge. Ends up going to Fnatic. They got a chance here. Scraps on a 2 streak. He's got drone in hand. Nagafin wants no part of this as he wants to make sure no points get on the board. You do have one final opportunity. With 1 second left, no toss, gonna get off. We're gonna go to the second half. You get the quad shot there of EG. They know they're 5 minutes away from having the opportunity to play in the Stage 1 playoff.
Just be a huge turnaround for Evil Geniuses. They go 0-2 on Friday. They don't win a game. And then they come in Saturday, 2-0 day. They come into today. They win their first series. Can they take their second?
All right, let's watch Wuskin now off the break. It's Nagafin, and where do you find him? In the sky. The guy basically the Call of Duty bird. As 4 down now for Fnatic. It's a push for EG. They want to build on this lead. Wuskin in a defensive position. It's a combination of Study and Nameless. They cut him down. There should be a pass forward. No, Havoc wants to keep it, and Havoc will delay here for a second as his teammates get back to lobby. I think they were waiting on Study to get in position. They lose a gunfight, but still multiple players at mid-map. Havoc's got enough time to rotate back. Now you have a counter opportunity for Fnatic, though. They're trying to get this out quick.
Yeah, Fnatic trying to get towards the mid-street where Scraps could potentially get off a one-point throw, and he connects. So a big turnaround there for Fnatic, but we highlighted him coming into this match. Sunny B, not the best in the respawn game modes. Double negative right now. They need a big second half for him if they're going to come back.
He was pretty consistent yesterday. Today, abysmal. It was the Tommy was the one lagging behind as another interception comes through. May not matter. It does. They're able to pick up the kills at home. And now they'll try to push it out. Who's on the flank? That's actually going to be Nameless. So as soon as they think they have the base cleared out, Nameless thought maybe for a second Drone was still down. It looked like he was charged into the base.
Yep, but it's going to be Sunny B who picks up 2 big kills, stops the drone from going through. Fnatic down by 2 points. But where are they going to go on the offensive end? Looks like they were trying to go through lobby, maybe the construction. That doesn't work. Tommy, the only one up. Here comes the flood for EG. He's able to get 2. Tommy doing a fantastic job keeping this alive for Fnatic.
Tommy stays alive, finds a couple of kills, sees a third. Fantastic shots there as he just sees the tip of the skull of Study, and he's able to get it. Now you're mounting the pressure up mid-street. There's one in ticket booth. He's already pre-aimed to that, and there's the one-pointer, just a little bit short. That one could end up biting Fnatic.
And I talked about it. Fnatic, they would go back and watch a lot of the VODs, and it's just one mistake on each of these maps that's really cost them. And there's that mistake right now. With 3 minutes to go, they miss a 1-point throw. Would have made it a 1-point game, and look at this, EG may turn into points on the other end.
Right, that'd be the worst. A counter coming through after the 1-point miss. You saw that sloppy Frost uplink they had the other day. More misses here. Nagafin does have camo to go, and there's so much pressure on the camo player in this game. When you see Naga like that, 24-17, leading all Slayers. Scrap still has a ways to go. He should get the camo, but you can see at the top right, he's about 75% of the way there. In a game this tight, it is all going to fall on the camo player down the stretch.
Yeah, if you're EG, you don't panic. I mean, if Fnatic gets a 2-point play, you have the camo if you want to use it to break out of your base, if they really get control. Or you want to give it to Nagafin, let him put the game away. Let him get that camo into the position. By Fnatic's space, you can easily walk it in for 2.
Tommy getting some nice shots out with this NV4, has one more to challenge mid-street, trying to locate him around the back. Tommy wins it again. He's able to turn, almost snap on an aimless, but just a little bit short. But he did a good job starting to open things up for his team on the mid-street. Sunny B has to toss it down for a moment, and he needs to find some kills here, man. 11, completely lagging behind. The timing not working out for him as well. But there is his first kill. Unfortunately, he takes a car to the face.
I mean, you look on the other side of things. I mean, Havoc, he's even at 16-16. I mean, that's a huge difference between these 2 players. You look at Sunny B on the bottom for Fnatic, Havoc in terms of slaying on the bottom for EG, but just to be at even as opposed to negative, it's just a huge difference.
Well, let's see how this EG pressure mounts. 70 seconds left on the clock. That is all that stands between EG and taking top 2 here. Kills traded back and forth at Statue. Study has overdrive to go. Nagafin has camo to work with as well, but has a couple drops. Sunny B is going to be the lead blocker. It's Havoc able to shut it down. Overdrive through. The dunk is in. Tie game, 55 seconds left. But remember, Naga still has camo. Scraps does not have camo, and he may not get it here. Overtime might be their best bet just to give Scraps an opportunity here, and they can clutch up. But Study overdrive, you got to think Naga's the one to make the play.
You need to get the drone to Naga. He gets one mid-map.
Let's go to
Naga.
Naga.
Has the drone in his hand. Let's get on with Nagafin, see how he decides to play this with camo.
Resets his armor, taking his time. Teammates pick up kills. Here's it. Here he's going through. He's going through. 20 seconds. He gets the 1-point toss. Now, if you're Scraps coming off a spawn, can they get camo for him and get it in his hand? Study's just going to overdrive back to get in a key position. Scraps just came off spawn. He's not going to be involved with this. EG looking to shut it down, but Sunny B does find a clutch kill. And now look at how painful this is. Scraps a centimeter from camo. That will do it. EG has done it, and they are in the top 2 for playoffs.
And it's actually an incredible use of overdrive there at the end by Study. At that position in the game, obviously nothing he can really do with it. Gets into that top ticket area, prevents guys on Fnatic from getting in that position, trying to pin them in the back of their base. He picks up that 1 kill on the drone. That's where they're going with it, and that is the game.
it's actually, it's huge, right? I mean, him able to get to that edge there and be pre-aim when they try to come out of lobby with the drone, so big. But there you see Nagafan. He was brilliant all day, whether it was search and destroy with the sniper or getting it done with the NV4 in the respawns. Naga was brilliant. I mean, I know last year I feel like we mostly talked about him for flashy plays. It was never his KD and respawn. It was always search. What a well-rounded performance from him for day 2.
I mean, Nagafan and Nameless were tremendous today for EG. And that last one, Nagafan was an absolute superstar. If he's going to play like that in respawn game modes going forward, EG going to be a very difficult team to beat come playoff time.
Well, I know for sure we should be chatting with one of the players soon, but before, okay, he's actually ready to go. So we're hearing it's actually Study on the floor with Jack.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a turnaround from Evil Geniuses. Folks in the venue, make some noise for them. Much deserved, much deserved. Now 4-2, you've guaranteed yourselves a top 2 spot in this group study. I want to be the first one to congratulate you. You've now qualified for the Stage 1 playoffs for $500,000 on the line. The Anaheim pools for $200,000. Stage 2, another $700,000 on the line. And a $1.5 million Call of Duty Championship berth later on this year. Talk to me a little bit about how proud you are of this team and what you're feeling right now.
My teammates are amazing. I didn't play good till the last day. Shout out to every single one of them. They played amazing. And we definitely deserve this.
You guys have had the most rocky of a road to get to this point, but now you've done it. It's only in EG fashion to go 0-6 on day 1 and then have a perfect 4-0 series record since then. What changed, and what does EG now do moving forward to continue to improve?
Honestly, like, our confidence is at an all-time high right now. So I'm expecting us to go back and work on our really, really bad maps, especially for the playoffs. But just an overall performance, the way we bounced back from the first day was just honestly insane. And then everybody was just telling us that we were coming out dead last, and now we're top 2, guaranteed.
You've had a crazy career up to this point, Study. I know that this year it's been an emotional roller coaster for you on a personal level as well. Is this one of the greatest moments of your entire Call of Duty career to now have all this stuff qualified for?
It's definitely one of them. And I don't know, I'm gonna get a little emotional. I just wanna give a shout out to my mom.
Hey, she's proud of you, man. You did it. You've made it this far. You've got more to come. That's Study. He's one of the best for a reason. Benson, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jack. Congratulations to Evil Geniuses, a 3-0 win right there over Fnatic. They go from 0-6, day 1, to qualified for Stage 1 playoffs, showing the dream can be done, Pat.
Sure, why not?
Had to be done. But as I said, EG, a fantastic performance from them. I mean, unfortunately for Fnatic now, there's no realm where they can finish inside the top 3. They are solidified in that 4th spot. So you will be seeing them in relegation. Is that a surprise to you after some of the performances you've seen Fnatic have this weekend?
I mean, yeah, you didn't really seem they were going to get 4th, right? Like, day 1 and 2, like, you were thinking like maybe 3rd, possibly 2nd, but 4 surprising. I mean, I think coming in this weekend, everyone thought EG was likely to be the 4th team, them and Fnatic maybe, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see at relegation.
Yep, that's of course going to be at Anaheim in a few weeks' time. But we'll break down the series now. We'll start, of course, with map number 1. EG came out all guns blazing, 250 to 115. Not the start Europe needed, Momo.
No, not at all. And, you know, just to kind of summarize that in a few things, EG was just their slaying ability. It's one thing that, you know, has been, you know, criticized in some sense, and one thing I thought Fnatic wouldn't allow is to be outslayed by around 30 kills. It shouldn't be happening. However, EG, the hype, the momentum that they kind of took into this series, you know, from taking down FaZe, from taking down everyone here, it really does show, you know, how important the slaying is. I mean, just look at, you know, the KD differential from Tommy and Nameless, and that's like the most kills that Fnatic got.
I mean, just look at Hill number 2. That's the story. And it's crazy. We've been seeing that so much this weekend where one hill is just so lopsided throughout the weekend. And Fnatic, they know how important Barn is. They do know. They've been playing this game for a long time. They know it's a money hill. They have to be better on those rotations.
And it wasn't just hill 2. They won every hill, right? EG didn't have one single bad hill that whole game, but they just slayed so well. I mean, they came out so hot, and they kept it up the entire game. I mean, when your team's slaying like that, it's impossible to lose.
And I think one of the key things that we noted as well throughout map number 1 was just EG getting very loud, getting very vocal throughout the entire weekend. Everyone who's been here in the studio has said, where is that energy? Where is that passion? Because we know that's what Nameless and Study, that's what they thrive on, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at day number 1, they weren't there. And you could tell. It's just, they have to have the pressure on them. They enjoy it. But, you know, they qualify for playoffs. You can't do that to yourself. You cannot dig yourself in the hole going against the top 8 in the world. So, you know, we'll see how this team bounces back. But that's one thing. They cannot start off a weekend hot.
Right, and we were begging for them to get loud right on day 1. We were like, where is the evil geniuses that we know? They got loud, and they started slaying, and they won 4 in a row.
Yep. Then we head over to map number 2, of course. EG take that as well, 6-3. Something key to note as well, Momo, was Nagafen and his sniper rifle. He hit some explosive snipes to start off the game. He finishes 11-4 at 2.75 KD. Despite Wuskin's 14-5 performance, Fnatic can't hold or can't manage to take the win. But for Nagafen, at times, it feels like the sniper rifle can sometimes be a bit of a hindrance throughout this weekend.
It definitely can be if challenged in the right locations. But for me, on Throwback, he's opened up map control for his squad, starting on day 2. The 2 things that I wrote down really about this was Nagafen and his sniper, and Wuskin's kind of been a bit of a lone wolf. And Wuskin's, you know, time and time again, I think we highlighted on the desk before, and he's dropping double digits every S&D. And I don't want to say he's not getting the help, but something's not going. You know, if you're dropping 14 kills and you're not winning those search and destroys, something is going wrong. And is it Nagafen with a sniper? That was a big part of it, I feel, because they lost first blood, I think, on 4 rounds in particular. And from there, you're not going to be able to just bounce back. The amount of times that we saw Wuskins or Scraps, you know, in a 2v3 or a 1v2, you're not going to be able to clutch up every time, especially against a squad like EG, who is on fire.
And for me, it was just, Fnatic looked like they had no idea what they wanted to do on that map, right? Like, they saw that sniper right away, and then they just decided, how are we going to beat this? And they just played so random. And they last alive. Wuskin was last alive almost every time. The rounds came down to the wire. They didn't even plant the bomb. It just felt like they had no game plan going into Breakout. And it was announced weeks before the GPL. You gotta prepare.
I mean, for me personally, just watching Nagafen throughout the weekend, it seems like so many teams don't know how to react against the sniper. And that's just a different element that we haven't seen as much this year. And Evil Geniuses, they trust him with it. And sometimes it's tough to do, right? Because you put yourself in a weird situation, especially if your team's going down 3v4, 2v4. But, you know, Evil Geniuses, they've been clutching up all weekend. And it's just a different element to search and destroy that EG takes advantage of.
It's definitely a gamble, but I feel like on Breakout, that's one map you can kind of trust it, right? Because you know no teams really have that set strategy. They don't have these post-plant positions. So, like, for one map to be able to trust him on, I definitely think Breakout's a good one.
Good point. Well, I believe we actually have TP on the telestrator breaking down the final round of the Search and Destroy.
Thanks, Ben. And that's exactly what I'm going to talk about here. It just seemed like one team was quite practiced on this map and the other team wasn't. Yes, we can talk all day about Nagafen's crazy snipes. What a crazy watch that was. But basically, you know, when Nagafen's sniping like that, it seems like other teams just give up those middle lanes on the map, and it really ends up punishing them. What I'm going to break down is the last round of the Search and Destroy, and why EG is just so darn consistent on Search and Destroy, and they make use of Nagafen's sniper being so useful at the middle of the map. So basically, in this last round, they have this initial setup. Study's watching this right side towards Cell, towards the B-bomb site. When he has that line of sight, one of those players on Fnatic makes a huge mistake and basically gets taken out. He peeks out way too far, and as soon as Study gets that kill, it forces the other player that's playing inside of that bomb site to play so darn slow. The other players were playing off of Wuskin's bombardment, and EG just didn't really care. So basically, Wuskins and Tommy are hanging out towards the back side of the middle of the map. Nameless is allowed to push up to this middle loading and pin this player in. EG's setups were consistently better throughout the map, and that's what allowed them to get so much map control in the middle. And then when you have someone like Nagafen that has this line of sight over towards this entire side of the map, it just forces these players to be pinned in the back of the map, and there's nothing they can really do to put any sort of pressure. So EG has all the map control, seems like all the gun skill, and it just makes these S&Ds rounds look so easy. So let's roll this clip and see how effective their setup was. It's not really flashy plays a lot of the time that when you search and destroy, it's setups like this. We see Study. He's just calling out to his team. As soon as Fnatic commits those 2 players over towards A, they just lock him in. Nameless, being perfectly patient, he doesn't need to do anything. He knows these 2 players are already committed. They have both of these doors watched. And look at that. He gains that information. Scraps is forced to just be put in a situation where he knows he's getting pinned. Sunny B's now trapped. He doesn't know what to do. 3 different angles to watch from. He's nervous, as he well should be, because Study's pinning him from that side in front of him. Havoc is able to push in, and the other players on Fnatic are so far back because they're worried about Nagafen's sniper. Nagafen, obviously, you can see there, 11-4. They don't want to peek out too far. But now, nothing they could do. Now Wuskins, he had a great map. He's forced to use the bombardment. They just hide into the bomb site, and it's just really straightforward. And that's things we need to highlight more, in my opinion. The teams that are so consistent, they make rounds look easy. EG's been able to do this for day 2 and 3 here in the group, and that's why they've been so darn consistent and most likely taking a top spot. So it's going to do it for the breakdown. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Teepa. A fantastic point you make. You know, the teams that do make it easy, we don't often give them as much credit as they do deserve. But for EG, of course, they went 2-0 up in the series. And let me go over to a map number 3. It was a close one. It definitely was. Aches, you were still believing in a potential Fnatic comeback, but it just wasn't enough. And again, another incredibly close uplink.
And it came down to the same thing. Camo player won them the game, right? Scraps didn't get it. Naga got the clutch one at the end to secure that win. So, I don't know. I guess maybe, Ben, you were right. Maybe he should have switched off camo.
Hey, how did you know? We had that discussion earlier on. I'm not saying he should have done, but you know, we have seen some interesting kind of outcomes, I guess, from camo players throughout this entire weekend in terms of just not getting them in respawn. Worth mentioning as well, Study with a nice little overdrive play at the very end did kind of secure them that win. Do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. He overdrives, puts himself in a great position to sort of shut down that last Fnatic push. And that's just the sort of play that you can use with the specialist. Obviously, he wants to use that to secure drones and points, but instead uses it for positioning, knows that Fnatic's not going to expect him there, and just shuts down that last push.
Right, he just died, so it was a perfect play. Fnatic is like, no one's going to be in our the back stairs. We can go right up, and you saw the drone carrier just come right out. Thought he was free. Study's there, free 2-piece. They couldn't do much after that.
Well, we have just one final game left to play here in day 3 of week 2, and it's an interesting one. Obviously, you know, Rise versus FaZe. Probably what many consider would be the fight for first place. It's a simple breakdown. There's not going to be any crazy like, oh, well, what if, 3-3? What if they win 3-2? What if they win 3-1? It's simple. If Rise beat FaZe, Rise take first in the group, EG would take second in the group. If FaZe beat Rise, Evil Geniuses will take first in the group, FaZe will take second.
Who saw that coming?
I know, right? You could potentially have a team who fought all the way through losers bracket. You know, it looked like no one was ever, you would never have said EG were confident to even make it here, but they get here. They start off 0-6 in day 1 and could potentially finish first. Unbelievable. But my big question, because I do want to talk a little bit about this series, is do you think FaZe can take this? How do you think they recovered? Obviously, they played game 1, didn't look good. They were scrimming, I believe, Millennium in the back. They were dropping maps there as well. Is this a confident FaZe?
Is it a confident FaZe? Probably not. I mean, they've dropped 3 series in a row, but this is a veteran FaZe. They've been together for 2 years. They've been in a ton of situations, you know, backs against the wall at having to win back-to-back series in finals. So this is a team, they know what they have to do, to win. They've been together for a long time. There's just so much talent on this roster. It's going to be a good one.
In my opinion, this series comes down to Clayster and Enable, right?
Yep.
Zuma and Attach have looked lights out all weekend long. You need those day 1 Clayster and Enable who showed up so big. If they slay like they should, they're safe, right? But if not, if we see the same people we saw day 2 and day 3, it's probably a Rise in playoffs.
I couldn't agree more. I've got to see, that Enable. I've got to see that Clayster. I want to see Clayster getting hyped like we know he can. Because when he gets hyped, it's the same as EG. They're on fire. I think his team feeds off of it. And if there's any player that kind of knows, what's on the line here, it is those 4 players already. For the likes of Rise, it's do or die right now. And I just think it just makes it ever so more interesting. Last game of the day, the weekend, and
it's a perfect finale because the winner takes the spot.
Yeah, right. And the last time that Rise beat FaZe was all the way back at Vegas. Right. Since then, it's just been dominant by FaZe.
You need that FaZe that knows, hey, no other team in the world can beat us except United and Optic, right? You need that FaZe to show up right now. Just come out blazing, come out with confidence, and they should be fine.
I mean, we've talked about important players for FaZe, but I think it goes the same to Rise. I'm looking at Looney and Faceno because when they've played well and consistent, they've succeeded. But when they've started struggling, they put a lot more pressure on Aqua and Felony to slay, and that's when things go wrong.
Well, before we actually get to that series, we've been talking a lot about our score streak prediction game, of course, exclusive to the MLG Enhanced Viewing Experience. We were asking a couple of questions earlier on in a couple of the series, actually in the last series, I believe, and you can see the question on your screen. What was it going to be? Will anyone on EG finish game 1 with over 1 minute 45 hill time? 36% said yes, 64% said no. Is that a surprise to any of you guys?
I think there's a lot of time to get it.
Yeah, I would have said no.
You would have said no?
Yeah.
That's a lot of time.
You guys would have had your medals. Yeah, typical. I know you're very good at the score streak.
It's throwback, though.
That's a good point.
It's hard to do that on Throwback.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Of course, we do have the scoreboard as well. I know yesterday I got a lot of tweets saying, "Oh, I was on the stream. That was so cool. That was so cool." Of course, you can play the score streak game over at mlg.tv/COD. We can take a look at question 2 now as well. See what was asked in game number 2. I believe it is going to be, will the bomb be planted in round 3 of game 2? Really? That was the question that we asked? Well, yes, 69%. I feel like that's safe money, right?
I would have said yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sure.
If Fnatic was on offense in round 3, I would have said no. But I'm guessing EG was on offense that round.
Touche. We can take a look at question 3 now as well. Of course, it closed it out with the series, a 3-0 win. I'm curious to see what the question was. Looks like it is going to be, how many total points will be scored in the first half of game 3? A, 6 or more, or B, less than 6. 71% actually got that correct. So shout out to everyone that is playing the score streak game. I believe we have the smart people. We have our scoreboard, so let's take a look. Who is currently on top of that leaderboard? You can see the names here. Oh, Spooky Nix with 10. Boomy Graphics with 10. Boomy Graphics actually, he was in first place yesterday.
Yeah, Optic Angel and Dinero Prince both back on the...
Optic Angel, man. Get his name right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Dude, the O's, the zeros, it's all the same.
What, Optic Angelo 05?
Optic Angelo.
Yeah.
It could be anything. I mean, Vexil is
Yo, that's
twice.
impressive. That's 2 streaks. That's 2 streaks by that guy.
I think they were both crazy. 9, were they not?
By who, Vexilla?
No, Optic Angelo, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I think he got both 9 streaks yesterday and today.
Yeah, he was on there.
Yep.
Wise man.
Either way, shout out to all the smart people out there. Of course, Aches has been pretty spot on with his predictions, but we have 1 game left here of day 3, week 2. Coming up next on the main stage, Rise versus FaZe for their spot at playoffs.
This is it. One final match to decide who makes it to playoffs and who will spend an extra weekend at home. We have ourselves quite the matchup. Two powerhouse North American squads. We have seen these teams battle it out many times in the past. But first, let's introduce the team on the left side of our stage. They've been going back and forth this weekend, trying to claw for that top spot in this blue group. It is still possible. Give it up for Rise Nation. Rise, though, have their hands full in this final matchup. Their opponents are who, honestly, many people thought would finish atop this blue group. At the end of day one, they were coasting right on through, but since then, they have yet to secure another series victory. Folks, they need no introduction. Give it up for FaZe Clan. To everybody watching at home, the stage is set. The winning team makes it to the Stage 1 playoffs. The losing squad fails to qualify. It is prime time.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil. This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for. Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
7-3 from Placer.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic point.
He gets him.
Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
The stage is set for the final matchup here of Group Blue. Day 3, of course. What a good game we have. FaZe versus Rise. It really is very simple, guys. The winner of this goes to playoffs. Of course, the question is, in which order will they go through? A Rise win gives Rise first place, Evil Geniuses second. A FaZe win gives Evil Geniuses first and FaZe second. T-Bite, I feel like this is the perfect ending to a fantastic week.
This is what we're here for, to be honest. It's basically an elimination game, to be honest. Granted, the team will get third, so
right.
they do get some benefit out of it. But regardless, we all want to see these teams at playoffs. Who's going to step up? Who's going to show that clutch factor? And the winning team can actually get a different spot. So it's pretty interesting stuff.
Very true. Of course, last time we saw these two teams play, it was at the very beginning of the weekend, Aches. It was a 3-1 FaZe win, and it looked comfortable. Is that what you're expecting coming into this final game?
You have to say no, right? That day 1 phase was a really impressive phase. They went 6-2 overall map count. Right now, FaZe is on a 0-3 streak in their last 3 matches. You should probably pick Rise if you were smart, but I don't know. Let's look at these maps.
I mean, Memo, here's a look at those maps. We're going to Throwback Hardpoint, Breakout Search and Destroy, Precinct Uplink, Breakout Hardpoint. If it goes to a Game 5, which would be absolutely bonkers, Crusher, Search and Destroy. Memo, at a quick glance, are you leaning either way here?
I'm really interested to see how these two teams play on Breakout Search and Destroy. I do think Throwback Hardpoint could very well be almost a decider. I think if FaZe get off to a map victory, they just go 1-0. They get that hype, they get that momentum, they feed off of it. That's what they need. If they go 0-1 down, it could be 4 series in a row. It could just be the nightmare weekend. But looking at those maps in particular, I'm saying they favor FaZe, but I'm thinking of day 1 FaZe. But day 2 and 3 FaZe, I'm a little bit on edge.
I think we're going game 5. That
five?
breakout hardpoint being game 4.
You can tell he's settling in on the desk.
He's
settling in on the desk.
Like a breakout hardpoint for FaZe is that money match on that game 4. So I think we're going game 5.
All right. Well, the stage is set. Winner goes to playoffs. Couldn't be more simple. Over to our casters. It's Maven and Courage.
Thanks, guys. We are hyped. We are ready to rock. But I thought of something interesting. So FaZe, you usually would say, is one of the best teams on the main stage. They feed off energy, right? Yeah. We know that. They go 2-0 Friday here when we don't have a crowd. Fans, aren't here on Friday. Since we've had a crowd, which is predominantly FaZe, they haven't won a match, which is, I just feel odd.
Are you blaming the crowd?
No! Stop!
There are a lot of people in here.
No, I thought it was strange though. Like you think when the crowd gets here and the noise gets there for FaZe that they would thrive off that, but they've yet to find a win.
I just think there's a lot more going on inside the game that might not be helping FaZe right now. They've got some things to figure out, and they've got to do it in this matchup. You heard Benson break it down for everybody at home. It's simple. You win, and you're into the Stage 1 playoffs. You lose, and dang, you only get 3rd and qualify for another $2.2 million in tournaments as the year goes on. But for right now, all eyes are on the stage playoffs. Maven, this is it. This is prime time.
This is everything we want. It's double round robin. We ran into a Sunday last week where everything wasn't on the line. Only a couple outcomes that could happen. This is the dream. One final best of 5. Winner goes on to play for $500,000. Let's get it, buddy.
Off the break, we're watching Zuma from FaZe Clan. The man at times has looked great this weekend, but I'm sure he'll say himself hasn't had his best tournament up to this point. Going to be challenging towards middle map already. Rise Nation with 2 players here. Zuma does clean up 1 with the help of Clayster as FaZe Clan fight for middle control.
Looney starting off with a couple of kills. He's 2-0 off the break. We'll switch to his POV, see if he can keep it rocking. Up top with an E-Rad, able to win another gunfight up close. 3 in a row now for Looney. Remember, in the last series, Looney started pretty darn slow in the hard point. He got going later on. If they can get a hot start, maybe that bodes well for Rise Nation.
Oh, certainly, and you hear the crowd get behind FaZe as they do get 3 dead and retake some hard point positioning as they now get themselves on the board for the first point in this game. But we have to talk about when these teams have looked at their best. For example, Clayster, when he was on point, especially on that day 1, FaZe go 2-0.
Yeah.
You think of Rise Nation, when they look best yesterday, it's when Felony, you think of that hard point he had versus Fnatic, when he goes 38 and 21 or something along those lines. Watch out for these 2 to be X factors in this game. The rotation over to Barn will be won by Rise Nation.
And if you're new to this, if you're new to competitive COD, there's a history this year. These guys have played 4 times.
Yeah.
Rise Nation hasn't beat them since Vegas. You think back to something like Paris, FaZe Clan beat Rise Nation like they didn't even belong in the league.
It's not just Rise Nation that hadn't beaten FaZe since Vegas. Every other team that wasn't Optic or E-United had not beaten FaZe since that time. Up to this weekend, FaZe were 16-0 against teams not Optic or E-United in best of 5 series on LAN. Now this weekend, they've already lost 3, potentially their 4th if they can't clutch up versus Rise. And right now, Rise Nation have earned themselves a 25-second lead.
You heard Aqua getting very, very loud during that discussion. He picked up 3 in a row. Finally ends up dropping, but now with FaZe having 15 seconds left here in Barn, they're going to bring this back to just about a tie game. So what matters now is the rotation here to Bike. You see Enable going the long way around. It's going to be a pincher attack coming through, but not if Aqua has anything to do with it. He was ready for that attempted flank.
What we know from Rise Nation in the last series they played as well, their teamwork and communication were on point. They were absolutely commanding the map, especially from games 2 through 4. Can they start things off this time around, though, with a Game 1 hardpoint victory? Currently, FaZe have taken back the lead, up about 8 seconds right now. And with Zuma in the middle map, what a start from him. 8-3 with a 4 streak.
150 off picking up the Trinity rocket and then on his way to the bombardment. Can he find more kills? His team's racking up points right now. I'm sure the call's going to come. His 2 teammates drop. He has to now get involved in the action. Does he take it from mid-map or from the rear? He goes back to mid. 50 now off the Trinity. You got to play around these streaks, but at the same time, Rise Nation's starting to rack a little bit of time here.
They most certainly are, and a lot of that comes down to getting control of that top bridge near the back trains area. 2 players from FaZe still collapsing on the old hardpoint, but it's actually Vicente who gets the cleanup kill. So Rise will actually take back this lead while all the key engagements are going down here by baseball. And you just saw Clayster's body go flying as Aqua shuts him down.
Well, I want to get back over. Never mind. Zuma just actually ended up dropping, so I think he fell a little bit short of picking up some key streaks here. Now on X-Ray, you see one in the back of the map. Enable, gonna have a one-on-one, but he actually gets cut down, Jack.
I mean, this has to be best case scenario for Rise Nation, right, Maven? You think they stop Zuma from getting streaks, they get the scrap time at that bottom bike path hardpoint, and now they're in full control of baseball. This has been a perfect 40 seconds plus for Rise Nation, and now they have their largest lead of the game because of it.
And you wonder sometimes if trying to play for streaks, playing a little bit slower for a guy like Zuma who wants to fly at you, if maybe that affects that rotation. Maybe if he's a little bit more involved in the action, they're able to get the break. Woo! Nice shots by Aqua as he beams the tip of Clayster's head there. Now Facento on the back end, and that's 4 down for Rise. Yellow lighting up the kill feed.
Expect this to happen throughout the entire series, folks. Rise and FaZe Clan have looked so even throughout this weekend. Yes, FaZe did get the better of them back on day one, but since then they have looked abysmal compared to that performance. Basically the exact opposite of EG, right? I think that's safe to say. One thing I gotta spread to everybody out there, get people in here. Tweet out the stream. This is what this weekend is all about. We knew it would be down to the wire, and it doesn't get better than this.
This is the most important match of these guys' year up to this point, maybe of some of their careers. $500,000 and all the other things that go with it leading into champs. There could not be more pressure. Tweet the stream, tell your friends, tell your family. We keep it going as Zuma slides in with the melee. He is 14-6, Jack. A big part of why FaZe is clawing back into this.
And look, he's still just staying alive with this ERAD right now, using the different areas of cover to his advantage. Rise's lead now down to just 5 seconds. We talked about how important Clayster would be, 13-16 right now. Most deaths in the game, and a lot of it comes down to the challenges and one-on-one gunfights he's had versus Aqua. So far, Aqua has had his number this game. The scrap time should go over to Rise, but maybe this time around as we rotate towards Barn, it's actually FaZe in the better positioning.
They are set up. They have a chance to maybe Rise, have a two-pronged attack here. You have that number 8 on the top of the minimap is Aqua. Everyone else going to get involved now. It's going to be scare about for Facento. He finds one, able to tag him up. He's going to hunt down the kill. Does he get the opening pick? There it is. Now Rise looks to collapse. One more in the back. That's Clay going big. Fellow trades it out. You have a 3-on-2 here in the hardpoint. You got to go. There it is. Beautifully done. Flawless stuff.
Love what we saw from Facento. When he calls in that Scarab, he weakens the player, but you have to remember, the Scarab will slow the movement momentarily of that person. So he immediately charges on, and he knows he can't let him get away while one shot. Because of that, the collapse then happens. Not only does Rise Nation get some time, but they're also pushing out these lanes.
A team kill for Zuma as the Rise Nation player comes sliding on through. 20 seconds left. It's going to be another crack here. It's Zuma and FTL behind. He loses them. That's Looney picking up the kill. Several down for FaZe Clan as the Rise lead continues to mount. They crack the 150 mark, and now it's time to rotate the bike. You see on the minimap, the number 5 there just spawned on bike. Everyone is, so beautiful stuff. I think that was Fellow that was the first one in. He is able to spawn them directly on bike path, and Rise Nation a good chance here to keep it going.
Another example of kills on rotation for Rise Nation. They get 3 right there. Clayster, thankfully, with that NV4, making his presence felt. Did he? Okay, he FTL'd back in behind Bus to try to get some cover. I thought he was doing it to stay on the map, but no. He needed to get cover. There was 2 players trying to pinch on him right there. Was in a great power position, wanted to stay alive. FaZe Clan, for me, the way they come back in this game is absolutely on that baseball hard point. Last time it was Rise who got the majority of the 60 seconds because they just got there early on, and there was no tools to break. This time around, it can be FaZe going for that better push. Rise Nation clawing through, and you can hear the crowd get behind them now.
They're getting behind him. It's Facento leading the charge as he finds one on the edge. Now, FaZe trying to fight back. Nice shots from Zuma as they start to charge forward. He's got one player to his top left. It looks like he actually went over the back there. He does turn and spot him. Nice awareness from Zuma.
Yeah, Looney trying to play mind games with the members of FaZe Clan. Does work for a couple seconds, but now these are the engagements that are so key. First kill comes in for Rise Nation. Clayster has to back on out because you can see his health bar on the bottom left.
Shots.
Did drop to quite low right there. Some nice shots at this NV4, spots the second player as well. But Aqua, again, the 2 kills. That just opened up every single lane. Look at how pinched these FaZe members are. They're about to get cleaned up.
Here comes the Rise collapse.
Oh, no.
Aqua, Looney find kills. Facento involved. Rise, another clean break. You saw it at Barn. You see it at Statue. What is Rise doing so well here to get these early entries?
It's Aqua, man. He said it time and time again. Just 2 pieces on rotation right there. He pushes from an NV4 through this middle lane. Again, repositioning. He would have basically won that gunfight if there wasn't a team shot from FaZe. It's little plays like that from Aqua that are helping them win this game. Facento, okay, does get back on the map for the moment. Either way, Rise Nation, at the end of our second rotation of hills, will have a full 1 minute lead on FaZe Clan.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going. You've been talking a lot about Aqua. He's got the NV4 in hand, his first series of the day. He was lights out throughout the series, put on a show on Retaliation. Unable getting the better of him there. We'll swap to his POV as the kill feed lighten up yellow again. It's Zuma leading the way at 23 and 17 for FaZe. Unable keeps on pushing forward, trying to keep eyes on the back limit.
The big thing to point out is the slaying is so even between these teams right now. It's just where the kills are coming in. For Rise Nation, because they're on rotation, they're getting the first 30, 40 seconds of a hard point. And then FaZe, they'll push on through, trade those kills on out, and then get the rest of the scrap time. But because of the difference in how much time they're getting for these certain hard points, that is why there's a 50-second lead for Rise, and FaZe currently trailing.
Well, the big thing here, no one's really been able to work out the streaks. What we're going to keep our eye on, top right, you see those yellow rings, payloads, going to be coming into effect now. It could be key breaks for FaZe, maybe down the stretch to get something going. 3 kills coming through, one going to be a team kill for Clayster, but they're trailing big, man. A lot of work to do down the stretch.
Look at how far they just spawned from this barn hard point. Rise Nation in control of it right now. Zuma just trying to stay alive. He's got the reactive armor. He's now dead. Rise within 20 seconds of winning this game, Maven. I can tell you right now, they want to win it on this hard point.
They're trying to do it. Attach trying to get him behind. Aqua there. The slide him behind. Not going to do it. Zuma now. Reactive armor. He's in. He's got to go big. Trying to spot players. It does nothing. Facento using a payload of his own. Finds him in the back. Rise Nation 5 ticks away. Attach may be the last attempt. He can't get in, and Rise has done it.
Rise Nation are now 2 maps away from qualifying for the Call of Duty World League Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs.
If you're out there on Twitter and you have tweeted out that you were going to take Rise EG as your top 2 from this weekend, please tweet at Jack and I, because I would love to see that, because there are very few people, I mean, talking to professional players, talking to the, the talent here for this weekend, I don't think anyone thought that. If FaZe was a lock for the #1 spot, they're at risk of not even taking top 2.
I will say this right now. If FaZe Clan do not get top 2 in this group, this may be one of the final times we see these guys competing as a group of 4. I mean, this might be the last straw for this lineup.
It's like, you look at last year. They've been playing together for 2 years. You look at last year, disappointing year, a horrendous year when you're looking at the standards of these guys coming out of AW. They come in to Infinite Warfare. They've been nothing but consistent for the most part. I mean, inconsistent in maps sometimes, but overall, you have them in that top 3. If they just fall apart here and, you're missing out on $500,000 to play for, you have to start talking about a team change. You've tried to make this work for so long.
Yep.
I couldn't begin to guess what that change would be.
That's not up to me.
But you think the conversations would start?
People have said that if there is a huge roster mania, it would probably be started because of this team right here. And it is absolutely a possibility. Now, this is purely speculation, obviously.
Yeah.
You just think at a certain point, maybe something has to change. Here is your breakdown from map #1. Felony, over 2 minutes inside the hard point, the most there for Rise Nation.
He's got his parents in attendance this weekend, their first event. They're watching their boy go off on the main stage. He's done it in the slang and hardpoint as well. This game, not so much, but 2 minutes, like you said, that's insane stuff. And Zuma, I mean, shout out, we talked to him throughout most of the game. He was the one trying to be the difference maker for FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, not able to do it. Now, the big thing to discuss now, Jack, we're going to a Breakout Search and Destroy, which I know we mentioned time and time again. It's new. Players haven't spent as much time on it. Who do you give the edge to?
Oh, gosh. This is one I don't even want to try to begin to call. We saw EG play it earlier. NagaFem with the sniper helped with a lot of opening picks for his team. Aches, because he just told me, I'm going to follow what he said and go with FaZe Clan winning this one 6-3.
The one reason I think I'm leaning on the opposite side is we've talked about how good Rise Nation have been at trading and search and destroy, right? They've been one of the best teams at flying together, trading kills. I feel like if you're under-practiced, team, I guess that team attack is going to reign supreme, I would think. If you don't have a lot of different strats, that effective trading, I think, would be what might stand out. I'm going to go with Rise.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll go with opposites here. We'll see who wind up.
That makes it more fun.
Being right in this scenario. One thing I do want to say, keep in mind how fast you can rotate from one bomb to another bomb on this map if you keep control of that middle lane. If you're able to push right on through, that mid-spiral staircase is so key right outside that top laundry window. Also, another point of interest on this map, I'm so happy with how the LAN League has been going. Our first ever one in competitive Call of Duty, continuing to build on what was already a great infrastructure a couple of years back, and now seeing the level of play this weekend has just totally blown me away.
And you know, we're hearing a Rise so far in Search and Destroy. I believe it's been an 83% win rate for them throughout the course of this weekend. They've been phenomenal there. I know they've had to go the distance. They've had several round 11s this weekend, but they've been very, very good. Where FaZe on the other side, they've relied on that man. They've relied on Attach to go nuts, and they haven't seen near as much success.
When you talk about near as much success, my producer just told me, our producer just told me, Will, great guy.
Thank you, William.
FaZe had a 16% win rate in Search and Destroy.
You know, the only reason I didn't say it is because I wasn't sure if it was 60 or 16. I was like, those are drastically different. Yeah. I'm glad you heard it, but man, when you hear it there, it's tough to go with Patty P's predictions. Rise have been superior in Search and Destroy this weekend. He's nodding his head though. Man. He feels good about it. It's Breakout, Search and Destroy, and this is do or die time for FaZe.
Let's get into it, baby. Excited to see Breakout, Search and Destroy. What is this, the fourth time now we've seen it in the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1. More to come next weekend as well, as we know another group of 4 teams will come to play in the MLG Arena in Columbus, Ohio. Maven, we see multiple snipers off the break. Who are we going to watch?
We're going with Vicento, buddy. He's got the snipe in hand. Can he pull off? You know, we saw what his former teammate Nagafin was able to do. Can he replicate the success of who was an all-star this weekend?
Maybe. He was inspired by Nagafin's ability to hit shots on this map. Clayster watching over middle, and I talked about that mid-map lane, those spiral stairs, the ability to obviously quickly get over to A or put targets right over onto the B site. And that's what FaZe have set up for in this first round.
Let's go over to Clayster. He's on defense. Here you see the challenge there as he comes over the top. Not able to connect with the snipe, but a little bit of a sniper duel to kick things off. Attach. Who else will be getting first blood?
And where was that from? As I said, those mid-spiral stairs. He can watch the cross to the B site. There gets the first blood for his team. Now a 4v3 for FaZe. But I do think Looney has an idea of where Zuma is. Tries to challenge with the NV4. What a confident play.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a gunfight you're usually going to win. It should be traded out momentarily. That's Attach yet again. Attach working on an ace, but as he falls, we've got a 2v2. Felony and Aqua. Sorry, it's 2v1 now. It's Clayster by his lonesome with pistol, sniper in hand.
And they know this.
The quick trigger finger, it's there, but the drop shot from Fellow. He's on his feet, buddy.
Oh, he stands up and looks fierce. Felony got his start in competitive Call of Duty through Search and Destroy, and now years later has made himself quite the name in Variant as well. Nice little cleanup there against one of the best in the game, Clayster, as Rise Nation strike first, even after getting first blooded.
Yeah, that's I mean, Attach, we've talked so much about how frustrated Attach has to be in Search and Destroy over the course of the weekend. He gets 2 kills there. And remember, I mean, some eyes have to be on Enable. You know, he's been frustrated. He's had some poor series. I mean, yesterday he had an abysmal Game 5 going up against Fnatic. I think it was 3-11. He's got to help his team here at Search and Destroy, somewhere he's taken critique at times.
Well, Attach again, getting some players weak in middle map, but it's Zuma who gets first blooded. They're just getting overwhelmed, and the flank now coming in. Oh, this is an all-out Rise attack as they wipe FaZe off the map.
That's part of why, you know, you felt good about Rise coming into this, is just that ability to soar and trade effectively. It's Aqua in behind, though, as he gets shots in everybody on FaZe. I mean, I just feel like, all right, so you know how Matt and I were talking last match about if this is one of the best turnarounds you've ever seen for a team, and as far as EG did, right? Is this one of the worst throws you've ever seen from FaZe? It's got to be up there.
I was going to ask that same question earlier, but I'm happy you brought it up because that is definitely a topic of conversation to go on after this weekend, especially if FaZe lose this one. Aqua and Felony, a combined 7 streak right now. Both players looking for this first blood near B, and there it is, Enable cut down.
Nice re-peek there from Felony. That's confidence. That's swagger as he finds another and should be getting close to the Trinity Rocket.
Did you just say swagger?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on. As now Zuma still yet to get a kill in this game. Well, actually, him, Clayster, and Enable all have something in common. 0-7 from them if you combine them. Attached, the only one from FaZe. Making his presence felt, and there he does die off. Thankfully, Zuma for the trade. Felony now does get cleaned on up. It's Clayster up against Looney in the one-on-one, and talk about a scenario that could save the game for FaZe.
1v1, he's playing the close corner. He is spotted. Looney peeks forward. Looney gets him, and Rise keeps on rolling.
That's tough to watch. I think our analysts will probably talk about how that one was played. I don't know, I always hear preached 1v1, don't sit in a corner like that, but he is watching the B site. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know, obviously we do, with Codcaster, that Looney did spot him going there, so for Looney, it's an easy cleanup.
Exactly. If he's not spotted, that's a much different scenario,
Exactly.
But it looks very easy from Looney's POV, and just look across this. I mean, Felony has more kills than the entire FaZe side combined. 6-1 for Felony, 5 total kills for FaZe. How many times this weekend have we talked about Attach needing help in search? I mean, I've probably said it 4 times in this series already. He needs help.
Yes, we've gotten that point across now. Thank you.
I'm great. I'm
great
great
to push that one again.
I love nailing points home. Though a first blood comes in for Clay, and there again, Rise, trade. It feels like you could never get a clean kill if you're FaZe Clan.
And what I love too already from Rise is Facento has repositioned himself to be closer to this Showers bomb. So he's already in a spot where he can get some information for his team. Felony and Looney will work off of that. They've seen at least 2 members of FaZe now. They'll call out exactly what payload characters they have seen, what rigs have been spotted, and nice job by FaZe to at least get out of there. They're not going to get pinched for the moment.
Looney just spots one on the edge, slides around. It's the ERAD from Zuma.
Oh, no!
By Facento off the map, and now all on Felony. He gets a clutch kill. He has reactive armor as well. Not going to use it there.
You know what's funny? Is if someone's new to watching competitive Call of Duty, they're tuning in. This is great. Facento's the one that fell off the map, but they're going to think Clayster did by the amount of clays that they're about to be in the chat.
Right.
Rough scenario for Facento. Tries to stay on. Unfortunately, he did take a tumble.
I know it might not have been the best with, I think, Attach set up in the back there by the commissary.
Oh, it's a great play by FaZe to get out of there.
Oh, I know. I sort of wanted Felonies to pop that reactive armor and try and gun them both.
Hey, you know what? That's why he's a better player than you.
Yeah.
Just say that.
That could be stated.
Yes.
That's a fair evaluation of his current gameplay. But Felony, again, 9-2. There's one more on the edge. Get off my map. Felony with a couple of headshots there. He's already into double digits in round 5. This is insane stuff.
And he's still hunting. He wants these kills. He also has the objective. So at this point, he probably could have earned close to a second reactive armor if he popped it earlier on. Does spot the shoulder of one. He'll go ahead and back on out, and up to Rise to still plant this bomb.
Yeah, let's stay with Felony. We have to. He's been so electric. He does have bomb. Now look at the position on the minimap of Facento. He's set up there, kind of that top visitor's hut, so he's got vision of mid-map, of Spiral, and now they want to make a play and wrap to get the bomb going. They're going to run right to Facento, and I love this. Get out. Don't allow yourself to be traded. Keep that 2v1.
You saw Attach didn't even try to challenge, but he got caught right on that little crevice in the wall, and because of it, might cost this team this round. Rise do get the objective planted, and with Felony having reactive armor, I mean, how does Rise Nation even manage to lose this?
Enable struggles, still mounting. 0-3 in a 1v2 around the back. He's below his point of view, not able to get it. It's Felony yet again. He finds 3 there. It's Felony and Facento bringing it all home.
Look at it again from Facento. Gets the help from Felony. Okay, you know what, Felony? I'm not Felony. I'm mad. He stole my kill.
I thought he had it.
Yeah, right. Felony, hey, if this went to round 11 and he got that 11th kill, he would have been on pace for 20 plus in this game if he kept this up.
Yeah, this is an absurd performance, and someone has to start to not even match this, but do something that's, go off for FaZe. I mean, you've been relying on Attach to be that guy so frequently. Now look at the minimap. Zuma on your screen, going to be the lone man hitting up top. Mid-map completely controlled by Rise Nation.
Well, that's how you slow down Felony. Thank you, Looney. He just flechette grenaded his teammate.
Great play.
FaZe like, all right, yeah, we'll send the PayPal. That's basically what happened. No. Okay, all right, 4v3. FaZe, I mean, you just got gifted this round. Now you have to actually win it.
Yeah, if you can't win this round, you're not winning this series.
Oh,
you need to do it here. You were given a gift. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 3. They're letting it slip away.
Oh, no.
Facento finds another. The gift that doesn't keep
Oh
on
my
giving.
God. Look at what just happened from FaZe right there. There was not a single player near each other. You talk.
It's the difference. It's the reason I took Rise in this before we even heard the percentages was because they've been so much better at playing, whether it's in pairs or bunching up as a group. They trade effectively. They push together. They're always watching each other's back. They don't split up and roam freely unless the scenario demands it. FaZe, they're not in a position to trade out one of those kills. Rise Nation's just better than them at Search and Destroy right now.
I mean, that right there, if FaZe needs to look back at any VOD, it's how they play that 4v3 scenario. Rise give up a first blood by basically nading their own teammate and then still don't have a single player die from there.
Felony has reactive. He's 10-2. He's been just amazing throughout this series. It was in the objective in game 1. Now he's doing it.
Yeah.
With the kills. Bomb down. FaZe nowhere near. They're going to have to work a 4-on-4 retake. This game 2 is likely over.
I couldn't agree with you more. Fellow, you have the reactive to use as well. Players have been spotted inside showers, and there's the reactive push from Felony. Puts it down to a 2-on-2. Enable and attach. Enable 0-5. Does get 1 kill on the board. Aqua by himself uses the FTL jump to get the corner. Does attach? No, this he does! Okay, keeps FaZe in this game.
And that's how you get around win?
It's attach, always clutching.
Allowing a quick plant and working a 4v4 retake. When Felony pops reactive armor. Like, of all the rounds I wouldn't think you were going to win, it's that one.
You know what's strange? It's almost like FaZe Clan traded right there to win a round for their team.
Oh. Jeez. Attach. Getting it done. Enable getting his first kill. I mean, if Enable had died there and went in 0-6,
I feel like if TP was the coach of this FaZe team, he would have just like turned them all around in their chairs and just did a one long slap across the line of them all in the face and told them to wake up.
He looks a bit flustered.
4 times multi-kill.
Attach, gonna be your lead man as he's gonna have the Centurion and Trophy to work with. Aqua playing sneaky here behind Bomb. Let's go over to Facento as he's kind of hawking there inside a spiral.
And if I'm Rise and I see this push, I send Facento back towards Garage, and I have Looney or Felony move to these spiral stairs and try to contest this area of the map. Facento, obviously, with the NV4, good from range. There goes his arrow. Look at Facento's arrow on the minimap. That's number 1. Rotating on back to Garage. Great play. Keep your K-bars near these middle steps. You know that there's a presence here. Right now, they're not worried about anything else. This is beautifully played right now from Rise Nation. They just need to get the kills to secure the round.
Aqua, he knows he's right around the edge. Teammate drops. I don't think they're going to be prepared for him. And this close corner, he's got Looney on steps as well. Look on X-Ray all the way around. That's the number 5 in the minimap. That's Clayster coming around the long way. So he might be able to get the jump on Facento.
And the reason why FaZe hasn't done anything to plant the objective is because they're playing for this right here. Clayster gets the 2nd kill of the round. Now you'll see these FaZe arrows begin to move. Aqua try to contest. He does clean up 2. The 3rd has been spotted. Aqua, do not do this! Oh my God, Aqua, what have you just done? FaZe's hopes and dreams collapsing in front of them as Rise take game 2, 6-2.
Did you have any confidence in Enable winning that gunfight with how that
Not at all.
going? 0. Like you knew as soon as he turned, he was winning that. Unbelievable stuff. Aqua has been brilliant today. Rise Nation has been brilliant today. 1 map away from actually taking first in this group.
Oh my goodness. FaZe are 1 map from not making the Stage 1 playoffs when I would say 90% of people thought coming into this weekend they would place in the first place, not even top 2, just first.
I saw multiple posts, whether it was from various sites, players saying this group was so one-sided with regards to FaZe that it would be shocking if they lost a series.
Yeah.
Now at risk of losing 4 in a row and not even making it in to the playoff. I think it's $500,000 they're going to play for. You got to feel sick for the guys right now, but FaZe, they will have to work a reverse sweep. It begins with the Game 3 uplink right after this.
Our final G Fuel key player matchup of the weekend is between Attach and Facento. And what a performance we've seen from these two so far in Search and Destroy up to this series. Attach has been the saving grace in the times that FaZe has looked good in S&D, while Facento is a big reason why Rise Nation are just shy of a 90% win percentage in that game mode. Unfortunately though, for FaZe, they've got Uplink coming up next. Rise have looked untouchable in it so far this weekend. Can FaZe stay alive? This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
We are back in Rise Nation, one map away from first place in the blue group. And, you know, I was thinking back to the beginning of this when the casters were talking coming into this weekend, and the thing that we all talked about mostly was Search and Destroy for this group, just because Fnatic have been great, FaZe great, Rise at times can be spectacular, historically they are. And then we come in here, and FaZe just belly flops in that particular game mode. Like, I just don't think anyone saw that coming. Like, so as bad as Rise was at Dallas, the reason I took Rise second is because I didn't think they could possibly be that bad in Search again. They haven't been. They've been brilliant.
Someone sent me a tweet, Maven, and it simply said, "This is not the FaZe team that I know and love." And right now, it does not look like a team in general. They are playing at different paces. They have not been on the same page in Search and Destroy. And now they're on the verge of 4 straight series losses and a 3rd place finish in this group, which again means that they will not be at our $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs later on in May.
You know, it's like EG delivered them a knockout punch with that first 3-0, and they just never stood up.
Yeah.
They come out, they did not expect to lose that whatsoever with the way EG played. They probably thought that was an easy series. Starts on the Scorch Hardpoint, they lose the series from there, and it's just like EG laid them out.
And I was talking to TP earlier about the difference in how EG played since they got that first series victory and their confidence in the, you can see their confidence in how they're playing. They were challenging. If they thought they had even a 25% chance of winning a gunfight, they were challenging it and just straight up winning it. That's why Nables was getting so many 2 pieces with that K-bar. Nagaven was flying all over the map going positive respawns. FaZe looked like the opposite.
That if you highlighted, you know, put a pin on one, like the key series in this weekend for Blue Group, I think it's that EG win over FaZe in day 2. Because since then, EG hasn't lost. Since then, FaZe hasn't won. It's just like they completely flop, man. I've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely insane.
You don't want to talk about it so much, but really, it's quite hard to believe that this could be the final map of this blue group. FaZe fans, you need a reverse sweep if you want your team to make it into the Stage 1 playoffs. Rise Nation, you just need one map victory to sit at 4-2 and beat out EG in the head-to-head matchup. For that one, let's get into it, folks. Game number 3, FaZe versus Rise Nation in our final series of the weekend.
Here we go. And you gotta mention the fact that FaZe has done many reverse sweeps, some historical ones, like versus Epsilon on AW, down from 0-3. Can they do it here?
You think of all the times we've seen Clayster throw up that choke symbol on the main stage. It's because of those reverse sweeps that we've seen from FaZe. We are now into the first 30 seconds of the game as both teams are fighting for mid-lobby control and the drone. But as I say that, Rise Nation chained together 3, and now they're on the offensive.
Well, here they go. Facento with drone in hand. Looney trying to lead the way as he drops, though. It's a melee for Facento. Up high over the roof. It's just a little bit right and a little bit deep.
Falls just shy of that portal. And now FaZe will grab the drone and not even reset it. They'll just play for this push because they've got Clayster at an advantageous position in the Rise Nation base. 2 dead now for Rise. They're going to move forward with this objective. They have a chance for a quick 1-point play.
Zuma picks up a couple. He's doing everything he can. Attach trying to follow it up, but Ludi still here on defense. There's 2 of them. He tries to slide, maybe make a hero play, get that 1-point toss off, but just didn't have any help. And now the map basically resets.
So look where Facento is in the map. He's number 5. This is something that he did against Fnatic when they played this map earlier on this weekend. He always hits this cherry blossom side, especially when his team is trying to score towards this area. Teams sometimes just kind of forget about this lane. His teammates will then grab the drone and either follow him with it or move to that middle ATM lane that you right now see Enable inside of on your minimap. Watch out for that to be a key area of interest as this side goes on.
Well, let's see if FaZe can get something going. You have Zuma on a 3 streak, Clayster with 2, drone in hand for Clay, but as he falls, you kind of leave Zuma by himself here, but he's continuing to work towards some streaks. 50 off that Scarab as he's starting to light up the kill feed a bit, but you know, the kills don't matter much if you're not getting points in behind him.
Great challenge from Felony to clear out the middle tarp area. He's now flanked the player top station, Clayster. That could save his team from giving up a dunk. The 1-point throw connects for Rise Nation. They're the first on the board.
You love that cam, right? You see the interception attempt coming through right as it goes in. Rise, can they build on this 1-point advantage? He tries to snap, but Zuma continues to win. Big one-on-one fights, but he needs somebody else to start helping him here. He's really leading the way in the kill feed. Well, honestly, it's not really a slaying thing for the most part. They're actually out-slaying right now. It's more they need to play behind the objective when those kills come through. So now you just picked up 1. Enable, managed to stay alive. Zuna picks up the player in the back. Drone out, you need points.
This is their best chance yet. Unfortunately, Rise members are spawning on the portal. If you are from FaZe, this will be a little bit tougher to score. The dunk should go in. Nicely blocking by Attach and Clay. FaZe answer right back with 2 points of their own. Attach
now working on a streak of his own. I guess with the timing, he thought maybe he could get drone and get out of there.
Yeah.
Maybe play a little bit more for those streaks, but as much as we're knocking their lack of objective play, they need to focus on that just a bit more. But as it stands, FaZe holds the 1-point advantage. Aqua inside.
You might be surprised to hear that all 4 players from FaZe are currently positive. Their Attach just dropped to even. But a lot of those kills are why they were able to get that dunk. I think they chained about 6 or 7 together, and that was really the difference. Now it's Rise Nation, though. Back with their foot on the gas pedal. You got the drone in the hands of Ascento. That kill from Felony makes it possible for the 1-point throw to go in. They've tied back up this game.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Enable went massive because he picked up those first couple of kills, but Rise still gets it through on the back of Felony, winning a 1-on-1. Looney able to get in and pick up drone as well. Let's talk about the camo players right now. You can see neck and neck with Enable and Looney, both sitting right about halfway there. Some nice shots with the ERAD. His teammates drop. Thankfully, that player weak at long distance.
Aqua can still make something happen here from top station. He can either just buy time for his team, challenge a couple gunfights, nice cleanup there with the help of Attach to at least relieve that pressure for the moment. And again, FaZe, they'll just throw the drone forward. And this is a sign of FaZe continuing to know how key it is to move the drone forward, but also play around the slang there so it doesn't reset. They grab it, drop it down. Now they'll push forward. Once they get that kill on Looney, they say, all right, this is our best lane. Let's try to flood it through Park and go for a quick throw. FaZe doing everything right on this push. They've got 1 player to beat. There he goes. This will be a dunk from FaZe as they'll take the lead going into the half.
FaZe now back in control. 30
Beautiful
seconds
dunk.
remaining. Can they get anything else here? Don't allow a counter. Thankfully, Clayster, they're at mid-map. And Clayster, let's go over to him because he's on a 6 streak. How close is he to actually picking up streaks? He's 50 away from this Trinity rocket, and they're looking for more points. Zuma grabs the drone in the back. Clay set up with the NV4. That should be an easy kill. Maybe a second easy kill.
Oh.
Lining him up is Clay. Gets some streaks, and there's another dunk with 5 to go.
Brilliant ending to the half by FaZe. And who started it all? Clayster on the top left of your screen. The leader of this squad needs to go big for his team, and he does it right there. There's your final kill cam from Attach.
Did you see what he actually earned with those final 2 kills? Did he get the whole way to bombardment or just pick up?
He did.
He did, okay. I wasn't sure.
He has full streaks now. Actually, he did use a Scarab already, which he killed Aqua with, but now...
I don't even consider that part of full streak.
Okay, there you go. So now he's got the Trinity of bombardment to follow up. There it is on the bottom right of his screen. And he's 1 kill off Overdrive, which we know on this map can be very, very useful.
Nice shots at range. Picks up Vicento early on before being quickly traded out. Drone with FaZe Clan for now as they're looking to make a play. It's Zuma finding another kill in by the mid lobby. And they're trying to push this down by Cherry Blossom through gas and up mid street here. Tries to re-peek Aqua after already getting tagged up. Can't finish the kill as Rise Nation controls the mid street for now, and they're looking to strike back.
FaZe currently outslaying by 15 kills in this game, as it's the major reason why they have themselves a 4-point lead. Clayster still focusing towards his Cherry Blossom side, and I don't really mind this so far from FaZe. They just burned, what, almost a minute off the clock by just moving the drone towards that area and fighting for kills off that close spawn.
And a big thing to look at, you know, as good as Clay has been, it's been kind of a Clay versus Aqua thing at times, right? Just they play that long-range position with the NV4. For the most part, Aqua has dominated him and dominated everyone this weekend. Right now, Aqua's struggling, and Clay has exploded. If he can keep winning this matchup, they can bring it back.
They don't speak too soon, though, as Rise, they're finally pushing up the map. 2 dead for FaZe. Make that 3 now, as Clayster is dropped. The close member of FaZe should die shortly here. And now Rise Nation, they've got to push for a dunk here. They know where the final 2 members of FaZe are to beat. There they go. It's going to be drone in the hands of Felmy. The dunk before the rocket comes in. There goes one streak from FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, that couldn't be any better for Rise. A streak gets burned and you still score.
And you still have pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Look, FaZe have 3 dead again. There's only one person to beat. It is Clayster with the overdrive. The throw intercepted by Attach. Heads up play from him to keep this a 2-point game.
FaZe needs to, you know, kind of stop the bleeding right now. They gave up a good bit of time there in the sense that they had no possession. It was all Rise pushing them for the last 60 to 90 seconds. Now it's going to be their turn. Can they strike? Again, 1 below. I think Enable actually, no, he hasn't picked him up yet. It's Vicento playing up close, and Vicento and Aqua combined for several kills here. Clay, the last line of defense by Cherry Blossom, and he tees him up with the NV4. Again, still has bombardment, has overdrive.
Oh, look, he can grab this and run right through back alley. Okay, no. Smart play from him. This is why he's much better than me. He knew the player would spawn right underneath the portal.
He definitely could have done it 3 times over, though.
Now he's just buying time again. FaZe, this entire half has just been killing time off the clock. One person to beat. Throws the drone.
Nice.
Go ahead and grab it. If he pops overdrive right now, he'll get the score. What a play from Clayster. Oh, my God. MVP type stuff in this uplink.
I think there were probably about 8 different times over those 30 seconds he could have done it, but you know, he can't see what we can, right? He doesn't know how the minimap is layered. But now the bombardment coming through, Clay making sure there's no kind of counterattack through statue.
And look at the minimap. That bombardment, look at how open that whole lane was. Nobody was there from FaZe. Because of that, it basically saves what would have been an easy one, potentially a dunk from Rise. That is how you use a streak here on Precinct Uplink.
The first one provides not. The second is big. Enable now has picked it up. He's got Camo to work with as well. Can he possibly provide a dagger here as we're approaching 90 seconds remaining in the game? Rise Nation has to clutch. FaZe looking to close. Enable now has drone. Enable has Camo. Gonna toss it forward for now. Look for a couple of kills before they mount the pressure.
Yeah, and with Camo, he can play such a sneaky role. FaZe can grab this drone, just throw it forward near the slower street. Enable can pre-Camo if he wants right here. Right now, he should just stay in this corner. The drone should get thrown to him. He should Camo right away. Dunk it in. FaZe are using their brains and their gun skill in this uplink.
And they need it. They need every bit of it here to mount the comeback. This series becoming much, much more interesting as Enable about to be fully streaked out. There's 60 seconds remaining. The game looking to be closed out here for FaZe, and the reverse sweep remains alive.
They've awoken the red-headed beast that is Enable. He's 26 and 21. Attached, the only member of FaZe who is negative. With those 3 kills right there, it might just seal the deal. FaZe fans, your team's dreams are not done yet. Here in stage 1, Attach with the icing on the cake. 12-4. Oh, Maven, we're going to another hard point.
And I'll tell you what, man, as good as Clay was, you gotta give props to Enable, buddy. He was horrendous in the search and destroy. Looked like he couldn't win a single gunfight. He goes off here, and Clay wants to add more, but not able to get it off. 10 seconds left. FaZe has done it.
We've seen some incredible individual performances on maps so far this weekend, but this one from Clayster has to be up there. Double positive. The dunk that lit the flame under FaZe inside 2 puts them back within 1 map of Rise Nation.
You know, you heard Aix talk about, you know, EG in the sense that when Nameless comes alive, it's a chain reaction. When he gets hype, he picks up the other team, picks up his teammates. The same can be said for Clayster, man. He starts to get going. Enable suddenly looks like he can shoot straight. The team is right back in this. What a gutsy win.
There was one individual play that really stood out, which was Clayster's back alley. But what I mean by that is the rest were team plays. They were coordinated. The 2 rally dunks they had on side 1 were because they knew who they had in lobby watching the overextension, who they had to grab the drone and play that objective. They passed it to each other. They had the lead blocker perfectly done. You think of the camo play, enable, trust in his teammate to grab the drone, get it to Tarp, get the lead kill, pass it to him, and then camo dunk. That was FaZe that we've seen throughout the year to this point. Can they keep it going, though, for 2 more maps?
And I believe we're going to be going to Breakout. Now, this is a map that FaZe can be great. What's Pat saying?
No, this is what Ake said at the beginning of the series. He thought FaZe were going to win off this map. Take the series 3-1. He's very confident in the squad. I'm sure FaZe know that.
I want a game 5. I want around 11 desperately.
You said that in the green room, and it might just happen.
Well, you take a look here at the Precinct Uplink. Enable goes off. 6 points with the objective. 30 kills, the 1.30 KD. Felony, you know, he struggled a little bit. I mean, what was his KD in the hardpoint? Like 0.88, but he had 2 minutes to go. Here, he doesn't get as involved in the slang. Not so much of the objective either, but he went hard carry mode in the game too.
Imagine the 2 emotional roller coasters and stories we saw from this group. EG and FaZe, if they are your top 2. Both of those roads to make it to the top 2, I don't know if they'll be beaten in the next couple of weeks of the stage 1.
It doesn't get better than this. We're prepping ourselves for the game 4. Can FaZe Clan fight back? So much on the line. 500 grand stage 1 playoff, a pool play spot for Anaheim, a spot for $700,000 in stage 2, a spot at the Call of Duty Championship for $1.5 million. All in this series.
That's a little bit of pressure.
No.
Well, they have qualified for everything right now but stage 1 playoffs, so.
That's true.
you can hype it up that much. I'll bring us back down to earth for a second. These teams know they are going to be in Anaheim pools in stage 2 and the champs. But either way, hey, stage 1 playoffs is still 500 grand.
You know, we've been talking a lot about the performance Clayster put on in that last map. He has been competing for the better part of a decade. He is one of the oldest players in the game, one of the best players in the game. We asked him what his greatest MLG moments were.
My biggest MLG moment had to have been X Games, just because when MLG hosted the X Games and we won gold medals when I was on Optic, that was just such a monumental thing to have an actual X Games gold medal. And so I cherish that memory more so than the Anaheim, but the Anaheim was way more hype.
He's won MLG events, X Game gold medal, a COD champs. This guy has done it all, and you saw him come alive there. They need him.
And I would say now more than ever, his competitive drive is still there. It's incredible when you've got so many accolades behind you, when you've won so much money and done so many things. He's a COD Champs MVP. I would be like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to kick my feet up and enjoy. Clayster's still, though, playing harder than ever before.
And these guys are like brothers, man. You've been teaming together for almost 2 years. You live together in a team house. You've been through it all. You've seen it all over the course of 3 titles. You need the strength now more than ever on this Breakout Hardpoint, or will Rise Nation put them away?
I think we're going game 5.
I want it.
I think we're going game 5, not only because as a caster you always want game 5 round 11, but I think it's going to happen.
I'll drop kick Aches off that desk for a game 5.
A lot of people on the internet are praying that this game 5 happens. Also, you probably just lost your job.
It's all right. There's nothing wrong with a swift kick.
Wait, I think Benson has a piece of paper.
Oh, Benson, what do you have?
Benson's got some paper for us.
All right, so what did he just hand me? FaZe only won 1 S&D all weekend versus Fnatic. That explains the 16% we heard. And Rise has only lost 1 S&D, which explains their 83%, and that was to EG, Game 5, Day 2. So if this goes to a Game 5, you know, we talked about the stats going into the Game 2 S&D. It almost seems impossible for FaZe to win with how their search has been. But if we've learned anything over the course of this guy's career, never count out Clayster. He fights back every single time.
Let's get into it. Game 4, Breakout Hardpoint. We have once seen FaZe beat a team 250-22 on this map and game mode combination on the main stage. I'm sure FaZe fans want the same thing right here, except this time they've got to go through Rise Nation. Rise have already beaten them in Hardpoint once this series.
You know, Breakout's, it's a special map. You know, we talk a lot about Hardpoint and how it comes down to those money hills, the ones you can pick up huge amounts of time. And, you know, for something like Retaliation or Scorch, you've got a couple of them. On this map, just about everything outside of the first, you can rack up, you know, 45 to 60 points. FaZe has had incredible comebacks here. They've had incredible wins here. It's game 4. 500 grand up for grabs in the playoff, and it's on the line here for who will go to compete. We're kicking things off with Fellow.
He's going to get tagged up by every nade in the world. That's actually Clayster with 3 right off the bat. Beautiful start from him.
And that's huge because he's a guy that plays off passion, energy, momentum, and for him to come out with a big, sick 3-piece like that off the break, it's going to be electric for him to keep it going. So far, every single point going the way of FaZe Clan.
You know these guys are into this right now. Their communication is going to be second to none. Let's hear it from FaZe.
Right, wait for us, Ian. Wait.
Oh, wow, good shots.
So I'm a double nade class. I'm a double nade hill since I started this class.
Yeah, Percento's there. I spawn back there.
I'm pitching cave.
Where they at?
I heard him in hill.
I'm going showers. I'm gonna try and cut through the middle.
Big
You guys try to work my bet. You guys try to work my bet.
Yep. Halls, fellows with halls.
Laying down in bay, laying down in bay.
Fellows, thank you. Second hard point. Nice.
Fellow dead.
Nice.
Okay, there's one more old. There's one more old.
I spawn heli.
I'm coming around cave.
One's that old mid hill. One's that old mid hill.
I'm going all the way around.
I'm coming bay. Old mid hill?
Yeah, he was. Come on. Oh, yeah, he's in the corner, guys.
I don't see him back here.
Yeah, I'm going low.
Top OG dead, 2. We gotta go quick. I need.
Let's go quick now.
My bad,
Coming in back door.
He's in the left corner, Aqua.
One's in the back, one's in the back. They're both from the back. One shot.
I naded E-box front door.
We have your left. We have left door.
Did hit wall run behind you.
I got Bell.
I'm helping you.
Yo, wall run, 1 hit, Percento, 1 hit, wall run.
No, probably back wall run. Oh, no, he came back on me.
Just stay like
that. Slid on me weak. Looney weak.
I spawn back steps. We're all gonna be fine.
Big win. Let's go. 20 seconds. Rotate. Go.
He's there. Fuck, he's there. Quick.
Big time.
Fellows pushing wall.
It's big time. I'm helping you.
I got him. Go, time.
Come.
One's low cave, Percento.
They're gonna beat us, guys. They're gonna be in first kill.
Dude, Percento's 1 hit low cave.
I'm gonna pull out smokes.
Percento's low cave.
Tommy, stay down, med bay. Stay alive, med bay.
Spawn back bay.
We're all going bay, right?
Base stairs.
Base steps got me.
Got him.
Alright, hold up. Percento's gonna be in the hill. Yo, one's at the wall, one's from bay. One is from bay.
Let's go, Tommy. Let's go. Let's hit this.
He threw a fucking cluster in the bay.
2 there, one low, close, one yellow.
One close, one on yellow.
I'm pulling out smokes.
I got one.
Stay alive. I'm pulling out smokes.
Alright.
Hold bay. Make sure you hold bay until I get there.
I'll hold bay. I'm coming middle.
One's close left. Just wait.
Alright, I got bay.
I fucked the smoke up.
Yo, there's 2 yellow.
He trophied it too.
Yellow.
Three
there, yo. 3 there. One second.
Yellow dead.
Nice. Stay alive. Try slide
I cave.
I spawn back.
I cave weak. One yellow.
Two there.
I nade over.
Yellow. We might just rotate.
Yeah, yellow. Rotate. Yeah. Try to rotate, guys.
From bay.
Yeah, he's in bay. Aqua's in bay.
Yeah, Aqua's going. He's coming for base steps.
Yeah, Aqua got me. Aqua my head streak.
He's on a 5 streak.
Try to kill him. Nice.
Big win.
So we gotta rotate, guys.
Are we hitting middle?
Yeah.
One's top cave tank. Cave tank.
I nade over.
He got me.
Jumped out on me, Bryce.
Percento.
I'm pulling out smokes again.
Yeah, go front.
We talk about how each hill can be money. You saw Rise perfect hold at Grave. At one point, I think Aqua stringed together 4 or 5 kills in like a 5-second span. Sick stuff from Aqua.
Multi-kill from him, and now look at the momentum it's built for Rise Nation. They're all over the kill feed. There, Aqua, another one. His NV4 untouched right now. Clayster and crew, they're trying the smoke strat as well. Nothing working at the moment. He's pushing for every kill he can get. Rise with already a 70-second lead and growing.
That's
what are FaZe? They're just 4 hitting. They're 1 by 1 hitting this.
That's when Aqua's scary, man. Like, he plays like a maniac. When he thinks in his head he can't lose a gunfight to anyone, he's so scary.
There we go. They finally break on through. Zuma's 2-piece was enough to swing the trade in their favor. If FaZe get this 20 seconds, they'll be back within 1 minute. But already Rise with an electric start of this hard point.
They've got a big lead. You get the final couple points here, you're swinging back into it, but as the next set of rotations, I mean, they have to, the big one was Grave, right? I don't think FaZe even got close to touching it. You heard like, Zuma, slide in. He's like, I couldn't.
Yeah.
He's not able to get in. They're at no point even close to contesting it. And now as we hit our second cycle, it's Facento set up top. He doesn't have to even shoot his gun yet as the teammates picking up kills all around the hard point.
I love this positioning from Looney too. Playing this close van, they have no idea he's here. Does at least get one before he's traded on out. Aqua has a trophy behind him. FTL jump nearly earned. FaZe, they have a great opportunity now, Maven. They have a full setup they want for middle, but also They will be ready for this next cell block hardpoint. Why is Attach not pre-aiming there?
I don't know. Now everything's opening up. Like okay, thankfully you get the spawn in the back for Attach. You're holding the right side of the map, so things may be okay. But look at the number 6. That's Looney at the bottom of the map. He's starting to set up and flank in behind. I don't know that they're going to be ready for him here, and he's going to find a kill. Can he somehow get a spawn at the bottom right side of the map? I don't think so with Clay.
That garage spawn right there is definitely still possible for FaZe. Big thing too, Zuma staying alive inside showers even for a moment. FaZe know where this push is. Thankfully, if Looney could just stall out time, every second that goes by fully favors Rise Nation.
This is beautiful stuff. Looney just being in the right position, the right time. He does end up dropping, and Clay stays on the map by some miracle. Very uncharacteristic. He finally does drop, and Rise Nation gets the break.
Remember that moment right there. That might have been the map-changing moment for the side of Rise Nation. They get the break on the money hill. That is bottom cell block. FaZe are nowhere near breaking this thing. That wave of kills has already gotten Rise Nation 20 seconds. It's a 40-second swing in the grand scheme of things. Now pushing towards 30. FaZe are just pushing back in. 2 kills from Fellow, make it 3. FaZe get wiped out. It's about to be a 100-second lead for Rise Nation.
And you hear Felony screaming, man. He is fired up. And Aqua is set up on top here. He FTLs. We're not going to be ready for this. He is just playing with unreal confidence here, Jack, as he keeps finding the kills. But all right, there's the break. You have to get the perfect hold like Rise did the first time through.
There's no other argument. There is no other argument. Rise do not have, I believe they don't have any streaks. They have no payloads. You have no excuse to not get a full 60 here. Simple as that if you're FaZe.
You saw Clay
Scarab.
dive.
Okay, they did him a Scarab.
Spawn in the back. Now it's going to be Zuma here. He slides out in the open, gets caught. Enable backs him up and finds 2 kills. So they're still holding, thanks to Enable getting all 3. So good position and cover from Enable. He's still here. He's got Scarab out. They get these final 30 seconds. They're going to be trailing by 50 or so points. Enable keeps going. Maybe he can get some streaks. 275 off the Trinity Rocket, and he's hunting for more. Get out of the back, Felony. Finding another kill.
More importantly, Enable. Look at all these kills going towards his camo, and as well as the time.
Woo!
Snaps on him. Goodbye, Facento. As this is the hold you needed from FaZe. The 100-second lead now down to just 50. Enable, if he gets in this hard point, he'll not only earn himself the first streak, but potentially the bombardment as well with a kill. Look at this.
Here it comes. The rotation in, 75 off bombardment. Enable was slow early. He's got 6 in a row, but it's Clay set up on Snow Streak. Can he find a couple of kills? They're flying at him. He's going to drop it. Enable still getting kills. Can we please get back to him? He's got 7 in a row. Enable doing everything he can. Now fully streaked out. Finally, he drops, and Rise gets the break. You use streaks here, maybe?
Ooh, but Aqua, and yeah, if I'm FaZe, I think you do, especially when you have Trinity Rocket. This precise streak can help push people out.
Yes.
Make it 3. FaZe surging back in. A great break with the streak. If they get these 30 seconds, Maven, they'll be down by just 20.
Oh my God. FaZe is doing it. They all look to be hitting a wall run. Attaching crew getting set up. It trades there. Clay finds it. 1 on the low wall run, but Clayster able to find the kill. 10 seconds left. One more person here to contest, and FaZe holds on. The comeback is alive and well.
Do not count this team out yet, folks. From a 100-second lead for Rise down to just 20, you still have Attach on a 4 streak. FaZe, your fans need you now more than ever. What can Rise Nation do to close out this game?
Here goes Attach.
One more kill for Trinity.
Looking for it. It's good. It's Felony yet again. I think he gets both there instantly as he's shooting through loading. Felony has been a stud, man. 23 and 15. There's the bombardment. He wisely gets down and nearly finds a kill, but Enable actually kills him inside. So Enable going off. The streak's proving so huge. Can FaZe hold on, but they need to get the other side. They need the spawn.
Think of the turnaround we've seen from Enable in this series, doing what he can to keep FaZe in this one. Rise Nation pinching from all different areas. FaZe trying to keep this one contested. Rise can no longer win off this hard point. And I can tell you right now, FaZe are spawning all the way out.
Oh, no.
They've not only got to kill through this hill, but then push towards cell block. This could be the end right here, Maven.
Oh, no. They need the perfect break that you saw Rise do on this hard point, and Aqua in the sneaky spot. He's got everything lined up, not able to finish any kills. They're actually going to peek him here.
They're just going to go for it.
They're going to be in the 3v4. They have to. They have to go. Clayster wins 1. Clayster wins 2. Can Clay get it done? He's got a bit of help here. Now comes the break. The 240 mark about to be hit. FaZe is in. FaZe is fighting on the outside. Attach and a team kill. FaZe has got control. They spawn him out, and baby, we've got a game.
And remember, payload's now going to come into play if this does go towards the final hard point. They know the push is coming from middle. Zuma the first one here. He gets a kill onto Felony. Second player now spotted. Rise's lead can dissipate right here if FaZe hold this full time. This is their push. This is it. This is their push to win the game.
They're flying in, tension building, one slides across. Can FaZe when it kills being traded so far. One more, he needs to win that.
They can't win off this.
They can't win, they can't win. They need 2 more points, and here goes the race to cemetery.
FaZe are gonna beat them here.
They're gonna get in, they're gonna get in. Attach, trying to get set up. They're here first, but Felony has his payload to work with. Can we go to Felony's POV? I wanna see, he might try to break here with reactive.
Here comes the push from Rise Nation. They've gotta wait for this pitch to come on in. Weakens one player just staying alive. The payload's going to come into play. 245 to 236 for a spot in the stage playoffs.
Here he goes. Felony gets one, but he gets cut down. FaZe still holding on. FaZe maybe can do it, but it's actually going to be Rise Nation in the backside. Zuma wins 1. They're there. They're fighting around the edge. He can't locate the kill. He's just on the other side of it.
Oh
there
my
it
God! He
there
got
it
the
is.
kill! Clayster's still here. Rise Nation need 1 second. They need to kill the player on the bulldozer. Clayster finds it.
Clayster did it.
We're going
Clayster
to a game 5. We're going to a game 5. What just happened? Clutch is all that describes it. From 100 seconds of a lead down to a 1-point loss. We're going to a game 5.
My heart is like pounding out of my chest right now, man. That was absolute insanity. They might have just broke Rise's back, man.
Zuma made the play of the game, sliding out, sacrificing himself to kill the player on the other side of the bulldozer. If he doesn't do that, Rise Nation get the number advantage, they get bodies inside the hill, and they easily clear out FaZe. I'm out of breath.
Those are the moments you live for, man, whether you're a fan, a player, a caster. I actually just heard our producer in our ear. He sounded short of breath there. He goes, coming to you.
I mean, I'm sweating. You're sweating. Oh, that always happens no matter where we are.
It does.
A game 5.
Can we all take a collective breath?
There's got to be a video we can show or a break or something.
Yeah. Are we allowed to go to a break?
I don't know what's happening.
No, we're staying on board. Game 5 coming up next. But guys, before we get there, I think the fans need a break. The players need a break. We need a break. We will be right back. Here we go, Jack. It is time for Game 5.
I still haven't regained composure from Game 4. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the CWL Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Why is this series so important? That team on your screen, FaZe Clan, many people predicted them to be #1 in this group, undisputed. People thought if they lose a series, it's a failure for them this weekend. Right now, they are fighting for even just second in this group to make it into the $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs. Now, we're going to a Game 5, what could be potentially a reverse sweep for FaZe to get that done.
I've got 2 points. First off, the S&D. The fact that Rise has lost one S&D this weekend. FaZe has only won one S&D this weekend. Also, tickets are still available for Week 3.
Gotta get the plug in there, MLG.tv.
No, but seriously, I mean, if you've been watching, this has been insane. Yeah. And next week's group could be a similar result. That might have actually been the scariest group with the way Epsilon has played, but it's all on this. You see Looney, Aqua, Fellow, Bacento on the other side, Clayster, Attach, Zuma, and Enable. 8 juggernauts in North American Call of Duty, and it all comes down to this one game of Search and Destroy.
My hands are shaking. I'm sweating profusely. At this point, I don't think it's just because I'm overweight. I think it's strictly because of the game we just saw. If you're Rise Nation, you just gave up a 100-second lead to lose by 1 point. How do you even come back from this?
It's got to just feel like, you know, you've been punched in the stomach maybe once in your life. Just a punch to the gut, man. Like, I can't fathom how else it could be. Like, God, you know, you saw Tommy's reaction after that game last night, and you're thinking back, what was it, Dallas? Remember that shot of Arcides on the stage where he just bent over after that Game 5? It's stuff like that that makes this so brilliant. I love Call of Duty.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy.
Finally, someone said it. Let's get into Game 5. This is it. This is all she wrote for this series. S&D on Crusher. There's no other way to put it. If you win this series, if you win this map, actually, I just remembered. I believe someone tweeted something along the lines of last place at playoffs. I think every player on the team gets like $5,800 or something like that. So, like per player. So right now, this is a map for minimum $5,800 per player if you make it in.
And then what?
A $6,000 S&D per person right now. This is a $6,000 map of Crusher per player.
Yeah, well, and also you think about the fact that there's $200,000 for first place going to Stage 1, so even more money than that potentially, but here we go.
Noise, yeah.
Make some noise, it's Game 5.
Let's see how Rise Nation play it. They're gonna be the first team making a push on offense, and Clayster should have just spotted Felony in this position, and I love it. Immediately Attach recognizes they're gonna get overwhelmed. They back on out, they'll play for the retake.
Felony was a superstar in Game 2. On the other side, it's been Enable, it's been Attach that has been just electric, but it's Clayster finding 2 kills. Bacento now in a 1 versus 3. He spots a couple of players, lining them up. Their body stacking a bit for him. He wants to finish that second kill, almost turning this into a 1v1, but now they've got him on both sides, and Bacento going to drop, but that was scary for a second there.
Clayster already is 1 kill off his FTL jump and has earned the Scarab in just the first round. Another thing to point out as well, beautiful play, the shot call to say, guys, back out of the A site, let's retake it together as a team. You think if you keep Attach in there by himself with 3 players swarming him, he not only gets first blooded, but then they're at a number disadvantage.
Great stuff on the spot from Clay. He gets, 3 kills in that round, plus the defuse. And again, he's a guy that rides off momentum. Think about the last map. He opened up with a 3-piece there on the first hard point. This is going to be huge for me. Look how close he is to that. He's 275 off of Trinity as well. We're sticking with the big men. We're sticking with Clay. Let's watch him in round 2.
And now this is what I love. Clayster and crew playing some mind games. By showing Attach middle, look at how Rise Nation are playing. They're so worried about an A push. Enable gets first blood, and now because the bomb didn't show to his site, they can easily rotate and react accordingly.
Back-to-back first bloods for FaZe. They were steamrolled in the Game 2 S&D. Bacento wrapping back. They're going to have to play the retake here, as I believe Enable working on getting this bomb down. Now they peek the edge. Not able to win it. That's Zuma actually cutting him down. Zuma gets 2.
Hello.
Aqua by himself in FaZe. back-to-back rounds.
There has been more teamwork from FaZe in these 2 rounds of Crusher than the entirety of Breakout Search and Destroy in Game 2.
You know, as lopsided the statistics are for Search and Destroy, it doesn't tell the whole story, man.
I checked Twitter between games. Ben had posted about that. Benson brought up how, the Rise had only lost 1, FaZe had only won 1. And basically him and Marky B decided after a map like that, throw out any statistics, anything can happen.
Exactly. Well, here we go. Rise on offense. It's going to be Facento. Peeking the edge as they wrap back. You can see the defense starting to wrap towards B. The offense taking it back around towards A. So little do they know it, but Rise currently set up to get bombed down in a very good position. Clayster, now they know it's clear. They know it's clear that now they have to plan their retake.
Most certainly. But I like how Rise are trying to play this. Enable, though, does spot the first player.
Back-to-back first bloods.
But not only that, protecting Clayster while he's in that Scarab. They knew he was in the spawn. They tried to go push for that kill.
As much as we have knocked Enable for his S&D gameplay all weekend long, he's been abysmal. He's going off here on the main stage. Facento, it's a 1v1. It's Clayster. He FTLs, and Clayster does it!
Bombardment earned. Trinity Rocket earned. A 6-0 start from the man himself as FaZe are up 3-0.
Mr. Map 5, Clayster. This is incredible.
Cannot wait to see this kill cam. He should clean up the first, then immediately FTL jump to the second. Oh, actually, okay, we won't actually see it. I forgot he went for that defuse. That doesn't show it. My bad. Slap myself on the wrist for that one.
Oh, 3-0 FaZe. What can Rise do here, man? It's like you need a round.
Look at this. All right, now FaZe, they've got full sight of this. They should stretch it. Okay, they're not stretching, so they will not be able to fall back to their side, but it might actually be a blessing in disguise. As look at how aggressive Rise Nation are playing on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
Do FaZe use a streak here? I say no because they played inside, and this was a perfect setup from FaZe. They know Clay had full streaks. Rise thought it was going to be a B play. Instead, FaZe get a full take of A, and there's 30 seconds left in a 4v4.
Can we go to Clay's POV here for a moment, just because the man hasn't died yet. He deserves it. He's 6-0 right now. He sees a couple underneath. Clay trying to find the kills close to the MV4. There he picks it up. He saw one more. Calls it out to his teammate. That kill's gone as well. It's now Felony in a 1v4. They're pushing him. They're flooding him. He's down, and that's 4 in a row for FaZe.
FaZe are cool, calm, and collected. They're now 2 rounds away from the reverse sweep to qualify for the $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs.
What was the first thing I said when they were down 2-0? Like, if there's any team that can come back in a reverse sweep, if there's any team that's done it so many times with this exact squad, it is this FaZe team. And Clayster, in case you hadn't heard, still hasn't died.
And this is so perfect now for FaZe. They're going to be payloads first, and because of these streaks, they can stack A and retake B with Bombardment, with Trinity Rocket. Rise Nation, this is exactly how they have to play it. They have to push on through and then go from here. Look at this.
That repeat is perfect. Clayster gets all the information he needs. Good job backing down and staying alive. And look at the stack of bodies inside here. They're coming into the grinder. Zuma with 3. Zuma with 3. There's one left. It's Felony, and he is gone.
I just opened up my dictionary, found Lost Full, and all I see is Rise Nation, because that's where we're at right now. Aches at the start of this map. I don't want to gas him. I really don't, because he's made some terrible calls this weekend on the desk. Called the 6-0 if this happens for FaZe. Oh my God.
Clayster, 8-0. Round count, 5-0. Can they 6-0 without Clayster dying? There's an assist, another first blood going the way of FaZe. It's now a 3 versus 3.
I cannot believe the scenario we are in right now. Rise Nation need to go for the full sail, attach with the second kill. They still have Bombardment and Trinity to use as well to help secure this site. Do they wind up popping in a streak? This would be so perfect because Felony would have to dive into the lower underpass area, and they've got someone watching that. They're just going to go ahead and rotate. Felony and Aqua, 2v3.
Felony looking to make a play here. He was so good in the game 2. Now they have to retake. You still have some streaks available. There's one in the close. Did he see the gun? He didn't see the gun. He gets cut down, and now it's a 1v3 for Aqua.
Hover the Trinity. Look at how slow this is falling to the ground. 6 seconds taken off the clock.
Aqua, 1v3, 25 seconds left. He's about to be cut down. There it is. FaZe Clan get the reverse sweep.
Congratulations to FaZe. They, in the most miraculous of ways, have qualified for the $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs with a statement of a Game 5 at 6-0.
You know, we talk about the never die mentality of this team, never give up, fight back at all costs. Clay doesn't die in the Game 5. You know, it's tough after this. As crazy as that is for FaZe, you can't help but feel the devastation for Rise Nation, man.
EG and FaZe are the top two from the group. I'm speechless after what just happened. I really am.
You know, it's like I said after Game 4, I was like, they broke their back. Like, how do you recover from that? It's just that devastating loss. It's that sucker punch to the stomach, and they just couldn't rebound.
FaZe won 2 S&Ds this weekend. One on day 1, and 1 to qualify for the $500,000 Stage 1 playoffs. Maybe S&D doesn't win championships.
I remember arguing with Nade one time, and he said he doesn't feel like momentum and hype mean anything.
Hey, for certain players it does, for certain players it doesn't.
Look at that, though. That was insane. I mean, that is just someone being defeated, someone being hyped up. You saw the let's effing go from Clayster after they won that map 4.
You're done talking. I have someone I actually want to hear from. It's Mr. X on the floor with Zuma.
Thank you, guys. A tremendous series here from FaZe Clan. I got Zuma on the stage. And you're telling me, is that the craziest match you've ever played in?
Yeah, my adrenaline was pumped. That was by far the craziest match I ever played in. By far.
So you guys, you come in today, you're struggling a little bit. You go 0-2 yesterday. You lose the first match to EG today. What'd you guys talk about after that loss? Because you guys looked still flat at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, we are awful. We got a lot to work on. Right now, we are garbage, like complete garbage. So we got to go back and make sure we put in the time. No excuses, no H1, no CSGO. You know, just we really got to put in the time, and that's what's going to make us the best team.
So we'll start with the hard point, the 4th map. Now, you guys win Game 3. You guys extend the series. We're all like, oh, here it comes. Like, they're going to do it. Rise, they jump out to a crazy lead. What was going through your guys' minds as the game started to dwindle around? You made a big play on the last hill.
Yeah, that last hill was insane. I don't know how I got in there, but the whole team went off. And just going through our heads, we knew that we had to win this match. We've been here before. We've been down 0-2 before, and we knew we could do it. And when you put your minds together, we got the great chemistry, got a great squad, love these guys, and we ended up doing it.
And then going into Game 5, I don't know if you guys are aware, but you had won 1 S&D against Fnatic, and then that's it. You guys had not won an S&D. So going into that Game 5, it did not look likely you guys were going to take it. How were you guys feeling going into that Game 5? What did you guys talk about going into it?
Just work as a unit. That's probably our main issue in S&D is not working as a unit. So we were just always together. All 3 of us were together. All 4 of us were together. Maybe some guy just singled out. But for the most part, we were together, and we took over together.
A tremendous series from you and FaZe Clan. They will be in the playoffs in Stage 1. We're going to go to the desk right after this quick commercial break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. All of the games are now over for the day. We have our teams that have qualified. There, of course, you can see just how heartbreaking that loss is for the players on Rise. But, I mean, for the neutrals, you couldn't have asked for a better series. Of course, it was set up with winner qualifies. It was as simple as that. You lose, you take third. You win, you make it to playoffs. And, I mean, Game 5, it wasn't the round 11 emphatic kind of victory or game we wanted to see. It was a 6-0, in fact. But we'll talk a little bit about the series now, starting, of course, with map number 1. It goes in favor of Rise. And the story, really, TP, was Facento. He played brilliant in map number 1.
It was just really awesome play from Rise overall in that throwback. And the biggest thing you have to take note of is how well they played Barn, those rotations. And every time they were stacking multiple people in the hill. And the trades, the story of Rise this entire weekend has been how good they are at trading and the team play overall. They're grouping up. They did it so well. Heartbreaking that series got away from them.
Definitely was. And that Barn statistic that we saw, Rakes, it was something like 87-41 in their favor. And I feel, again, it's such an important hill to hold down.
Right, so when I was here last week, I talked to the Activision statisticians, and it was all about how important, like, they were showing us the Barn hills, like the money hills on every map. Barn was the #1 hill of all maps. That team that wins that Barn hill is going to win that map 9 times out of 10. And like Chief said, they're trading phenomenal. I don't think they went a single engagement without trading effectively.
Yeah, it was very well played, of course, by the Rise guys. But for FaZe, Momo, it looks as if maybe they had a bit of a pacing issue, maybe playing a little too quick.
I just thought they were coming out flat again. I was thinking they needed to come out hot. It was the one game, you turn up. We wanted a different Clay, we wanted a different enable. Map 1, it wasn't. It was the same stuff. And I thought that's how the series was going to go. Rise looked great. Facento was fantastic. And more, they were getting hyped. You know, I think Facento at the end put his control down. He leaned over. He wanted to look at him, stare into their eyes and let them know they're about to go out. But of course, things didn't go that way.
For me, that map 1, it was the Aqua show to start and the Facento show to finish. And once that map was over, he knew it too. He knew how well he did. He wanted to let him know.
Then, of course, heading into map number 2, going into it, as we heard the casters say, FaZe had only won 1 search and destroy all weekend. And for Rise, they'd only lost 1. It was an interesting one, but it was Rise setting the pace the entire time, TP. I mean, Felony starts off 10-2. It was a great game from him.
Oh, just beautiful play overall. And, that's the games you sort of expect from Felony in Search and Destroy in general. When he's able to do that, they're basically unstoppable a lot of the time. But it's been a while since we've seen that consistently from him. And if only they could do it more often.
Right.
You get those games every once in a while. And someone like Felony, he's such a playmaker. But only some of the time in this game, it seems.
Very true. Talking a little bit about the way FaZe played that, I think they were 5-1 down, and then they finally decided to trade Aches. Right. Surprise, they win the round.
You heard what Tommy said in that interview, like, we're just not playing as a unit. And you could see that every round on Breakout. Like, when they went down, they just were not together. They were running around alone. They were getting picked. There was no trades whatsoever. There was so many rounds Facento was able to get a kill, get out, get a kill, get out. That just can't happen. I mean, you're going to see that snowball effect when you're playing like that.
And let's not forget, of course, about Aqua's 3-piece as well to close out in style. A beautiful individual moment for him, that's for sure. But obviously at that point, Rise is up 2-0. We're sat here thinking, well, there we have it. Rise is going to be number 1. EG is going to be number 2 from the group. And then that's when things started to change. We head over to map number 3. FaZe take it 12-4. And I think it's fair to say Team Clay had a Russell Westbrook-like performance, a true MVP from that map.
Oh, definitely. This whole sort of series, the reverse sweep sparked with that one play at back alley. Clay made a basically solo play, brought the drone there by himself, just bought a lot of time, and I just thought it was like a normal play where he's just buying time for his teammates to get that drone off the map and they'll reset over towards middle. All of a sudden, he throws the player, the drone to the other player. I think it was Felony at the time. He gets the kill, pops the overdrive, a huge play, but the only thing I was thinking about is why isn't Rise focusing on the drone? Do they realize that drone's just laying in back alley is sort of a weird situation? I don't know what the communication was. They probably just were playing reset, but it was that play that sort of gave Clay that confidence.
Right, they just let him sit there, and that can't happen. But for me, finally, Clayster went off, Enable went off. We've been waiting for that all weekend long, really, is to see that day 1 Clayster and Enable duo, and they showed up in that game 3, and it trickled down.
Definitely did, because then we went to game number 4, a hard point which ended with every single one of us on our feet. The casters almost had a heart attack. The crowd, I would have just hate to have been a player in that situation. I'm just going to say it was unbelievable, moment. 250 to 249 points.
It was ridiculous. You know, that is the Call of Duty we live for. That's what
absolutely.
we want. I do want to rewind to the very start of the game because Enable and Attach, they were both 6 and 15 at one point, and this is where we just saw Enable kind of just change. You know, he went from 6 and 15 to, I believe, 15 and 16. He went on a mad streak. He got fully streaked out. He started to change the game, but again, you can see it there. Clayster, he had, you know, again, a very, very strong performance, and we were seeing this back-to-back. 23 kills, but it was more the fact that they were all working as a team. They set it up there, they were working as a unit, not just on S&D, but we were kind of looking back and forth, and we're like, this is classic FaZe. They're doing it. Exactly. They're coming back. They're getting themselves back into it. And when they do, and they take map 3 and 4, it's like, yeah, they've not really won an S&D. They've won one S&D, but they've got all the momentum. And then it was just, it was all up for grabs. And I'm not going to go into the Search and Destroy just yet, but I will say, for me, Clayster got all the highlights, but it was a team effort. It was Enable, Attach, Zuma. It wasn't just Clay.
For me, there was 4 key points in that hard point, right? Enable started really bad. Finally hit that streak. Got, I think, 7 or 8 streak. They got a 60, got a full rotation. Next to that hill, Tommy, low wall ran. He got an intro kill, jumped up. Looney actually team killed the player in front of him, and then he killed Looney. They got another chunk of time there. And then the streaks in that middle hill finally led to that last rotation. And then at the end, Zuma got that huge play where he slid around the tractor.
Absolutely nuts.
That was the MVP play for me.
Speaking of that play, we actually have a replay because it really was just that big. Teep, I mean, I'm sure you have tons to say. First of all, you know, Felony, he had his reactive as well, and this was such a smart play from him just to hold back, play the time.
They were setting up the play perfectly. I don't think it was a particularly bad reactive use. He got the first kill, he got the first blood in the situation, but the MVP of this map in this moment, we'll see it in just a second. Zuma picks up this kill on the flank right there. We switch on board with him finally, and he's able to pick up these last couple of players. And I think we need to highlight this kill coming up so much. He's protecting his teammates. If he doesn't get this guy quickly, he's going to pop up. FaZe would have killed his teammate over towards the left there, and who knows what would have happened from then on.
That was Fellow. Fellow jumped right over him. If he wouldn't have played that so aggressively, he probably got that kill. He jumped right over his head, and that was a huge
But yeah, FaZe dying there, that was it.
Yep. As soon as Tommy made that, it was a ballsy play too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like no one's behind me. I'm gonna slide out.
I feel like that says a lot of trust to his teammates as well. He recognized his teammates were there. There was 3 Rise players running at him. He had to get that kill though.
My problem with that play, Fellow had the reactive, right, and got the intro kill. I don't know who it was. Who pinched? Why set up a pinch when you have that reactive? You can make a play off that. They got the intro kill. If they would have 4-flooded out, they'd probably break that. You think Zuma's deep cave? He's not gonna be able to trade out, right? So they would have had a 4v2 if they just flew out at that hill. They wanted to go for that pinch, and it punished them.
Unbelievable ending to Game 4. And then we go to Game 5, and Patrick Price decides to say it's going to be a 6-0. All right.
I mean...
All right. May have said the wrong team, but that's not the point. But, I mean, there, of course, is a look. I mean, you come off a win like that, TP. As a player, you must be on cloud 9.
I mean, when you win those maps 3 and 4 in that fashion, like, you just kind of know. From the player experience, when you win just a crazy hard point like that, so much momentum, and then it was the Clay and Zuma show. You see Zuma right there had 10 kills. Clay was perfect as well. Unbelievable stuff from them. And Rise, they look so deflated in that Search and Destroy. The composure was obviously lost, and it was just heartbreaking to watch them lose like that.
So many intro kills by Zuma with that ERAD, and then to follow it up, Clay, clutch plays with the MV4. They worked so well together in that Crusher. I'm not surprised I saw a 6-0. They literally played flawless together.
Very true indeed. And as you mentioned, Clay starts off 6-0. He gets fully streaked out. A couple of defuses come in as well for him. And at that point, you're thinking, there's no way they can even lose the map, Momo.
Yeah, not at all. And I do want to highlight one play. It was kind of a bit of a flashy one, but when Clayster used his FTL to get that 2-piece to win them the round, it wasn't just winning the round. It was solidifying, you know, that moment and just kind of saying, this is ours. You know,
you're not winning.
We're not just winning this. We're not just 3-0 up. I've just kind of embarrassed you in front of everyone here using that, you know, payload ability. And it's just, again, another thing that the likes of Clayster, his experience, it doesn't matter if he's won 1 S&D all weekend. It doesn't matter if he's 2-0 down. When it matters, he turns up.
It was, again, vintage FaZe. I think those last 3 maps are kind of the FaZe we expected to see all throughout the weekend, but we didn't get to see. We obviously heard in the post-game interview, though, it's definitely going to be back to the drawing board, back to practice. No more other games, definitely going to be focusing on playoffs. Of course, we can take a look at how the weekend ended up. Not sure many would have predicted this. Evil Geniuses clinch first place coming out of Group Blue. FaZe Clan takes second. Tied, of course, behind them with Rise Nation 3-3, but in terms of head-to-head, FaZe, of course, win that, so they do take second and they do go to playoffs. And Fnatic finish 4th, 2-4.
Is this 2014? Right? Who would have expected EG to come out and finish first? That's, I mean, props to them. That's impressive. For that turnaround, we couldn't do it last weekend, but hey, they did it.
It really is a fantastic turnaround, as you said. We can now take a look at our Hardpoint leaderboard from the weekend, and we'll see you know, how many of those names could enter that Control Freak MVP discussion, the All-Star discussion as well? I mean, I imagine there's going to be a couple of big names in there that we expect to see. Attach #1, I mean, 1.2, you kind of have to feel for the guy because he had FaZe pretty much on his backpack for the majority of the weekend, it felt like. Felony, of course, he's going to be second there, Clayster in third. Moving on, we can take a look at the Search and Destroy leaderboard and see if maybe any other names kind of come into your minds when we talk about that discussion. But just off the top of your head, Teep, when we're talking about that Control Freak MVP in the All-Star discussion, what names are you looking for?
It's really tough to say on FaZe. The EG side, you have to say Nameless, but look at those S&D KDs. It's even more heartbreaking that they weren't able to pull through there at the end. Oh my goodness, those are crazy stats, absolutely wild.
For me, the stats do not just tell the story. If you're talking MVP, the team that turned around in 0-2, 0-6 to go 4-0 in the next 4 series, it's got to be Nameless.
Nameless?
Has to be.
All right, well, fair enough. Of course, Nagafen found his way into that leaderboard as well there. But in terms of that big discussion memo, which names are you looking for? Obviously, we have a Nameless. What would you say, Teep?
Definitely Nameless. That's a no-brainer. On the FaZe side, Attach. He had the team on his back for such a long time throughout this weekend.
Even though it wasn't Attach mainly, you know, in those final moments, you know, from game 1, day 1, he got them to that position. He got them into a position where, you know, they could qualify. And I think without Attach, they would have been even worse, believe it or not. So yeah, for me, Attach, Nameless, those are the 2 names that popped to my head.
Well, we'll take a look at the Uplink leaderboard, see if maybe that changes any of your opinions, although, to be honest, I doubt it will, because you kind of hit the nail on the head there, to be honest with you. You look at the likes of Nameless for that turnaround from EG, I mean, from 0-2 down, I mean, I hate to kind of beat a dead horse, but you experience the same thing, and it must be such a difficult thing to do.
Right, it's hard. You get demoralized early on like that, it is really, really hard to battle back. But here you see Nameless #1. Yeah, I mean, the thing about EG and Nameless, we needed him, right? Like, he was the player that had to turn it around for them, had to put them on their back, had to hype them up. A ton of pressure on his shoulders, and he performed. And you can't take away from that turnaround.
Definitely can't. Of course, we'll see the All-Star game come Anaheim. Excited for that one. And we'll see, of course, the names, etc. once all of the group play is completed. Very, very excited to see that, to be honest. But obviously, the Control Freak MVP is not going to be named till playoffs, so it's mere speculation at this point. You're still going to have to play well at playoffs as well. But moving forward, we should talk a little bit now about next week. Of course, it's going to be Group Yellow. We can take a look now and see exactly what teams that we're going to be expecting next week. And in terms of just rough predictions, I mean, I feel like this week was absolutely bonkers. Next week, E United, Luminosity, Millennium, Epsilon. Is that one just as close, Teep?
It really could be. Initially, I would really say United and Luminosity, but Millennium's been here scrimming a lot. I think Epsilon got here today.
Yep.
So they'll have some extra time to play as well. So I think that time on land is going to be very important. I do think, however, this one should be a little bit more clear-cut. But going into this one, did I think EG was going to end up taking first? No, not by any means. Hopefully this one's a shocker as well.
For me, E United wiped the floor. I think this whole group is going to be a fight for second, third, and fourth.
Is that not what you would have said going into this week, though?
Yes, but E United is such a more consistent team than FaZe. Like, E United is actually in that tier 1 of teams with Optic right now. I just don't see the other teams competing with them.
I agree with FaZe here. One thing I would say
is my name.
FaZe. FaZe, I had 6-0, and then I was deciding the rest of the group. That's all. When I saw the group from this week, I was like, FaZe, who's going to take second? Who can clutch up on and get third? E United, I will say, for me, just outclass these other teams. But again, Luminosity, Millennium, Epsilon's current run, obviously in the CWL Birmingham, they had fantastic statistics and obviously taking the grand final 3-0, 3-0. It really could be one, again, to watch. You know, a lot of upsets could happen. Don't underestimate some of these squads. And I'm actually really excited to see Luminosity back online. I think they could maybe shock some people.
It's going to be all about search and destroy for Luminosity, right? Like, that's going to be always the story of the weekend. If they can win their searches, hey, they might take first easily, right? But they never can.
You never know. FaZe won 2. They got second, so maybe they don't.
S&D no longer wins championships. Who would have thought? We'll take a look now at our schedule for next week as well, so we know exactly when things are going to kick off. 4 p.m. on Friday, United versus Millennium. Luminosity go up against Epsilon, and back-to-back actually for Epsilon. They go up against Millennium. European battle at 7 p.m., then 8:30 p.m. to close it out. United versus Luminosity. Of course, that is Group Yellow. That will be next week, and if this week is anything to go by, I just cannot wait for even more action. But that concludes this week's group games. Congratulations once again to Evil Geniuses and FaZe Clan for qualifying for the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs. We'll see you next Friday with Group Yellow to see who else will secure their spot.